Miss Appraiser and the Gallery Demon. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue. The Silver Daughter, A Pale Dawn. The painting of a traveler, with the color of daybreak trapped in his eyes, was Rhys Milton's treasure. He was a foreigner who visited from far and distant lands. At that time, Rhys couldn't pronounce his name properly. It was a difficult language. During the time she called him the Dawn-Eyed Traveler, she forgot his real name. However, she only remembered that it had a beautiful sound, like a stringed instrument. Guests from the east were messengers of fortune. That superstition lived in Rhys's village. Her grandparents readily lent a room to the traveler who wished to rest for a while in this land. The traveler was a kind and cheery man. He was different from the village kids that treated the pale-faced and sickly Rhys like a ghost and bullied and teased her. Fluent in the language of this country, he let her hear the many mysterious and amusing things he experienced in his travels. He was also a painter. He stayed in the village for about a month and in that time finished several works, and one of those works was gifted to Rhys. Thinking about it now, those paintings that were handed over were probably compensation for the expenses during his stay. He gave the title The Silver Daughter to that painting. Rhys was the model. However, what was drawn on that canvas was not a girl. It wasn't even a human in the first place. It was a fish, a single fish that swayed its silver tail. It swam elegantly in a starry night. If a person was to forcibly raise points of similarity with Rhys, then perhaps it was the color. That silver, which was like a bundle of starlight. It was a composition as if one was turning around, having been called by someone. The depiction was extremely elaborate. That outline with life breathed into it, the vibrant scales, the smooth movement of those silky fins, and the shading which produced a texture. The fish glittered imperceptibly, reflecting the dense blue of the night. The traveler's brushwork was outstanding and there was no room to doubt his talent as a painter. In his works, there was a certain technique of someone who studied with dozens, hundreds of canvases through day and night. But her grandparents who looked at those paintings frowned and in their eyes rested a light of criticism. It was not because their granddaughter was likened to a fish. That painting was divinely magical, but, at the same time, there was an indecent atmosphere somewhere that drifted about it. The translucent, long tail was reminiscent of the ample folds of a dress. It was like an exceptionally gorgeous lady who appeared at an evening ball and, noticing the passionate gazes of the men, turned around. Rhys, personally, liked that painting. Before the traveler left the village, he let her hear a strange story under an oak tree that grew in the garden. It was a clear day that foretold the coming of summer. Rhys, if you are to feel uneasy looking at a painting in the future, then look away immediately. Why? Because it is a distorted painting. What's a distorted painting? A profane design that was added unassumingly. It is a work that draws symbols towards God's wickedness without the painter themselves noticing. A bad drawing? That's right. It will make God angry. But not many people know about the existence of distorted paintings. Like a trick drawing? The traveler laughed. Laugh lines showed clearly on that dark skin, tanned by the sun. A little similar to that, however, he seemed to say, and changed his expression again. Optical illusions are safe, but distorted paintings are scary. Because the wickedness of God is drawn, demons like it and will settle down there. It will become a demon's hideaway. Dawn-eyed traveler, are the drawings you draw distorted paintings too? This is different. Why did you draw me like a fish? Because you're a daughter of the fish. I'm not a Pisces, I'm a Cancer. It's not related to the constellation of your birth month. Then what is it? The traveler didn't answer immediately. He bent down and, with a gentle hand that smelled of pigment, stroked Rhys's head. It was a rough, massive, and hard sensation. It reminded her of the gardener's hands and the hands of the villagers who held hoes. These weren't hands that only held a brush, they were the hands of someone who knew labor and overcame many rough days. Like that, she felt the days he had gone through. Rhys, you often see things that people don't notice, don't you? Like what? Her shoulders flinched at the surprising question. You don't have to lie. I'll keep this conversation a secret from your grandfather and grandmother. Really? I promise. Rhys timidly looked up at the traveler. I see fairies, here and there in the woods. Only the woods? I see them sometimes in the mansion. Also, something like a strange fog, or tracks of animals that shouldn't be there. Even though it hasn't rained, sometimes there's wet footprints on the floor." He didn't respond, but, looking at his expression, Riz could tell he was listening to her seriously. Gaining courage from that, she continued, "But it looks like Papa and Mama can't see them. I know I'm not living here alone in Grandma's mansion just to get better from being sick. It's because my big sisters are scared of me." "I see." "Grandma and everyone else doesn't believe me. They say there's no such things as fairies. You mustn't lie with really scary faces." It hurt not to be believed. She was looked at by everyone with eyes that said she was a lying child. "But I see them even though it's not that I want to see them. Am I strange somewhere?" Because she was drawn to the traveler's painting, that of a fish swimming in the night sky, a special world which was drawn that did not exist in reality. Maybe the traveler was also like her, and things that people couldn't see were reflected in those eyes. Riz had that hope. "It's nothing strange. You have the qualities of the fish. Because of that, you can see inexplicable things." The traveler said that with a calm look. "The fish is a provisional shape of the saint, who God released from heaven, from the astrals to the placenta. It swims in the ecliptic, passing through the 12 palaces, and eventually settling in the seat of a person." "A saint?" "You are the daughter of the fish who can see the demons lurking in their hideaways." Chapter 1, The Black Iron Star. Time passed. It was her 17th birthday, and Riz was facing an unexpected situation. It all started a week before her birthday. She was urged by her mother, Verma, with "Here are 5 paintings. Now, choose the painting you love from these." And, when she did just that, for some reason her fiancé was decided upon. Nothing made sense. The 5 pieces together were about half the size of the Book of Hours. From the point of their 3-color printing, she could tell they were manufactured by the latest printing technique. The paintings were all unified under fruits. There was a pear, lime, grape, apricot, and apple. Why was that connected to choosing a fiancé? Riz was flustered on the inside. The painting she chose was the lime. At that time she simply thought that she was being made to decide on the kinds of baked sweets that would be given to her relatives on her birthday. She was too naive. She shouldn't have made light of Verma's ability to surmise and act. On the occasion when she had been ordered to return to the capital's mansion, she had thought something was going on. It would be a lie if she said the word marriage hadn't crossed her mind. However, it was a topic she wished to avoid. Noticing Riz's own lack of motivation towards marriage, Verma must have taken the trouble to prepare those paintings. When Riz was involved with paintings, she lost to all discrimination. Oil paintings, watercolor paintings, frescoes, in any case she loved all paintings. If a book of pictures was opened, her expression would become enchanted. If she was looking at a wall painting, she could easily sit there for an hour. Because her body was not strong by nature, Riz had recuperated in a gentle climate, living with her grandparents, until last year. Even now it was still hard to say she had a healthy body. That was precisely why, before her youthfulness was lost, a decent family for her to be married into had to be found. She could understand Verma's impatience. The first thing men of a higher rank wished for in their marriage partner was whether or not they had a healthy body. There was a duty to leave behind descendants for the continuance of the house. On that point, the majority of aristocrats would remove Riz from being a bridal candidate, even if she was the daughter of an earl who was receiving the current monarch's favor. In that case, the target would be the second son, an entrepreneur or a court knight, meaning someone with something to boast of, wealth, and future promise, or someone with solid connections inside and outside of the country. If a person didn't want to be greedy, and narrowed it down to one of those, then they could be attracted to the house name of those who announced themselves. Sir Emil is the second son of the Croatian family, and he has been appointed as the unit commander of the 3rd Military Squadron of the Order of Holy Lion Knights. Even the Holy Knights of the Royal Academy of Grickers at this royal capital are being instructed by squires who are acting as temporary officers. Verma's amiable voice resounded in a garden smelling of autumn flowers. This vaunted garden was made with Verma herself handing out instructions to workers. She carefully selected the plants to trees and was even particular about the colors of the flowers. There was a beautifully trimmed green carpet, flower beds were lined up, and round topiaries were arranged. Passing beyond the ornamental, pointed brick arches established in the middle, a long dinner party table was placed there. Right now, Riz was sitting there together with everyone. She was the leading actor, more or less, of this birthday. Yes, the Corrosion was given recognition for their distinguished services in the barbarian invasion that occurred 200 years ago. They were the first to receive the honor of being called knights. Verma's talk continued. Her birthday parties so far, besides Verma and her sisters, only invited the relatives she knew. If the number of invitees were to increase, the greetings alone would put a burden on her body. However, a slight change was seen in the members this time. In place of her absent father, her marriage candidate was participating. Of course, Sir Emil. You personally are a wonderful knight as well. You noticed the shadow of an assassin creeping up on the second princess and brilliantly captured. While listening to Verma's voice, Riz took a peek at the face of the young man past the arranged baked sweets on the long table that came after the main dishes. The age of her marriage candidate was in the late 20s. He had neat, short hair of a chestnut color and bright blue eyes, and quite a shady, she meant a refreshing smile. Just by being a man of the Knight Orders he had a built figure, even while being slender. His indigo blue aristocratic clothing, with subdued decorations, was made of very good fabric if she looked closely. His cravat pin and cufflinks weren't flashy either, but they were elaborate. As expected of her mother, a nice man was chosen as a candidate, but she couldn't understand because she was unfamiliar to the circumstances of the aristocracy. Unfortunately, she couldn't judge the exact standing of the Corrosion family. However, at the least, Verma's introduction shouldn't have been a lie. A commander at this young age earned an advantageous merit to establishing himself in life. A handsome man. His taste in clothes was also not bad. Wasn't this property too fine? Even if he was the second son, why did this young handsome knight, with seemingly nice points and personality and a promising future, appear in front of her? He should have many admirers. Putting aside her health problem, Riz was a delicate beauty if she kept silent. Long silver hair and pale skin like brushed snow. Damp eyes that were praised as black jewels, and the color of the eyelashes that bordered them was faint, like trembling feathers. Even Riz's family, who were used to seeing her, had times when their gazes were held by that beauty. However, her nature was that of an introverted, undisciplined young lady who wouldn't want to move one step unless it was for a painting. Fundamentally, her expressions were dead. Shade was heaven and the sun was hell. Her uncle Hein, who she liked best amongst her family, had even declared that Riz's blood was made of red pigment. That Riz preferred a shut-in life was somewhat influenced by her environment up to then. Bullied by the village children, who knew no restraint, for being like a ghost. She was always desperate not to cry, and she tried not to let it be found that she could see things others couldn't. As the years went by, she ended up not seeing the appearance of fairies, but by that time she could no longer smile brightly like a normal girl. Troubled and feeling like she couldn't keep going on like this, she had practiced making facial expressions in her mirror many times, but it was a futile struggle. No matter how one looked at it, when she grinned she could only see herself as a creepy, smiling witch. Since then, her serious and dull expression persisted. Riz, come now, don't be embarrassed and only continue to look down. Riz's consciousness returned to reality at Verma's call. Forgive us, Sir Emil. This child is, if I may say so as her mother, a deeply modest and humble child. Her mother showed a gentle smile, but the gaze she threw over here was sharp like a raptor. Don't space out and quickly show this man your entire life's worth of charm. Is how those eyes clearly threatened Riz. Mother, please don't ask for the impossible. This man was too dazzling. His smile was even shadier than her mother's. Yes, Madam Verma, simply being able to meet the rumored lovely maiden of stars, Miss Riz, makes me a lucky man. She truly has a beauty that is enough to stop one's breath and closely resembles the madam, doesn't she? Oh my! Verma's cheeks darkened like a young girl at Emil's spoken flattery. Although, inwardly, she seemed to click her tongue and say praise me more, boy. Riz turned a tepid look to Verma. Even the brilliance of gold and silver are overshadowed in front of Miss Riz. Does it not make your employed jeweler clutch his head? Sir Emil, oh my, but it is true that our tailor groans. They have said that no matter what veil is placed on top of this child, it cannot hide her beauty. That would be the case, wouldn't it? I can understand. Today Riz was wearing a light beige and white dress. It was a new work that just arrived at the mansion several days ago, and even the craftsmen were satisfied at its completion. The upper arm was thin, but the cuffs opened widely. Lace was used abundantly around the cuffs, arms, and the drapes of the skirt. Around her neck was a jeweled choker, one of Verma's collection. Riz was given it due to it being her birthday. If possible, Miss Riz, would you grant me the honor of seeing you reflect me in those eyes of yours? Riz returned her gaze to Emil and tilted her head. We are already looking at each other right now. I would like to ask for a longer time. Emil smiled happily. Riz furrowed her eyebrows. He was completely shady. For casual words to come out in large drops like this meant that he was very accustomed to women, didn't it? Verma showed a face full of anxiety that seemed to say, I'm begging you, answer well. I know, Mother. I'll do my best. You're asking for a longer time, but it's necessary to blink in order to maintain moisture in our eyes, and so we cannot keep them open forever. I think the limit would be 1 minute at most. So should I take that to mean that you would like to stare at each other for the duration? According to one theory, men and women blink at different rates and, apparently, during times of nervousness the rate of blinking increases. In addition, in order to prevent foreign objects from entering, it seems that the speed of blinking is faster when closing than opening. By the way, there is a report that says we blink around 20 times in 1 minute and that we blink over 100 million times in our lifetime. However, isn't there a difference in this depending on one's age? Riz, child, you've been filled with Dr. Common's strange knowledge again, haven't you? I apologize, Sir Emil. This girl's attending doctor is an eccentric. No. He's very inquisitive and loves to talk. She must have learned that while meeting with her doctor. Verma forcibly cut in. Who was Dr. Commons? They didn't have that kind of attending doctor at home, because Riz is a serious listener. The doctor also seems to get deep into talks, but why don't we talk about something more enjoyable right now? You understand? Yes, Riz? That it was better to change the topic was something painfully conveyed from Verma's expression, which Riz felt nothing but fear from despite how Verma was smiling. The other relatives at the long table looked at Riz with despairing eyes. Her uncle, Hein, and her 2 older sisters seemed to be doing their best not to burst into laughter. She had to do something. Riz searched for another topic. Do you like limes? Excuse me? Limes? Emil gave a confused look at the abrupt topic change. I was wondering if, perhaps, Sir Emil is an astounding lover of limes. Here her uncle, Hein, placed his head down on the long table. Her sisters pressed handkerchiefs to their mouths and looked down. Or maybe you have a lime field? Or did you have an experience with a lime that changed your life, huh? No. Strange. Then I wonder why a lime was drawn on Mother's painting. Pardon me? Painting? She stared intently at Emil's questioning face. The reason why Riz chose the lime in the 5 kinds of paintings was because she liked it somewhat. If she had chosen another painting, would another man have been chosen? Is it because Sir Emil's name is similar to our family's name? But that has no connection to limes. Wait. Like I thought, the name is the correct answer, right? Mother? Emil read backwards. Is lime. Riz, dear child, you've thought of something interesting. Yes. This child loves fruits very much. Verma explained with teary eyes. Mother, in my own way, I've tried to follow through with all my feelings though. It was the first time in several months that she had talked to someone like this about things other than paintings. It was a mistake to expect glittering, romantic talk by an introverted young lady. In the first place, this man was just too dazzling. If the conversation were about the research on the durability of tempera paintings or about methods of drawing with decaying food, then she was confident she could stay up all night talking, but that was probably absolutely not allowed. Miss Riz is a lady who enjoys an abundance of topics, aren't you? I cannot predict the next conversation and it's quite interesting. Emil said this while chuckling. Why yes. Riz is a sociable child who loves talking. Mother, didn't you just lie earlier and say that I was a deeply modest and humble child? and that I was a serious listener. If this is correct, Miss Riz, I've heard that you are deeply knowledgeable about the fine arts. Riz leaned forward at Emil's question. If he was all right with that topic, then she would welcome it. Do you prefer eggs or milk for tempera paintings? I believe that eggs are the way to go in the end. Eggs? I find that deep yet vivid coloring irresistible. You can paint over it and it's resistant to deterioration. It isn't very suited for murals, but I think it's the sovereign of colors in the art world. I've even thought about running a chicken farm. Riz. Yes, Mother? It's about time for you to see Dr. Commons. You have a slight fever, so you mustn't strain yourself. No, today I am feeling unusually well. You have a fever? Yes, Mother. Sir Emil, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming today for my daughter. Yes, we will be sending a gift of thanks. Verma concluded the birthday party with a smile that brooked no dissent. Her mother's eyes were dead, even more so than Riz's normally were. At the edge of Riz's sight, she saw her sisters laughing while holding their handkerchiefs to their mouths. After the birthday party, everyone was convinced that the marriage interview with Emil was a failure. Even Riz herself honestly thought so. Verma stayed in her room for 3 days and wouldn't come out. However, after 3 more days, a sealed letter arrived from the Kuroshin family requesting a formal engagement with Riz. So, Riz, you're sulking and escaped to my place? I'm not sulking. Presently, Riz came to visit at the mansion where her uncle, Hein, lived. When my big sister, Verma, tried to settle everything, you shook her off, right? Hein held out a cup of hot chocolate to Riz, who was sitting on a couch, holding her knees. She accepted it with both hands and, after taking a sip, spaced out. Hein gave a wry smile upon seeing that and sat beside her. Hein's mansion was built 3 blocks away from the mansion in the royal capital, Sprarugal, where the Milton family lived in the summer. It was distance that even Riz, who was unused to going out, could come and go if she used a carriage. The previous owner was an elderly lady who didn't like extravagance. So, the mansion itself was small and even the decoration of the windows was subdued. It was a 2-story building with a flat roof. More than half of the red brick walls were covered with vines. For all that it wasn't flashy, there was a warmth and comfortableness. Did the books in this room increase from before? The position of things in Hein's study changed each time she came. Mainly, the books stacked on the floor though. I obtained a rare art book at the book market. Want to see? Later is okay. Hein was an art dealer, though he wasn't a legitimate trader with approval from the Royal Fine Arts Agency. The main clientele was naturally the aristocracy. They uncovered diamonds of talent in the rough, buried in the streets, and focused their energy on cultivating and supporting them. The Quito Izira Empire, once the large-scale religious war ended 50 years ago, prospered in its culture and art and developed in various fields. Countless precious cultural heritages were destroyed in the wars over whether the Old Verse Bible, which included the Psalms and tenets of God, or the Bible, which emphasized compiling biographies of saints and the Gospels, was the real scripture. The Renaissance there led to the art revolution of the present. In this long history, these holy wars repeated many times without learning. Scholars agreed that these wars happened for a reason. That someone who set it up existed underneath, and that it was none other than God himself. Art existed as a mirror to religion and, if that culture were to decline, the people's faith would also become impure. They said that was why history was shaken by that hand and turned towards a new age. Riz didn't know if the assertions of the scholars were correct or not, but in the royal capital, Sprarugal, even when people were taking holidays during the Spring Restoration Festival, the 7-day Summer Festival, the Golden Autumn Festival, and the Winter Cruciform Festival, there were galleries opened here and there on the streets. It was even likened in jest to be a sleepless nation of art by other countries, because it was a country where both the old and young admired works of art. Unofficial art dealers like Hein were overflowing in the royal capital. It was an opportunity to get rich quick for artists of common birth, for merchants too. Decorating with paintings, without knowing their worth, was the slogan of the nouveau riche. Even those who were prestigious were knowledgeable in the field of art. It was said that if a person wanted support from the aristocracy, they shouldn't spare on any investment. It was not an exaggeration to say that Riz held an interest towards paintings because of Hein. Concerned about Riz, whose body was weak and who was kept confined in a mansion, Hein gifted her an art book as a distraction. That was the beginning. Paintings were good. They didn't lie. Unlike the illusionary fairies, paintings were clearly visible in everyone's eyes. They remained unchanging even after many years. Riz thought it was an art that celebrated permanence. Riz, do you hate Sir Emil? Hein, who sat beside her, asked this while smiling and copying Riz, pulling both his feet up onto the couch. She scrutinized his face. It didn't look very similar to Verma. It was a slightly sleepy-looking and sweet face. His light brown eyes changed to gold when seen in a bright place. His hair, which was the same color as his eyes, also shone like an ear of rice. Is he a man you can't stomach? I thought he was dazzling. I don't really know if I hate him or like him. You don't want to get married? If that's possible. Riz didn't think of herself as having a serious illness, but just running around for a bit caused dizziness. She would also get a fever and then be laid up in bed for a long time. Could a person as frail as her be someone's wife and build a happy family? She remembered hearing that many women who married knights cooked by themselves without relying on servants. Riz was skilled at playing musical instruments, but she had no talent in cooking. It hasn't sunk in that I'm getting married. Well, I'm probably not persuasive, seeing as I'm single. But it'll work out somehow better than you expected. Hein looked amused. She wondered why her uncle didn't have a wife, even though he was popular. Still, the speed when it comes to my sister's actions. It's amazing. Riz hung her head. Ever since the sealed letter arrived from the Kuroshin family, Verma achieved a full recovery. She flung off the mask of being an elegant madam and, as soon as she shouted I'll make this marriage go through, she immediately prepared a reply and began to contact the jewelers and artists they were the patrons of. Due to that, the mansion was like a henhouse that was attacked. As for her sisters, they dropped prickling, sarcastic remarks partly because Emil was a fine property and handsome man. They insisted there has to be a hidden side. Riz's personality and preferences were different from her sisters and the period she lived away from them was long. Thus, their relationship was still bad. She had an older brother in the Milton family too, but he was currently studying abroad in another country. Unable to endure a second longer, Riz had watched for an opportunity and escaped the mansion. It may have been rather reckless to leave without permission or an attendant. I wonder if it will work out. It will. If it doesn't, you'll flee the country with me. A divorce from the woman's side wasn't allowed unless there were exceptional circumstances. The law was fundamentally made to be beneficial to men, because politics were the realm of men. If that happens then you won't be able to work in Sprarugal either. Uncle, I don't mind. There's an infinite number of wonderful paintings abroad. Really? Really? Realistically, she knew it was impossible to run away, but she was happy at Hein's consideration. It's a good thing to travel to various countries. Your sense of values can also be overturned. Conversely, you might also reconfirm the goodness of your motherland. Oh? There's an interesting country to the north called the Rhea Empire. There's a lot of magicians there, to the point where it's called a nation where everything is an illusion. Magicians? By that do you mean those people who, just by swinging around something that doesn't look like anything but a mere stick, can make mountains of poisonous candy with unknown expiration dates, ignore the structure and mechanisms of life to change people into cats and dogs, and who are dangerous beings equal to being a final secret weapon? Well, I think you're roughly correct, but don't hold any hopes or dreams. What kind of fairy tale was that? But, no, there really is a strange country like that. I'm not lying, so please stop with those scornful eyes. Perhaps because he was clearly suspicious, Hein waved both his hands in a panic. In other words, I'm saying there are places we can live that isn't this country. So, don't push yourself to the last stage too much. Thank you, but you're bad at cheering people up, Uncle Riz. It's good to hide half of the things in your heart. Hein was a little dejected, but he immediately showed a smile. Getting off the couch, he looked down at Riz. How's your body? I'm fine today. In that case, would you like to come with me to the art gallery? I'm exhibiting new paintings. I'll go. When she answered immediately, Hein elegantly extended his hand. After placing her hot chocolate on a small table, Riz took that hand and stepped down onto the floor. Hein had an art gallery. It was said that he purchased it just before Riz came to the royal capital. Its location was in the southern part of the royal capital, Auro, a section at the boundary between the slums and shopping district. It was a miscellaneous area and lively, but, unfortunately, it could not be said to have good security. Verma had forbid Riz from approaching that place. Because of that, today was the first time she was visiting the art gallery. It seemed that Hein was bringing her there, prepared to face Verma's anger. He must have been concerned and wanting to give Riz, in her gloom, a change of pace. Leaving the mansion while being pulled by Hein's hand, they climbed into one of the mansion's carriages. After being shaken for a while, they arrived at the shopping district and transferred into a two-wheel carriage. This was because there was a fear of being targeted by the group of thieves that made this area their territory. The carriages owned by aristocrats and for personal use had elaborate decorations and were luxurious, so they could be told apart at a glance. My art gallery was reconstructed out of a separate villa. Hein puffed out his chest and said that, generally, art dealers with money to spare were like Hein and would purchase a mansion and exhibit works there. Because it also doubled as a place to nurture one's own artists, depending on the conditions, they would lend out rooms like aristocrats who were patrons and also sell works. Additionally, aristocrats also opened their own mansions to the public for exhibition purposes. The arts required a lot of capital. It was common for art dealers to develop young artists recommended by aristocrats. Of course, there were calculations hidden underneath. With a noble patronage, there was value to an artist beyond their actual ability, and the price of their paintings would also be dragged up. The shadow of unlawful business deepened the more active the art world became. Illegitimate art dealers were fundamentally forbidden from holding auctions, but that was to the end on the surface only. Fearing the backlash of prominent aristocrats, the Royal Fine Arts Agency was in a situation where it could not act readily. Look, it's right there. When they arrived at the Auro district, Hein stepped off the carriage first. He took Riz's hand and approached the art gallery. It was a building that was like a long horizontal, built out of dark bricks. The stained glass windows all had long and narrow semi-arched shapes. Riz's steps naturally slowed. What's wrong? Do you feel bad? No. She shook her head left and right at Hein as he peered at her face in concern, but inwardly she was not calm. What was that? It was a crucible of chaos. That was the expression that floated first into her mind. It was hard to breathe. It was dark. It also smelled, and she could clearly see a roiling black fog in their surroundings. How is it? Isn't it a pretty good building? The strange thing is that, even though it's built so solidly, I was able to purchase it from the previous owner at an extraordinary value. That meant it was a property with special circumstances. Riz swallowed those words down. Rather, didn't this mean the previous owner was desperate to relinquish it? She also desperately held back those words. Her uncle was a gentle and mild man, but for some reason he had the annoying talent of being drawn to strange things. This could also be said for the paintings he bought. She returned her gaze from the happy Hein to the art gallery. Amazing, right? It's very amazing. Its scale is small, but don't you think it has a church-like atmosphere? Like something solemn. Solemn. Buildings and stores at the boundary of the slums were often solid structures like this, and they also had an appearance reminiscent of a church, similar to this art gallery. The reason was simply to frighten thieves. Even the boldest of thieves would hesitate to commit an act that would be held in contempt by the gods. The instant I saw it, I have to buy this place, is what I felt. Hein stared at the art gallery, spellbound. Riz was unable to reply. Aristocrats loved buildings that had passed through eras over new buildings. She could understand their meaning, but the air in their surroundings was absurdly stagnant. No, the stagnation gathered on this art gallery. Riz was troubled. Was it better for her to tell this fact to Hein, or should she keep it in her heart? As she grew, mysterious things had disappeared from her eyes. Fairies too, however. If this wasn't her imagination, inside the black fog there seemed to be walking skeletons, with blurred outlines. Riz hurriedly averted her eyes. She clearly saw things wrong. I'll specially gift you a painting you like as a celebration for your wedding." Hein didn't seem to feel a thing and, while matching Riz's walking speed, he proceeded forward. The people that came and went on the street also didn't seem particularly concerned. "It doesn't have to be a painting either. If there's something you want, just tell me." Riz nodded, but her attention was concentrated on the art gallery's entrance. That door could only be seen as a lid to hell. "Is this in the middle of an exhibition?" Riz tilted her head when they came up to the main entrance. There was the presence of many people inside the art gallery. Hein chuckled beside her. "I didn't say I hired a temporary manager last week. He's actually a young man with extensive knowledge. Even though he's young, he has a painting restorer and appraiser license. He's also well versed in art history." "I see." There was prickle in her heart. Riz also wanted to be a painting restorer and appraiser, if it was allowed. However, there is a regrettable problem. Even though his restorations are perfect, he can't draw an original painting at all. And he's a poor talker, even more than you, Riz. I mean, he's not accustomed to serving customers, although his appearance is good. Did you meet him in your travels? No, he appeared here at the beginning as a customer. It seems like he also started standing on his own as an art dealer. He told me the paintings I managed were all extraordinarily lovely, so he really wanted to ask for help." Her uncle was moved by kindness. Would this person really be okay? Riz went inside together with Hein, who was in a good mood. The stained glass windows were built only on the side of the main entrance, which also served as a lobby. There were several gentlemen who looked like customers. Inwardly, she had been trembling with fear as to whether or not a painting of hell awaited her inside, but, unexpectedly, the air wasn't stagnant. As they progressed through the lobby, she concentrated her eyes. There were dull-colored tiles for the floor. To the left and right were statues of lions, facing each other. In the corner there was a round table decorated with flowers and a visitor log was placed there. The ceiling was a fresco of an astrolabe. The center is a storehouse and the exhibition room is in a shape that wraps around that. I guess you can say the passages are the exhibition room. The attic is a break room and office, and the basement is also a storehouse. When they opened the main door that was set in the lobby, just as Hein explained, all sides of the passages were used as exhibition room. Riz held her breath. There were no genuine art galleries that existed in the place she recuperated at. Perhaps there was one in the neighboring village, but her grandparents didn't allow her to go that far. The only opportunities she had to Tokyo a real painting was whenever she was invited to an aristocrat's mansion or when a painter was invited. It was stunning. Closely packed up to the height of the ceiling, paintings of various sizes adorned the walls to the left and right, taking into account the preservation of these paintings. This passage, the exhibition room, had no windows. The only light was from lamps which were contained in small niches, and so it was rather dim. You can only go into the central storehouse through a door that's in a back passage. Hein pulled Riz's hand while laughing at her as she stared around at the paintings dreamily. The smell of pigment drifted strongly. Then there was the unique smell of oil, and also the sharp scent of fixing agents. There's quite a lot of works, right? Currently, I've called out to the painters I manage and had them draw works in accordance with the 7-day summer festival. There are also works of deceased people though. Here, take a look. As we walk forward, the atmosphere of the paintings change. You're right. In order: Sunday of the Dawn, Monday of Divergence, Tuesday of the Unheard Horn, Wednesday of the Lost Sheep. In Sunday of the Dawn there were many paintings with bright color tones. Illustrations of a maiden playing with animals beside a spring seemed to be popular. From Monday it gradually became disturbing. There were spiraling towers, which represented the devil, ruins, and other things of that sort. Tuesday had a complete change and there were many compositions with prophets and angels. It happened when they came to Wednesday. Riz stopped her eyes on a certain oil painting. It was according to the regulation of the Royal Fine Arts Agency, number 20, larger than shoulder width. It was about 2 arms spread wide. It was a multicolored painting that could be seen as an icon, but a deformation was noticeable. That's a good painting. The artist also said that they put in their spirit. Hein explained. It was a work that simply expressed the theme, Wednesday of the Lost Sheep. A nude woman, with a thin cloth wrapped around her chest and abdomen, raised both her hands to the heavens beside a spring. In the sky, angels and a sheep were flying. No, perhaps the angels were trying to bring back the sheep that escaped to the sky. Red flowers bloomed at the feet of the nude woman. It seems to be a painting depicting salvation. Certainly, the composition could be received as angels bringing mercy to the earth. Flowers that bloomed at the feet represented blessing. It was a good work, but defects could also be seen. The color scheme was somewhat simple. The texture was also rough here and there. On the other hand, the texture was drawn cloyingly. The enthusiasm of the painter was conveyed stronger than the world of the work. The artist would probably grow from here. They would improve dramatically if they were nurtured well. That was the atmosphere. And yet why was she so bothered by something? A mysterious unease spread in her heart. "Does that painting please you?" Riz was startled at suddenly being asked a question from behind. It was an unfamiliar voice of a young man. When she turned her body around, there stood a single man with a calm expression, who, even though the lights of the passage hadn't disappeared, abruptly, she fell into a sensation of twilight closing in. John, you came at a good time." Hein, who was beside Riz, turned round and showed a smile. "John?" When she unconsciously murmured. Perhaps he heard that because the man called John looked at her with eyes that seemed to observe her. He seemed around the age of early 20s. He had an austere appearance, like the male attendants serving at the mansion, but she could also feel a glamorous atmosphere. John had a black tie, black vest, and his long jacket was also black. However, there were 3 pocket watches suspended on him, 1 on his vest and 2 on his jacket buttons. Each one had designs engraved of beasts, birds, and flowers, and if she looked closely at the color of the chains they were also slightly different. His hair was also black, and the eyes behind the glasses were a black iron. They were eyes like the starry sky, and Riz inwardly sighed in appreciation. There was an impression of some inhumanity, but he was an intellectual and handsome young man. "I will be troubled if you have fallen in love with me on sight." The air froze. It was a pleasant voice, irritatingly so. "May I suggest looking at the paintings rather than me?" the young man continued in a cold voice which had no inflection. "I am not selling myself. No matter how much money you have, you cannot buy me." "Wah, John, how are you fine with saying such extreme things?" Hein broke in, flustered. "How, you ask? It is because there are many clients who wish to buy me along with their paintings." "I'm sorry about that. But you have to look at who you're saying that to, because Riz isn't a child who'd make that request. It is young girls who are even more passionate about making advances on me though." The young man refuted him indifferently while fixing the position of his glasses with his fingertip. Hein's face became stiff, but when he noticed Riz's gaze he paled. Riz was aware that there was a deep furrow between her brows. Riz. He's John Smith, the temporary manager I explained to you earlier." John, this young lady is my niece, Riz Milton, a beauty reputed to be the Maiden of Stars." "The Maiden of Stars?" John stared intently at Riz with eyes that held absolutely no emotion. Her eyebrows right now were probably carving the deepest furrow she's ever had in her life. "I am also not for sale, so matter how much you stare at me you cannot buy me." "Did I look as if I wanted to buy you?" he answered in a tone that was slightly surprised, as if he were saying, it would be troubling if she had that misgiving. In this case, it felt like being ridiculed. "With who would want to buy you?" "Would have been better instead." "I have not the slightest of intention to buy you. You seem to be enchanted by me. However, I was simply observing you and wondering which part of you is a Maiden of Stars, nothing more." Even Riz, who knew nothing at all about sociability, could tell. This was outrageous. "I expect it's only the color of your hair. However, why does everyone liken silver hair to stars or moonlight? Does it not seem like a bundle of spider silk or like silver paint was poured on your head?" Everything was outrageous. In the first place, the color of stars are not necessarily silver. There are red, yellow, and even blue ones. It is said that reddish stars are aged. The assessment of John which he heard before entering the art gallery was too kind. Far from being a poor talker, he was a devastating one. Just his quiet way of speaking gouged into her spirit even more without hesitation. The person himself was probably unaware though. No, Riz. He's definitely not trying to look down on you. He's an intellectual, so don't you think he has a unique perspective? Some customers have accepted him, saying that it's good. Are those customers perverted? Riz. It was only Hein who was flustered. Riz couldn't erase the furrow between her brows still, but this John man was unruffled. Oh, I know. What if we have him choose a painting? And how about I make that a gift for your wedding celebration? Riz secretly let out a sigh. Due to John, her awareness deviated into an unexpected direction, but her problem right now should be the abnormality of this art gallery. While keeping John at the edge of her sight, she spoke to Hein. Art gallery, huh? What about the art gallery? Hein blinked his eyes with a confused appearance. I don't want just one painting. I want this entire art gallery. What? You want to become this gallery's owner? She knew it was an unreasonable request, but this art gallery was frightening. She wanted to give it up as soon as possible. Riz didn't know if it was a problem with the site or whether there was another cause, but the surroundings around this building was too stagnant. If a sensitive human was locked in here for a long time, wouldn't an abnormality be caused? She was also anxious about the exhibited artworks. She wanted to check everything for whether or not there were other strange things. Do you like this art gallery that much, Riz? Hein smiled in a troubled way as he stroked her hair. No matter how generous he was to Riz, he probably wouldn't listen to this selfish request. And it wasn't her real intention to explain the circumstances and scare him. No, maybe it was just painful to say I see fairies and be thought of as lying again. I'm sorry. I said something unreasonable, Uncle. I'd like this painting. At the very least, so that this painting which strangely bothered her wouldn't be sold to anyone. Riz felt that it was better for her to keep it. That was what she thought. But someone interrupted. Unfortunately, I have purchased this painting. John pushed the corner of the oil painting in question with his index finger. Purchased? Aren't you the manager? From the start I came here as a customer. I purchased it before I was employed. Riz turned her gaze to Hein. Hein nodded while hesitating. It seemed true. Basically, at an art gallery, the works continued to be exhibited even after being booked by customers. They would be delivered after the exhibition period ended. I'll give you the money, so I'd like you to sell it to me. This is troubling. I am also drawn to this painting. John showed a smile for the first time there. What is your reason for being drawn to this painting titled The Moment of Liberation? Before Riz could answer, Hein raised a hand lightly and chided John. John, even if she's my niece, you can't address her so impolitely. It goes against etiquette. This girl is the daughter of an earl. John placed a hand on his chin and pondered. Miss, what is your reason for being drawn? He didn't understand. He just added Miss on. However, Riz didn't mind and she shook her head at Hein, whose eyebrows lowered. She returned to face John, who was waiting for an answer. Even though it's a holy painting, there's something unconvincing about it. Is it holy? I wonder. Which parts? Was that the wrong answer? She unconsciously put herself on guard, but there was no ridicule in his eyes. There was a quiet heat, like that of a scholar diving into research. It is a painting that is valued enough to be displayed at an art festival. However, it is not a masterpiece. A masterpiece doesn't stop at just causing admiration in those who appreciate it. It shows history, tests sensibilities, delivers knowledge, speaks to the heart, and kindles a spark. However, Miss, you are not appraising it as holy with that meaning, are you? She understood what he wanted to say. A masterpiece produced a kind of faith. Even if it was not a religious painting, there were many things that made a person feel holiness. No, I meant it literally as a religious holiness. The interpretation for that is, he cut in without hesitation. That reminded her that John held the licenses of a painting restorer and appraiser, and, on top of that, he seemed to be well versed in art history. Even though he was this bad at talking, however, was she being tested? Thinking that, Riz tensed her body. She also felt herself get faintly excited. It was the first time she was appraising a painting with someone on an equal level. Refreshing. Her awareness also sharpened. Now, she would unravel this painting, the way the angel flying on the left side is holding their flute. The flute is an instrument where a breath passes through and sound is born. When it makes a sound, peace is disturbed. Because of that, it has an important meaning in religious paintings. Other harmony, or things like that. Yes, this angel is holding the flute horizontally. It is clearly making a sound. I think it expresses the stability of heaven and earth. And the angel beside that one has one hand pointing up and the other hand pointing down. It should be demonstrating that God is staring at the earth. That the nude woman is not wearing clothes means purity, or it's a symbol of innocence. The flowers at the nude woman's feet are blessing that she is not corrupt. That matches. John readily nodded. It was a simple reaction that didn't make her think she was acknowledged. Riz was cautious. That's not all? No. He affirmed that. Riz was flustered. Did she miss something? But there wasn't anything to note in particular about the wings of the angels. The spring beside the nude woman also wasn't impure. The trees also had no peculiarities. Have you noticed it? It was frustrating, but she didn't know. But something was strange. Riz recalled the instinctive sensation she had when she first saw it. She must have been caught by something. There was an unknown distortion in this painting. Even though it was holy, there was a sinful smell. Look closely. The eyes do not deceive. It is only the narrow mind that interrupts. John pointed at the nude woman with a fingertip. Riz still didn't understand. Where was the problem? His fingertip moved, as if caressing the nude woman. He wasn't actually touching the canvas, and yet it was a sensual finger. From the chest to the waist to the thighs. Like a stroke, it swayed from left to right. She was struck with an insight. Riz shouted. Spiral, correct. The thin cloth wrapped around the nude woman's body formed a spiral. A spiral represented the devil. The nude woman has both arms spread wide. A shiver went down her spine. This was it. Even though it was in her eyes, she missed it. It's a tornado. Like a toast, both arms were open to the left and right. And then there was the shape of the cloth around the body. If she tried pulling out just this section, then it was an inverted triangle, expressing a tornado, meaning it hinted at an outburst of disturbance. This was a blasphemy to the heavens, because tornadoes also disturb the heavens. There is still more. The tip of the nude woman's cloth has fallen on the ground, hasn't it? It's glued to the ground. Cloth is a symbol of reason, and it's grasped by the devil. Yes, now that it was like this, the red flowers blooming at the nude woman's feet held a completely different implication. It wasn't a blessing. It was the color of fire. The flames of hell were burning. One more thing. Your attention should be on the sheep's corner. This is also a spiral. Riz felt a feeling of numbness. The mask of a pure sheep trying to go to heaven was torn off. Its true identity was the devil, and the one who released it was the nude woman. She pretended to be pure, but was sinning with the devil. It switched secretly into that sort of blasphemous painting. The problem is that this artist drew this unconsciously. Unconsciously? Suddenly, a memory of a distant day passed through her mind. Blasphemy that was drawn unexpectedly. It was a distorted painting. John smiled as if he heard the voice of Riz's mind. Even though it was an elegant expression that felt tranquil, her spine trembled. She abruptly thought of how it was a beauty like that of a demon's. For some reason, as she talked with him, it was like the voices of the other guests were brushed aside. Miss, would you like to see the other paintings? Riz was unable to resist the offered hand. She gently placed her fingers on top section. After that, she was shown around the exhibition room by John Smith. But Riz stopped the viewing due to her poor health. In truth, a light headache had started, but the main reason for refusing was another one. It was because of the vague unease she felt upon seeing the painting of the nude woman called The Moment of Liberation, and how she discovered several other works evoking the same sensation. John seemed to seeking that exact reaction of Riz's. When Riz concluded her appreciation of the paintings, he looked disappointed. He was a likable young man with abundant knowledge if it was restricted to topics about painting. During their viewing, he explained the exhibits in a way where the main point was easy to understand, but Riz was a little scared of him. Like the paintings that lead to uneasiness, she felt an unknown distortion from him. The moment she parted from him, as he looked reluctant, and exited the art gallery, she was unknowingly relieved. It was after she returned to the mansion that she realized how, in the end, she didn't obtain the moment of liberation and couldn't keep Hein away from the art gallery. Upon returning home, there was another battle scene waiting. In the entrance, with both hands on her waist, stood an expressionless Verma. Her escape from the mansion and, In addition to that, her art gallery visit, which should have been forbidden, seemed to have already been found out. Verma stared down at Riz, emanating an anger that was enough to make the servants waiting at the walls rigid. For an unmarried daughter to go to the place with terrible security without bringing along any guards, if anything happened it would have been too late. Perhaps to try and soothe Verma's anger, Hein broke in with an amiable smile. However, it had the opposite effect. "Wait, sister. I didn't let Riz go alone and, in the first place, I invited her to provide a distraction. Riz didn't do anything wrong. Besides, it's not as dangerous of a place as you make it to be, sister. You shut up." "Yes, sister." Hein shook at Verma's menacing look. "Riz will collapse at even the slightest change in the air. Even if she is a girl without any feminine hobbies, or shame." And his dead eyes, "This girl is a weak lady." As she sent a glare at the shrinking Hein, Verma touched Riz's forehead with a gentle hand, opposite to the ruthless eyes. "See, look. Isn't that a fever? It's because she went to a terrifying place." Oh, how sad, how lonely she must have felt in a strange land. "Mother, I wasn't particularly lonely. Don't backtalk." "Yes, mother." When Riz stealthily exchanged a look with Hein and he signaled, "We can't go against the queen." They were noticed. "Riz, child, you haven't reflected on your actions at all. Have you? For a month you are forbidden from leaving this mansion." "Yes, mother." By nature she didn't go out much. With the bothersome tea parties and dinner parties settled without her attendance, she rather wished for this withdrawn life. "From now on, you will be training for marriage with me, your mother." It is a matter of course. If you have time to hold a brush, you should do embroidery." She knew Verma was right, but she felt increasingly depressed all at once. Properly speaking, an aristocrat's daughter was entrusted to a high-class cloister for several years where they received a lady's education. However, Riz had been recuperating in the country for years. She learned the basics of sewing and etiquette from her grandmother and tutors, but maybe it was different from the guidance of a strict cloister and, when compared to ladies of any age, Riz seemed to be lacking knowledge as a lady. Even if you know the names of painters in detail, you don't know a single popular poet. "Do you? We can't do anything about horseback riding and dance, but you have to at least be good in embroidery." Verma placed a hand on Riz's cheek and told her that she had to learn the knowledge of being a mistress of the house for the place she married into. "But I'm not confident in being able to act like a lady while being a wolf in sheep's clothing like you, mother." Her nose was grabbed by Verma. "A woman who cannot feign friendliness is not a lady. Listen well, Riz. Next month the people of the Kuroshin family will gather and we will have a dinner party. There, the official engagement vows will be exchanged." "Yes, mother. The wedding will be around a year later. It'd be better after you become 18, I'd think." That Riz's feelings weren't settled was notice. The setting of this period must have been Verma's consideration, in her own way. "Now, go to your room." "Yes, mother." Riz obediently returned to her own room. Borrowing the hand of a maid, she changed into an indoor dress. Sitting deeply into a couch, she took a break with hot chocolate. She told her maid that she was going to rest a bit until dinner and had her go to the next room. Riz rubbed the seat of her couch meaninglessly with the pad of her finger. On the wine-colored fabric was embroidery of the same color. The couch, of course, but also the round table, display shelves, curtains, and everything provided in this room was selected by Verma. Because of that it didn't really feel like her room. The wallpaper had a calm lily pattern and the wooden furniture was all made out of cherry wood. It was a wood that changed into deeper hues along with the years, but perhaps because they were all new there was a somewhat cold impression. The bedroom, which was divided by a wall with its door removed, was overall a darker color than this side. Of course, from the dresser to the candle stands, everything was new. Even the mansion maids were distant towards Riz and it was hard to say she had opened her heart here. If it was allowed, she wanted to stop the marriage and return to her grandparents' village, but that thought was simply too naive. She was living as a daughter of an aristocrat. Marriage was also a duty. If she really wanted freedom then she could abandon her status. However, how was someone like her, who knew nothing of labor, supposed to make a living? It was also impossible to aim for painting. Riz could draw paintings herself. She thought she was good enough at least for the aristocrats, who loved art, to request one finished piece because they wanted to decorate their mansion. However, it was just to that degree. Even if her ability alone was excellent, there was no meaning. If one talked about skilled people, then there were countless of them. It was the person that had technique, talent, and passion who was a true painter. They were hard workers who did not give up. Gender was the trouble more than the presence of talent. When a woman drew a religious painting or a portrait painting, she would become the target of criticism. Female painters were permitted still life paintings and landscape paintings. Even in a studio, at most they could become an assistant. Also, something like instructing the children of a respectable family as a tutor. There were no other activities. Riz had more of a desire to research and discover hidden masterpieces than to succeed as a painter. She also admired the artisans of pigments, but what she wanted most was to be a painting appraiser or restorer. Maybe she would risk her life and disguise her gender to take the test. The moment her fantasies expanded to that point, the face of John Smith appeared in her mind. Her brows naturally drew together. The man who had both qualifications of a painting appraiser and restorer. Someone she didn't really want to be involved with. For some reason, his eyes evoked a strange uneasiness. Like a distorted painting, a sigh leaked out. What she was unable to have her way with wasn't just her marriage. And what was she to do with her uncle's ominous art gallery? The person himself seemed to like it, and so it was painful for her to bring up disposing it. Riz got up from the couch and went to her bedroom. Her business was the closet that was set in the back wall. Normally, the door there was hidden by the drapes of the curtain she lowered. There was a step at the entrance of the closet, which made it somewhat lower than the room. Inside was a collection of paintings and art books she had gathered up to now, and a complete set of painting materials she was storing. Because the smell of pigment would be heavy, she didn't hold her brushes in this place. There was also no window. She took a cylinder from the wall shelves. There was a painting inside. Riz sat down on the floor, which was covered by a deep crimson carpet, and carefully spread out the canvas. It was the painting she received from a traveler, who had eyes the color at the dawn, when she was young. It was also Riz's most cherished treasure. There was a single fish swimming in a bright starry night. It was a painting that, while bringing holiness, was also bewitching somewhere. Riz murmured under her mouth, "Daughter of the fish." The traveler called Riz that, "Daughter of the fish." It was not about the constellation. If she remembered correctly, at that time the traveler, as she tried to remember his words, she lied down beside the painting and closed her eyes. Chapter 2. The Sunflower's Voice. Feeling a vibration, Riz slowly awoke from sleep. It seemed like she fell asleep while staring at the painting of the fish in her closet. However, why was the floor rattling and swaying? It wasn't just vibrations but also movement. It felt like she was riding a carriage. The instant she imagined that her consciousness cleared abruptly, Riz hurriedly lifted her head and looked around her surroundings. Cramped. It was not a flat place. And was she on a higher level? Was this a seat? Why? It wasn't her imagination, and she really was in a carriage. Her body stiffened when she was aware of this. Why was she riding a carriage? After a short sense of disorder, the worst scenario came to mind. Had she been kidnapped by someone? She was about to scream but pressed down on her mouth with both hands and resisted. It was better not to thoughtlessly raise her voice when she wasn't clear on the situation. Closing her eyes tightly, she regulated her wild breathing. If she was assuming she was kidnapped, then by who exactly? The religious war that ended 50 years ago still dropped a deep shadow on the lives of the people. In areas that had become battlefields, the looting and vandalism by opposing soldiers was seen as a matter of course. The unfortunate people who lived there lost their homes, their families, and their wealth. There were also times when the country's compensation and aid supplies were stored in the pocket of the barons. The lives of the farmers fell progressively into poverty. Abandoned with barely any aid at all, the farmers were forced to make painful choices in order to live. Would they fall to becoming slaves, or, if not, would they join a gang of thieves? They held a deep resentment towards the aristocrats who enriched their own pockets. The majority of the kidnappings of aristocrats for ransom purposes and murders were related to these former farmers. There weren't many crimes done out of politics or foolish passion. Even within this royal capital, Sprarugal, where guards were deployed in various places, there were cases of aristocrat kidnappings that occurred when opportunity seemed to strike. Had she been involved in that kind of situation? If she was to imagine something even worse, then had the mansion been attacked by a thieves' gang? It would be unusual in the royal capital, Sprarugal, but not non-existent. Generally, the fates of aristocrats who were captured were atrocious. Women were raped and then killed. There wasn't a big difference with men either. Even if ransom money was handed over, the probability of being returned unharmed was extremely low. A shudder crawled up from her feet. Swallowing her saliva, Riz took deep breaths. She looked around inside the dark carriage once more and strained her ears from the sounds of the horseshoes striking the cobblestone. There were 2 horses. It was a coach for 2 people. There wasn't enough room for her to lie down, which was why when she woke up she was in the uncomfortable position of leaning against the back of the seat. Riz bit her lip. This wasn't a carriage owned by the Milton family. It was also different from the carriage used by her uncle, Hein. So, was the mansion actually attacked and she was the only one kidnapped? The sound of her heart became violent. Her family might not be safe. Aristocrats, middle class and higher, normally employed guards to prepare for these crises. And so, the thieves attacking the mansion would be challenging that at the risk of their lives. Did they see her and grab her along the way while dealing with the guards and seizing the money and goods? Since virgins seemed to be traded at a high price. Riz racked her brains, thinking up to there, but none of it made sense. If there really had been an attack then, naturally, the sounds of fighting and screams should have flown through the mansion. Why didn't she wake until this moment? No matter how insensitive she was, this situation was too unnatural. Was she made to drink a drug that would deepen her sleep while she was asleep? But that was also hard to accept. Would thieves go out of their way to prepare such a thing? Riz secretly parted the curtains of the carriage window with her fingers while feeling a sense of discomfort. The orange light of the carriage lamp shone in from the gap of the curtain. Even though she strained her eyes and peered outside, because it was also nighttime, she couldn't tell where the carriage was running to at all. Riz racked her brains again at that point. Nighttime? It hadn't been evening yet when she went into her closet. But the outside of the carriage window was plunged in the color of a deep night. It wasn't the darkness of evening. Did she dare to jump out the carriage? That thought came to mind, but she felt doubtful when she looked down at her own clothes. The clothes she was wearing was the same as the ones worn before sleeping. It was a dark green dress made of velvet and black lace. Her feet had indoor slippers on. It looked like it'd be impossible to jump down. Maybe if someone was a trained soldier. However, if a non-athletic person like her jumped out then it'd be inviting a tragedy. It would be best if she waited for the carriage's speed to drop at least. Was there something else she could do right now? Riz tried to explore the surface of the seat with her hands. It'd be nice if there was a tool she could protect herself with. Something moved by her feet. No. Did she kick something? Riz cautiously stretched out her hand to that something. This was canvas. It was dark so she couldn't see the brushwork clearly. She held it up to the carriage window where the light was shining in. As she thought, it was a canvas, and a familiar painting at that. It was the painting of the fish that Riz had. Why was it here? When she regained her composure, she noticed there were a number of inconsistencies scattered around. No matter how weak Riz looked, if she was kidnapped then her hands and feet should have been bound as a precaution. It would be a problem if she screamed too, so something like a cloth should have been stuffed in her mouth. She should have been blindfolded too, so that the places she moved through couldn't be identified. Yet she wasn't restrained at all. She honestly didn't know what sort of situation this was. It happened the moment she furrowed her brows. The carriage began to slow and then gently came to a stop. Tension ran through her entire body. Did they arrive at their destination? But they weren't even out of the capital yet. Holding her breath, Riz squeezed her painting which she rolled into a cylinder and waited several minutes. Nothing happened. She was on guard for a coachman or burglar to appear, but there was only silence. Not even the sounds of animal cries or insects could be heard. Riz prepared herself and then quietly opened the carriage door. She couldn't see anyone. There was no sign of a coachman. Did they abandon the carriage and run? After she waited a few more minutes, she jumped down to the ground from the carriage while carrying her painting. If it was a carriage from her mansion, then the coachman would have put out a carriage step. That was a matter of course, so she was slightly surprised when an impact throbbed through her feet. Riz was reminded that she was wearing slippers. It was when she was outside that she realized it. This place was in front of the art gallery her uncle, Hein, managed. In that case, was the person who brought her here Uncle Hein? But even if he was putting on an act to surprise her, would her gentle uncle choose such anxiety-inducing methods? Then maybe her other relatives. But when she thought that, she decided that it was also wrong. All the relatives who interacted with the Milton family knew that Riz had poor health. There was no one who would forcibly take her out at night. In the first place, Verma wouldn't have allowed that. She didn't understand this at all. Adjusting her hold on her painting, Riz took a turn around the carriage. The figure of a coachman really was gone. She couldn't even see a single stray cat, to say nothing of thieves. The surrounding buildings were sunk in darkness and the moon was distant. Speaking of lights, there was only the carriage lamp, and this spurred a sense of loneliness. What she could perceive was the dust floating from the cobblestones and the smell of mildew. The streets at night were like ruins. What was going on? Riz murmured, at a loss. She couldn't judge whether this was a dangerous situation or not. Standing still on the street in her slippers, she just seemed silly. Did a coachman not exist from the start? When that supposition crossed her mind, she immediately denied that. How stupid. How did a carriage move forward in the absence of a coachman? Glossing over the faint fear and uneasiness spreading through her chest, Riz headed to the entrance door of the art gallery. There was no use if she just stood there. At any rate, it was better to stay in a secure place until patrolling knights came to this street. If she was protected by them, then she would be able to return to the mansion safely. It looked like the street was unpopulated right now, but danger followed going out at night without an escort. Riz heard about cases where drunkards started fights on the streets. Where would she enter the art gallery from? The door must be locked. Break a window? That was the last resort. If possible, she didn't want to make noise. Knowing it was useless, she tried pushing the entrance door. It opened. Her unease was stronger than her joy. This was a gallery which handled valuable artworks, so she didn't think Hein would forget to lock it. Furthermore, usually, in order to deter robberies, the art gallery would leave a watchman. Riz could rely on the watchman without seeking a patrol for help. However, she couldn't sense anyone here. Was this after thieves had slipped in already? Or did the watchman nod off? After opening the heavy doors halfway, she peeked inside. Is anyone here? Riz raised her voice, half desperate. She was gradually getting irritated in regard to this incomprehensible situation. There was no response. Riz's voice was crushed by the darkness before it went far. However, instead, the protruding candlesticks placed near the entrance of the lobby lit up by themselves. Riz opened her eyes wide. Her hands squeezed the painting she held before she hurriedly fixed the roll. She heard that a light called a gaslight was invented in a distant foreign country, but even that wouldn't light up by itself. It needed human hands. Next, the word magic came to mind. There was a country said to have many magicians. That was silly. What was she doing? Accepting Hein's made-up stories as true. In the past, there were times when mischievous fairies tried to scare her and would light up candles and lamps. But, no, things like fairies were an illusion. Riz shook her head slowly. She didn't know who brought her out, for what purpose, and couldn't read their intentions, but it didn't seem like they intended to kill her right now. In that case, she'd participate. Even like this, she was a daughter of the Milton family that served as advisors of the Quito Zoroastrian Law Privy Council, one of the symbols of the country. If there was any injustice, a trial would be held, be they royalty or not. That was the household she was born into. She didn't want to show anyone the sight of her flustered and cowering in fear. Straightening her back, Riz entered the lobby. The sound of her heartbeat continued to be intense. If she became too agitated, her chest would hurt and vertigo would occur. She had to take care. The inside of the lobby wasn't very large, and it was the same as when she saw it in the afternoon. The lion statues facing each other, the round table decorated with flowers, and the fresco painting on the ceiling. She cut across the lobby and approached the door on the other side. This art gallery used its passages on the four sides as exhibition rooms instead. Through some kind of trick there were lights already in the niches. Riz suddenly remembered something important. Hadn't there been a widespread, ominous stagnation like a crucible of chaos in the surroundings of the art gallery? She felt like she hadn't sensed anything when she got down from the carriage. It might have been that she was overwhelmed with the bizarre situation and hadn't turned her attention there. She was at a loss as to whether or not she should step out briefly to confirm that. But moving around too much would exhaust her. Since she had already come this far, she decided she should investigate inside the art gallery first. The cause of Riz's illness was unknown. In any case, her body tired easily, and if she forced herself to move around she would get a fever. From time to time, in the Milton family, a person with poor health like Riz would be born. Riz quietly proceeded through the passage where paintings were being exhibited. There were various paintings being displayed, even close to the ceiling. Because there was no one besides herself, the interior of the art gallery was dead silent and terribly eerie. It felt like she was being looked down on by the people in the paintings. The heavy smell of paint coiled around her body, even the smell of damp oil from somewhere. Still, the air was cool and dry. It was an air suitable for paintings. The humidity could neither be too high nor too low. Riz stopped in front of a certain painting. It was the painting of the nude woman, the moment of liberation. A nude woman had both arms spread towards the heavens in the shape of a shallow bowl. Beyond her hands were a sheep and angels. Both ends of Riz's lips turned down naturally. Her brows were probably furrowed as well. It was because she remembered the face of the suspicious young man who spoke in a somewhat antiquated manner called John Smith. He had handsome and intellectual features. Even though his appearance and atmosphere weren't bad, his innumerable unreserved words ruined that beauty. However, she saw his talent as an appraiser. He had calm eyes. Unconsciously, Riz reached out to the moment of liberation, but before she touched the canvas her entire body froze. Were the eyes of the sheep looking this way? From her memory, the sheep should have been looking towards the angels. No, something like memory could not be relied upon because, no matter what the truth was, it would be rewritten in her mind so as to be convenient. Wait, did the sheep's eyes move a little just now? Riz took several steps back. The light of the lamps in the niches shook, and because of that it only looked like they moved. She knew that, and yet the chills wouldn't stop. She removed her gaze, as if wrenching it free, and continued down the passage. Why was she going forward? Riz was inwardly suspicious of her own actions. This place was dangerous and it was better for her to go outside right now. Even though that voice of caution rang, her feet moved on their own. Once again her legs stopped. Currently, there was a collection of works tailored to the Great Summer Festival being exhibited in the art gallery. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. Friday of Ash and Silence. It was said to be the day when the Sulphur King, the Lord of Sloth, which was determined to be one of the great sins, awakened and scattered ash. Riz's awareness was turned to a painting of three maidens dancing in an eruption of smoke. The title was The Late Hours of Silence. There were dark clouds in the sky. The maidens each had a lily, rose, and sunflower in hand and were on top of a rock attached to sulphur. If one looked closely, the huge rock was a dried apple. It was missing a piece, as if a giant took a bite, and the maidens were on top of that part. In the Bible, the chapter Ash and Silence on Friday had the theme of destruction and death. None of the festivals could be separated from religion, and the Great Summer Festival was no exception. Saturday was the chapter of resurrection and rebirth, and then it led to blessings on Sunday. Paintings based on Friday inevitably had many images introducing sinister elements. It could be said that death gods, night, wastelands, and other said ominous things were standard. However, if a painter sought too much to be faithful to the depiction, then the clients, the aristocrats, would dislike it and donations would be discontinued. It was a huge problem for painters contracted with art galleries. The basic cost of materials was shouldered by the aristocrats, who were patrons. The degree of perfection also changed depending on the quality of art supplies. Depending on the circumstances, the necessities of life could be guaranteed too. For this reason, contracted painters painted with elements that made one feel hope, while following the theme, so that they would not offend aristocrats. Most of the paintings exhibited in the art gallery were of that kind. Even the painting Riz was observing was clearly painted with consideration to clients. First, she would explore the meaning of the giant dried apple. The decay and drying of fruits represented degeneration, stagnation, and death. The apple in this painting was hard like a rock and a part was missing. If one just looked at the point of enlarging a fruit, then it seemed to present fertility, but other interpretations existed as well. Fruit could also mean desire. In this case, it was suggesting a bloated pleasure. Moreover, this fruit was dried. That alone and the ruin of the ground was serious proof. The missing part indicated a lack of order. She also couldn't overlook the point that was drawn as tooth marks. It implied that the ruin on the ground was due to human greed and ignorance. These parts were easy to interpret. The ochre-colored smoke spread in the surroundings suggested the presence of the Sulphur King. It could be accepted that evil was covering the ground. The maidens dancing atop the fruit would usually symbolize purity. But the three were barefoot, and because of that their feet were dirtied. It brought to attention how even pure people were being corrupted. To summarize all her interpretations, the moral derived was that the disorder on the ground was due to the desires of humans, but it was the devil that tempted them to that. However, it wasn't over with just this. Riz wanted to pay attention to the flowers the girls held. Lilies symbolized purity, roses were love, and sunflowers were pride and justice. These flowers weren't withered, and the sunflower in particular was facing towards the front and seemed to release a radiance. This made people feel hope. There was also a place in the dark clouds covering the sky where faint light was shining in. By following the part of that rift in the clouds, it could be seen to take the shape of a hook. A needle hook was one of the tools symbolizing a saint. Noticing that, the theme of this painting reversed. It turned into a painting of salvation where a saint would one day alight onto the disturbed land. Riz frowned. It wasn't a bad composition, although it abandoned precision and seemed to intentionally make violent depictions. It didn't make one feel the immaturity of multiple attempts to overpaint and of incorporating many colors. Consistency could also be seen in the overall arrangement. The fruit was a little to the left, but the maidens on top were a little to the right. As a result, the maidens were placed in the center. This suggested that holy things still existed in the center of the world. Even if the thought about the conversion of the allegory and religious interpretation were omitted, she believed this was a work that aristocrats would accept. Romantic painting was in fashion even now. More precisely, what was sought after were technically accomplished and realistic, fantastical paintings. However, poetic styles of painting that included lyricism and symbolism, works that fixated on internal expressions, were firmly popular because those could be enjoyed without knowledge. Symbolism paintings were commonly beautiful, and that was the key point in the end. Nowadays, works of a dark style that drew reality as it was were decreasing. Regarded as classicism, historical paintings which were characterized by abundant colors and elaborate details were praised by the church and the Royal Fine Arts Agency, and so they continued to be painted without going out of fashion. The brushwork was novel, but The Late Hours of Silence was likely a work painted by a classicist painter because, unlike symbolism works, the thought here was stronger and more dynamic. Perhaps this was the work of a famous painter. If that was the case, then clients would put a price above the market price. Even though she thought it was a good work though, why did her feet stop? Were there still parts she hadn't interpreted? Riz unknowingly reached out to the painting. I would advise against touching that. Abruptly, a low voice slid into her ears. Her heart felt like it was about to stop and she panicked, nearly crushing the painting of the fish she held. Who? Before Riz could turn around, a hand stretched out from behind her and grabbed her arm. It was as I thought. During our tour of the art gallery in the afternoon, you felt something for paintings apart from the one of the nude woman. However, you tried to conceal that you concluded your appreciation of the art was not because your health was bad. Riz was stiff for a while before she eventually turned around slowly. John Smith. There stood the temporary manager of the art gallery who Hein hired. His clothes hadn't changed from the afternoon, but his glasses were removed. Those black iron eyes were like a starry sky. His lips were thin, his skin fair, and he had a cold atmosphere. Was it because he was here that the entrance to the art gallery hadn't been locked? She couldn't imagine it from his appearance, but he was strong enough not to be outdone by a swordsman. No matter what, that was careless. Do you also feel an inexplicable distortion from this painting? Although she was asked this by a calm expression, Riz was unable to answer immediately. She clenched her hands around the painting of the fish she held. She wanted to ask him a question too. It was a stupid question, but was it not him, John Smith, who brought her here? He wasn't surprised at all that Riz had trespassed into the art gallery without permission. Even though it was midnight, it was strange for him to even talk to her naturally like this. Are you listening, miss? John's eyebrows drew together slightly. It seemed like he was displeased, seeing that Riz wasn't answering, but then his interest was piqued by the painting of the fish she carried. His gaze seemed to ask what that was. Finally, the stiffness in her body was released. She spread out the painting of the fish, which had been rolled into a cylinder, towards him. My painting? Your painting? As in one you drew? No, a traveler with beautiful eyes painted it when I was a child. He said this fish was me. She wondered why she answered honestly to an unfamiliar man. It's not a bad painting. John brought his face a little closer and stared at the painting. Riz noticed that her hands holding the painting were shaking faintly and was surprised. Was she scared of this man? That was a weakness unbecoming of a daughter of the Milton family. Riz became obstinate, straightened her spine, and looked up at the man. Facing him again like this, John was tall. Somehow, that was frustrating. Moreover, even though she was desperate over here not to lose to fear, John was concentrating wholly on the painting of the fish. She thought he should have tried noticing other things. For example, Riz's unauthorized trespass, her slippers, or something. Did that traveling painter say this fish was the miss herself? Yes. And how did you feel, miss? Happy. That's all? Ah, she was being tested again. He crossed his arms with an air of composure and transferred his gaze from the painting of the fish to Riz's face. His lips created a faint smile and his eyes were provocative. It was a sensual expression. Having thought that, Riz became flustered and angry at herself. At the same time, there was a ticklish sensation at having his eyes turned firmly towards her. She wondered why. She had never experienced her emotions being shaken to this extent by anyone, much less by the opposite sex. Miss, is that all? John repeated his question. After she breathed out deeply in a way that wouldn't be noticed, Riz answered, I thought it was an honor. Why? Because it was a fish. Why is being a fish an honor? It's said to be the provisional shape of the saint who God released from heaven. Anything else? She was definitely being tested. Riz opened the Bible in her head. It was a book that contained the biographies of saints and was once the cause for a massive religious war. The Bible consisted of 22 volumes in total. It was the 5th volume that had Saint Abel. Abel, who was baptized by the holy Ivy Rio, was a hunter. He entered as a disciple in the latter half of Ivy's pilgrimage. Unlike the other disciples, he had a suspicious and stubborn character. But he was also the only apostle who believed in the murdered Ivy's resurrection. And at the beginning, Abel didn't believe that Ivy was holy. That Ivy was God's heaven-sent child. He made an impossible demand that if Ivy was truly holy then Ivy would change the fish from the river that was caught in his net into gold. Let alone the fish inside the net, Ivy turned all the fish swimming in the river into gold. Riz readjusted her hold on the painting and drew a fish in the air with a free hand. Abel was ashamed of his doubt and kneeled to Ivy. That is why the symbol of a fish denotes a saint. Incidentally, saints and holy ones weren't the same. Saints accompanied holy ones. Of course, there were also cases where a saint was also a holy one. So the miss personally felt honored to be likened to a saint. What a boring answer. From time to time, the man's speech became careless. How would one put it? It seemed strangely pessimistic. Riz wanted those cold eyes, which turned away, to return to her direction. No, it's not just because it's a saint. Then what is it? It's because I saw salvation in this painting. It was a painting depicting a world that didn't exist in reality. At that time, It gave Riz a refuge for her heart. When the traveler left the village, he said this, that she was, "I am a daughter of the fish." Riz was surprised when she unintentionally spoke it out. She hurriedly covered her mouth. John met her eyes. "Daughter of the fish." The meaning of that is, it means. In the past, Riz saw the figures of fairies and strange living creatures. The traveler did not reject Riz and lent his ear to her words. He also let her hear various stories. He even taught her about distorted paintings. Her memory was vividly revived. That day which foretold the coming of summer, the events under the oak tree. A distorted painting was a blasphemous painting that was drawn accidentally, and she was told that demons settled down there. By the daughter of the fish, a demon's hideaway can be seen through. The traveler explained that, because she was the daughter of the fish, she could see fairies and was most definitely not a strange child, and he comforted her. "If you know, then this conversation will be quick." When Riz came back to herself, her cheeks were enveloped by two hands. She couldn't move. She had never been touched casually like this by the opposite sex apart from her family. His hands were a bit cold like his eyes. Even though she hadn't been struck, her skin tingled, felt numb, and began to get warm. What was happening to her cheeks? Were they being torn to pieces? "Miss, give yourself to me." "To you?" For a moment she forgot to breathe when she was told that by a serious face. She couldn't believe it, but had she just been confessed to? Even though she was arranged to be married, the word elopement ran about through her mind. If she did such a thing, then Verma would mourn. Her family honor would also be harmed. First of all, why did she have to elope with a man she just met? Did this man fall in love with her at first sight? No way. Your eyes can see through to a demon's hideaway. It can track down the demons that have hidden themselves deep in the colors. Those holy eyes will be useful. Could it be that when you said "give yourself to me," that's just limited to my eyes? Was there any other meaning? After she was asked puzzledly in return, Riz reflexively flung off the man's hands. An exasperated expression was directed at her. "You couldn't have possibly thought that I yearned for you so much I lost my reason and kidnapped you, did you?" "Of course not. I brought you to the art gallery." Thus it is obviously related to paintings. It is clearly for those eyes that can see through hideaways. "I'm certain the conversation wasn't flowing in a way that would give rise to such a foolish misunderstanding either. I thought you had a face that seemed uninterested in love, but, unexpectedly, are you a girl who fantasizes?" Even though she knew this already, this man was, at any rate, outrageous. "You are free to mistake this as a love affair, but please do not expect anything from me." It probably would have been better if he had a ridiculing tone. When he had an indifferent attitude like this, it just induced even more shame. "Wait, John, you said something important just now." Without hesitation, Riz stared at his face. Abandoning her anger, she reflected on John's words. He brought her to the art gallery. Thus, he said that without a doubt. "You led me to this art gallery?" "You're slow." "Who else is there?" She didn't shrink from the flat reply and continued her questions. "How did you get me out of the mansion? Did John personally place her in the carriage? Why did she continue to sleep? What did he tell her family to bring her out? Where was the coachman? What was with the odd silence of the streets?" Questions rose up one after another. They were all things she couldn't understand. More importantly, as with the painting of the nude woman, the late hours of silence is undoubtedly a distorted painting. "Yes?" Her important questions were set aside with the one phrase "more importantly." "Wait, you also know about distorted paintings?" "It is because I know that I am questioning you like this." "John, stop it with those malicious replies." Unable to put up with it any longer, she appealed to him, but he tilted his head. "I have no intentions to be malicious to you, Mississippi. Only, I am wondering why you are asking the obvious." "They're useless questions." It was her first time meeting someone who was worse at carrying on a conversation than her. "It is pointless only to be able to pick out a distorted painting." John pressed a hand against his forehead. "Because it is not certain that a demon has settled in there. There are many more paintings which are in a state of being vacant houses." The conversation steadily progressed and Riz was left confused. "Demons? Vacant houses? It is decisively easier to capture demons when they are lurking in distorted paintings." "John, please. I'm asking you to explain in more detail." "I am doing that now. Distorted paintings are nothing less than the houses of demons. However, it would be expecting too much to say they cannot be discovered. It is the same logic as saying humans inside a house cannot know who is outside. But houses have windows and doors. If they consciously look outside, then they will notice those who are searching for them. Her head hurt from this conversation that was disconnected from reality. On the other hand, she felt a strong uneasiness. The traveler who taught Riz about the existence of distorted paintings also spoke about demon hideaways. At the time it seemed believable, but that was simply a fable. Wasn't it an admonition against possessing inauspicious paintings that seemed to blaspheme God? And calling her the daughter of the fish was also just his concern for Riz, who had to live apart from her family. She must have looked sad. Thinking about it now, maybe at that time she had told a childish lie about seeing fairies to attract the concern of the adults around her. No, she wasn't conscious of telling a lie though. At that time she thought she really could see them. As she grew, the sight of those delusions disappeared. Things like fairies couldn't have existed. Riz tried to avert her eyes from her past self, but remembered the problem of the suspicious fog flowing around the surroundings of the art gallery. That also seemed like an apparition at first glance. However, she could think of many causes. The land was an execution site in the past, so it was something of a different air that even a normal person could feel. Or something was being burned in the vicinity that was giving rise to black smoke. She fervently repeated excuses in her mind. If she didn't, she felt like she would be caught by something terrifying. Miss. Perhaps he sensed that Riz was sinking into her thoughts, because John called out to her in a strong tone, "You shouldn't thoughtlessly make a demon impatient. Such as I am, I intend to treat you with some respect, more or less." "Demon, you say?" He smiled. His words just now seemed to assert that he himself was a demon. Even though she thought that was foolish, she couldn't look away from his eyes. "Your uncle isn't a descendant of the fish, but he appears to have a talent at bringing evil to him. It was by coincidence that I found this art gallery, but I was truly surprised. I could clearly sense the disturbance of the atmosphere." He drew closer to her, as if sliding up to her. The tips of his shoes touched Riz's slippers. "Even without the holy eyes, I could tell that distorted paintings were gathered here. However, as I said earlier, it is meaningless to only be able to pick out a distorted painting. I cannot grasp whether a demon is hiding there or not." John's fingertip lightly raised Riz's chin up. He stroked her as if petting a cat. "And just as I was troubled over what to do, you appeared." Riz began to feel like a moth diving into a fire. In fact, it might have been what she was feeling for him. "Your eyes stopped at the moment of liberation without hesitation." Many who can see through distorted paintings have holy eyes at the same time. Now, won't you take a close look at the moment of liberation and the late hours of silence once more? Are there demons lurking there? Enough with the jokes. Joke. I certainly wouldn't have brought you to the art gallery just to play with you, miss. How he brought her to the art gallery was a mystery, but his story was too unrealistic. Even if she was told to believe that she wouldn't know what to do. Riz was shaken by the voice of denial that surged in her heart. Because of the pain from not being believed by anyone in her past, she became someone who could be believed. Did he also reflect things that did not exist in those eyes, like Riz when she was a child? If you see through all the distorted paintings and show me the traces of demons, then I will kill you gently and tenderly. She was being looked down on, at a distance where their noses would touch, and her body shuddered instinctively. Before she knew it, she had been driven to the wall. His shadow fell onto Riz. The light of the niche lamp was on the other side and, because of that, his face was shadowed in pitch darkness, and yet only those black iron eyes could be seen clearly. They had the pupils of a beast. She must have seen wrong. He wasn't a goat, so there was no way a human could have horizontal pupils. Riz desperately turned her face away and cast her gaze to the ground. There she noticed something else. John's shadow was unnatural. The light extending out from the niche wasn't that strong. Normally, shadows were more indistinct and spread. However, his looked jet black as if it were drawn on a painting. There were other strange points. His shadow fell on the wall in a shape that covered her entire body. However, for some reason, there was a shadow around his shoulders that seemed like wings, which stretched to the left and right. Riz's gaze returned to John's face. Like she thought, his pupils were clearly different from normal humans. And, if it wasn't her imagination, did the shadow of the wings that fell onto the wall just move? No way. You're a demon? Not metaphorically, but the real thing? Did I not just say that? Yes, I am a demon. One with a pedigree at that. Pedigree? It means I was born as a demon. Among us, there are those who exist as former humans and former wildlife. But I would like you not to group me together with such unequal demons. Riz slid down with her back against the wall, while staring at the man's eyes, to sit on the ground as if he were mimicking her action. John also crouched down. He placed both hands on the wall to take away any means to escape from Riz. I will tell you now that persuading a demon with tears won't work. From the moment of being eyed by one, you should be prepared to lose your life. I won't cry. Even though you're so frightened you can't stand? I'm not proud of this, but I collapse if I stand for too long. Collapse. I am undoubtedly a sickly human. I get tired. John's eyes widened at Riz's response. She had a headache from a while ago and it wasn't just because of their bizarre conversation. Ah, I see. Is it the price for having holy eyes? I've heard that descendants of the fish are often people in poor health or albinos. John tilted his head, seemingly troubled, and mumbled to himself. Riz's confusion deepened. Was this a dream or reality? The temporary manager Hein hired was a horrible demon, like the ones that appeared in the Bible and fairy tales. And, in order to have Riz search out distorted paintings, he led her to the art gallery using some sort of power. It was an absurd story, but there were too many inexplicable points to flatly reject it as a dream. Still, she didn't want to accept that it was reality yet. If all of this was true, then what were the days she worked hard to bury her past self for? Riz lightly pinched John's cheek while he thought deeply with a serious expression. The feeling was real. His skin was smooth to the point of making her envious. It made her want to yank it. What? Do you wish to pet me? Was he a dog? He also said this and that about him being a pedigree. The idea was strange. Her entire body suddenly became limp. Her physical health must have worsened. My head hurts. I'm dizzy. This is troubling. Possessing an invalid isn't my specialty. It's not my specialty to be possessed by a demon either. He seemed to be offended. John shook his head lightly and threw off Riz's hand. She would postpone the problem of whether this was a dream or reality. Instead, what should she do to be released from here? Riz thought and then opened a dry mouth. John, did you become a temporary manager because there were many distorted paintings in this gallery? That is the case, but even if you somehow noticed the existence of a distorted painting you can't tell whether or not a demon is lurking there. Yes, you need the so-called holy eyes in order to see through them. Correct, and apparently I have those eyes. Regrettably, after the distorted paintings being exhibited in this art gallery are confirmed by me, you plan to kill me just like that? Of course. She was answered immediately. She should have expected that. It was the feeling she had. But, John, what about afterwards? Afterwards? She hid her fear and looked at him. By nature, she was the type of person who had dead expressions and so, even if she was seriously scared, it shouldn't appear that much on her face. That's why Riz took a bet. Is there a decided number of distorted paintings? Like only 100 being in this country or something? There's no ridiculous rule such as that. Then it's possible there are distorted paintings outside of the ones in this art gallery? Naturally. If you killed me, then wouldn't these eyes be unusable anymore? John, you said you wanted my eyes but you didn't gouge them out on the spot. It's because even if you robbed them, the ability wouldn't become yours, right? John looked all around at Riz's face. Because his expressions were also relatively limited, she couldn't grasp as to whether or not her hypothesis was correct. In the first place, why are you searching for other demons? Gathering friends? Certainly not. The reason then? Why must I tell you that much, miss? Is it an embarrassing reason? No. What an appalling thing to say. He sighed. Riz had been nervous that he would become irritated because of her barrage of questions, but John seemed to have an honest personality. He began to explain with a reluctant appearance. Before, the human I was contracted with was killed by some demon. Because of that, I ended up being left behind above ground in the middle of a contract. Many demons who seek hideaways are ones which humans fail to summon or seal and end up running loose. Were they stray dogs? You mean you're searching for the demon? Yes, they were lurking in a painting my contractor purchased. My contractor decorated their bedroom with it, unaware. Were they killed at that time? Yes. Now the demon has moved to another painting. It appears to be a clever one and has noticed my tracking. Did he want to get revenge because he loved his contractor, or was it because his pride was wounded by someone meddling unnecessarily? Once a demon chooses a painting to possess, they do not move except for on rare occasions. However, there are shrewd demons who repeatedly change residences on a regular basis. Riz understood his reason for looking for distorted paintings. There was no need to find out if it was a problem of revenge or pride. She didn't want to get deeply involved. If the painting you want isn't in this art gallery, you'll search elsewhere, right? I believe it would become that. Although it'd be bothersome, wouldn't it be convenient for there to be holy eyes? You're asking me to let you live. I recommend that you let me live. And what? Should I make you a captive? You don't have to. Why? Do you prefer to be pampered to death like a pet? Maybe because he was a demon, but he sometimes showed strange fixations. However, it'll be a hassle to own and raise a human. He had an annoyed expression. What was with that tone? She was the one who wanted to look annoyed. Riz didn't want to die here. She also wanted to decline from having her mind controlled or being collared. Even though, until now, she had been pessimistic about the weakness of her own body and didn't expect anything from the future. It seemed that her real opinion was different. In the end, she wanted to live. She wanted to become happy. I'll own you, John. How about that? You, miss? I am the daughter of a count. It'll be easy enough to provide for one demon, and my uncle, Hein, is an excellent art dealer. Information on paintings can also be gathered. He faltered, but only for an instant. John stood up easily and swiftly removed the late hours of silence from the wall, also picking up a lamp in the niche, before he crouched in front of Riz again. Allow me to test you. Is there a sense of discomfort in this painting? Yes. Where? You're asking me where? But the answer is the whole thing somehow. His gaze became severe. He was doubting how she might not be in possession of holy eyes. However, John appeared before she could discover the identity of her sense of discomfort. It was inevitable that she couldn't give a clear answer. What are the characteristics of a distorted painting? He changed the question. It looked like he intended to test her thoroughly. Symbols drawn that represent blasphemy. Ones the painter themselves don't notice. Knowing that, you cannot find them? He placed the lamp on the floor and brought the painting closer to Riz's face. A special ability isn't needed to discover symbols. They appear through knowledge, discernment, or insight. In a sense, I think that's a special ability. You're mistaken. Now, cease the chatter and think. He wouldn't let her bide time, and so Riz gave up and concentrated her attention onto the painting. Where was it strange? Even painters should have unforeseen inauspicious symbols. She looked around at the late hours of silence which stood out in the light of the lamp placed on the floor. There was a giant fruit, the bitten part, 3 maidens, a rose, a lily, and a sunflower, an eruption of smoke, dark clouds. What she could find were only things opposite to symbols of blasphemy. Riz closed her eyes and pressed on her eyelids with her index finger and thumb. She opened them again. She had to switch her emotions over and concentrate. Was there any abnormal point in the fruit? Was there an ominous shadow lurking in the smoke? The streaks of light floating on the clouds? The direction of the hook. It was facing up properly. There was no problem there. In that case, was there anything unnatural in the flowers the maidens held? Their expressions? The direction of their gazes? Riz widened her eyes there. You can't see the expressions of the 3 girls clearly? That is merely a problem of technique. It is not a work that demands realism. A casual breakcoat is also the flavor at this work. John shook his head. If you deliberately interpret on that, it means the painter consciously decided that the expression of individuality is unnecessary in this work. It is delineating how they have not drawn an inner world like the ones in paintings of symbolism. He was right. She could feel the artist's intention in this area. Was there anything else that was an inconsistency? Their hair? Correct. An affirmation was immediately returned to her. Riz threw her gaze over to John. He smiled in satisfaction. It was a smile she often saw when this demon was talking about paintings. She was about to become captivated, but hurriedly returned her awareness to the painting. All of the maiden's hairs are wavy. That does not matter. The smile disappeared from his face. Fluster spread through her, but the point of paying attention to the hair wasn't wrong. In that case, the degree of the light. Although you are correct, it doesn't seem like you answered with an understanding. Her cheeks grew hot at being told that in a cold tone. Under the condition of hair, she just hastened to pick up the parts her eyes landed on. He sighed without a warning. Well, your focus is not poor. I shall approve even just on that. Yes, it is the degree of light drawn on the hair of the maidens. He took his eyes off of Riz and faced the painting. Due to the center maiden facing towards the front, we cannot see much of her hair. However, the two to the left and right have boldly streaming hair, as if they were dancers. So the hair is fluttering beyond the body's natural movement. It seems that the painter has consciously drawn it dynamically on that point. Was it an element that supported the world of the work, or was it within the range of the artist's individuality? If a mistake was made in the selection of those, then trash could be interchanged with a masterpiece and a masterpiece interchanged with trash. The quality of a painting wasn't decided only on an artist's talent. The judgment of appreciators could change the value. However, that consciousness appears to have made an unconscious symbol. John pointed to the hair of the maiden on the left. Place your attention here. On the gloss of the hair, the light goes from the top left to the bottom right. Next, he pointed at the maiden on the right. Here it goes from the top right to the bottom left. Finally, he pointed at the center maiden. This maiden is holding a sunflower at her chest. Incidentally, this painter appears to be overflowing with a sense of service towards their patron. They have drawn an extraordinarily clear sign of salvation. The sunflower is facing the front so that appreciators can pick out hope. Although the painter's ulterior motives towards the simple aristocrats who were crazy about the arts was understood completely, Riz still thought it wasn't a bad composition. This was much more useful than a painter who fixated on things beyond their own skills. Now, you must have noticed it already, yes? Riz was shocked when she was urged to make an attempt. The diagonal light drawn on the hair of the maidens and the sunflower? She wondered what meaning those held. Covering her mouth, she sunk into thought. Light entering diagonally. Did it represent a sword? Then what about the sunflower? No. Did these several symbols combine to create a new interpretation? Maybe even the colors were also related. Riz plunged into the depths of her thoughts. The inside of her mind transformed into a spiraling labyrinth. Numerous paintings pulled on a string, like a spider, and moved up and down. Which one was the painting where the answer was drawn? All of them were misses. Was there a correct one? Hurry, hurry, discover it, unravel it, and then make this man speechless and smile at the same time. She startled when she realized she was holding such strong emotions at this moment. Do you still not understand? Wait, Riz answered while hurrying. She wondered what she was doing by losing her mind when she was in the middle of searching for a solution to the symbols. Didn't it sound like she wanted to be recognized by John? It was only because this man spoke about paintings seriously and it made her feel like she found the kindred soul. There weren't any dishonest feelings. To think you do not know, even though you are the daughter of the fish. Symbology in paintings is basically treated as a secret and you can't get an opportunity to learn unless you join a studio as an apprentice. Fish? Riz was caught on his words. She looked around at the painting. There wasn't a fish drawn on this painting. However, the light in the left maiden's hair was going from the top left to the bottom right. The maiden on the right side was top right to the bottom left. In the center was the sunflower. At chest position, it was in a place slightly lower than the left and right lights. The moment she understood that the answer fell into her palm. Taurus. It was a symbol of the bull, the right and left light entering diagonally and the sunflower arranged in the center. A circle. If it was just a symbol of the constellation, then it definitely wasn't a bad meaning. Rather, it should lead to a holy interpretation. However, because the maiden's hairs were wavy, the parts of the light that made the horns, the lines of the left and right light drawn on the hair was twisting and turning a bit. That twist could also be seen as drawing the horns like a spiral. With that, the interpretation changed completely. Goosebumps erupted. The false purity was stripped off. It becomes a symbol of the devil. How about that? Riz stared at the man. John had an indifferent smile, even though she had expected a bit of praise. Correct. And, what else? What else? If you do not expose everything, you cannot find the traces of a demon. There was still more. Think of the blasphemy symbols drawn in distorted paintings to be a key that opens the door of a hideaway. Her cheeks felt like they were about to spasm, but there she suddenly remembered the painting of the nude woman in the afternoon. The moment of liberation. Could it be that the blasphemy symbols drawn in the moment of liberation were all revealed? Yes, so the door opened. And the sheep's eyes moved? Moved? The sheep's eyes? John's eyes sharpened. Truly? Really? Then, as I thought, a demon settled in that painting. His cheeks were flushed faintly. It seemed like he was pleased. Well done, miss. John suddenly patted Riz's head, and then that hand immediately left. For a moment she was taken aback, but then a wave of embarrassment and fluster descended on her in a single swoop. To stroke the head of a woman, waiting to get married, like a child wasn't something a gentleman should do. And yet her cheeks were hot when she deciphered the emotions turning round and round in her, as she did the symbols. They meant, happiness? Is the other side looking over here as well? At the same time as John stood there was the sound of something tearing from a nearby place. Wasn't that around the place where Wednesday paintings decorated the walls? Because it was past the point where the passage turned from Riz's position, she couldn't tell what was going on there. I see, it broke out from the canvas. What did? Obviously a demon. Miss, remain here. He was about to leave behind the sitting Riz, but at that time, from around the corner of the passage, something came running. Riz turned her eyes to it and then became dazed. A monster with 3 heads beside each other, sort of like a ghastly black sheep, appeared. Its arms and legs resembled those of pigs. Its long tail was like a horse. What was this? It wasn't a real animal. It was surely just someone masquerading as something. The black sheep glared at Riz and John with bloodshot eyes and roared. She was frightened by that animal cry which couldn't be imitated by humans. It wasn't a costume. John promptly observed the black sheep and then muttered wrong as if displeased. Wrong? It is not the demon I am searching for. Huh, what are you going to do about that then? It's looking at us. I have no interest. She was answered immediately. It's going to attack us, right? How about being eaten? If you don't want that, then struggle. Exterminate it. Riz pointed at the black sheep with all her might and screamed. John, exterminate it. Quickly. How long had it been since she was this loud? Thanks to that the blood rushed to her head and made her dizzy. Riz's voice seemed to become the trigger and the black sheep charged over here. Why me? John frowned and then let out a sigh as if he were annoyed. But then, quite unexpectedly, he leisurely took out one of the pocket watches fitted on his jacket for some reason. Disregarding Riz, who was looking up at him dumbfounded, he opened the lid of the watch. Riz was about to ask why he was checking the time in this situation when her breath caught. From the watch, small parts such as gears and screws rose up into the air. There they rotated in the air and became enormous. All the parts were rusted and dingy. The parts flew about like insects, and then what was completed at the end of their combination was a mechanical skeleton knight. In both hands it lowered a rusted sword made in the same way as its body. The skeleton knight, as its joints creaked, vigorously cleaved down at the black sheep which leapt over. When it was being sliced without mercy twice, thrice, the black sheep couldn't bear it and raised a violent cry. It countered undauntedly and bit the arm of the skeleton knight. Riz was almost about to gasp. The part the black sheep bit. The area below the skeleton knight's elbow was crumbling. A screw around the size of Riz's pinky nail even flew over to her side. However, even if it lost a single arm, the skeleton knight did not stop. It expertly dodged the black sheep's attack in the narrow passage and drove it to the wall. At last it skewered the 3 heads. The black sheep's body was enveloped in flames in an instant. Right after it burned up violently, it disappeared. Ash scattered down and then eventually that too disappeared. It was an affair that lasted mere minutes after the appearance of the black sheep. Riz's mind couldn't catch up with these developments that were disconnected from reality. The fairies and other things the past her had seen were cute compared to this spectacle. Was John Smith really a demon? It wasn't magic in order to surprise her. She desperately wondered if there was an answer that would explain things. By the time she realized it, both her hands were covered in sweat. The skeleton knight turned around while its entire body creaked. Inserted in its left and right eye sockets were gears of different sizes. When the gear that was solid did a brisk revolution, the skeleton knight's body began to disassemble by itself. The parts floated up into the air as they did when they appeared. They became smaller as they flew around, and then those parts were sucked into the pocket watch that John held in his hand. John closed the lid of the watch with a loud snap. Not saying a single word, he returned the pocket watch to his jacket and then turned to face her. "Well, are you serious about owning me?" Those chilly eyes seemed to ask if a small girl like her could make him obey her. There was not a single fragment of kindness held in them. She knew he was thinking about how he could kill her at any time. Riz tried to reply, but she wasn't able to do so. It was like her lips were sewn shut with a thread. It was at this time that she noticed she was still holding onto the painting of the fish. It was crushed because of how hard she was gripping it. A short silence passed. She felt like she could hear the noise of a watch. Tick-tock. The sound of the pocket watch that John possessed shouldn't be echoing this loudly. However, it didn't seem to be an auditory hallucination. "Time's up, I see." He looked down at his own jacket and brought out a pocket watch again. It wasn't the watch that made the skeleton knight appear. It was another one. He had 3 pocket watches hanging on his jacket and vest. Riz stared at John's hand as he opened the lid of the watch. He had masculine and beautiful fingers. The nails were trimmed and his hand was larger than Riz's. That hand had stroked Riz's head earlier and touched her chin. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt like she was staring at something that she shouldn't be. She quickly averted her eyes, but what she saw were the works on the walls shaking in the light of the lamp. Riz's shoulders jerked in her surprise. Each and every one of the paintings adorned on the walls were beginning to fade in color. "Miss, to own a demon requires a great sacrifice. Are you prepared?" Riz returned her gaze to John at his voice. "Do not think you can live an honest life. Do not think you can remain pure. Do not think you can obtain salvation at the last moment." He bent down on one knee in front of Riz, who couldn't stand, and in a dispassionate tone he spoke of terrible promises. "Once you accept a demon, that shadow will cling to you for your entire life." He peered into Riz's face and their gazes entwined. Meanwhile, the paintings on the wall continued to change. They lost even more colors and deteriorated, rotting, and paint peeled off. "However, it is true that I desire those eyes. I can also kill you and take them. But then they would become useless immediately and their ability would degrade considerably." Those eyes without any warmth were appraising Riz's life. If she showed fear, she would be taken advantage of. She knew that. "Miss, I believe it would be your good fortune to die here." People wouldn't express being killed and having their eyes taken as a good fortune. It would be called a tragedy. Finally, her words came out. Maybe Riz's bluff was seen through, because John raised an eyebrow. And since it seemed like his bangs were getting in his way, he casually tucked them behind an ear. "I can consume you right now without any pain, or we can exchange a contract, and on the day your life ends I will consume you while you struggle in intense pain. Which would you prefer? I shall give you a choice." Did he have no plans to kill her normally? No way was she going to be made into food. "If I say no to both of them, you'll experience something much more gruesome." In that case, her answer was obvious. "Let's make a contract. You'll be owned by me." She wondered if he noticed that her voice was shaking. Now that she was at this point, she couldn't lose her nerve. She would get this man. "In exchange, you will support me no matter what happens until I die. If I say it is white, then it is white. If I say it is a clear day, then it is a clear day. Even if it is raining, you won't acknowledge anyone else. I don't need a demon with no strength. You will always be the strongest and cleverest. You will protect me with your life." A pleased smile stretched across his lips, as if he were in front of a painting before an appraisal. Her opponent was a demon. If a sweet proposal such as "we exchanged a contract, but I will respect your will" was said, then it would be her undoing. Without a doubt. She could see that she would be manipulated as he pleased. Even now, after these strict demands, she felt nothing but anxiety. You will not inconvenience me, you will not let me hunger, you will not let me suffer, you will not let me be sad, and you will always prioritize me. You will not turn your head aside. After Riz said this, she thought about how it sounded like a vow of love and her face stiffened. But how could she take that back? Understood. He nodded with an amused look. I shall serve you as if I loved you, my lady. Is that enough? Making such an expression, he caressed Riz's chin. Do you also wish to be doted on? Don't get carried away. I own you, John, so it would be a matter of course for me to be the one to dote on and pamper you. No? Offended, Riz shook off his hand, and then, on the contrary, she stroked his jaw. Because she was desperate to seize the lead, she didn't notice that John's eyes had widened. He laughed out loud, unexpectedly. It didn't take much to make him laugh. Very well, my lady. I will depend on you. There was no one who would say such a thing while looking down their nose like that. But, more importantly, what Riz was worried about was the rapid deterioration of the walls on the left and right. Did it have something to do with the black sheep from before? Or was there another cause? Before she could ask, John suddenly pulled her left earlobe. There was an instant of sharp pain and then she felt heat. We shall end things here. I will come for you after I make preparations. Come for me? What was he talking about? He omitted his explanations too much. From time to time he would advance a conversation on the premise that she already understood the contents. It was a way of talking that was particular to people who were bad conversationalists. An imitation space uses up an ability in its own way. Your physical body is also waking. Could you please explain a little more thorough? She was in the middle of requesting that when her vision shook violently. A white fog spread in her surroundings. It was like white paint diffusing in water. John, what is this? Did another demon appear? No. Calm down. The contours of John's face became vague and then turned to an indistinct shadow. His shadow swayed. It came close and then went far. It was too late. By the time she realized the painting of the fish was pulled out from her arms, she tried to tell him to return it but her voice wouldn't come out. She also couldn't move her hands and feet. Riz noticed that the spreading fog was in her consciousness. She still wanted to talk, yet her eyelids closed naturally. Well then, until later. At the same time as those casual words of farewell came, Riz's consciousness fell into darkness. When Riz woke up, she was lying still in the closet of her room. She jumped up to her feet but was assaulted with a dizziness that made her crouch down. Her body was horribly sluggish. She might have come down with a fever. As she tried to remember everything, she felt her earlobe tingle with heat. John? The name slipped out of her mouth of its own accord. John Smith, the temporary manager of the art gallery. Although he possessed a calm and intellectual atmosphere, he was a man with deplorable conversation. Hadn't she just been together with him? Where was he? Had she been dreaming? That sounded right. There was no way that was reality, because she had been dozing here all this time. It was an outrageous dream. John's true identity was a demon and he was searching for someone to take revenge on. For that objective, he said he needed Riz's eyes. Threatened by a demon, she ended up making a contract. No, if she thought about it carefully, they merely exchanged a verbal promise. Riz thought about how it seemed like she took a very self-assured attitude. She even yelled. They were actions that weren't like her as an introverted person who liked the shade. She was dizzy but, surprisingly, she didn't feel bad. It was strange since she had a terrible dream. Riz cautiously touched her left ear. The heat in her earlobe wouldn't recede. It was the place that was touched by John in the dream. Furthermore, the painting of the fish that should have been here had disappeared. Chapter 3, The Forest of Colors. Several days passed without anything in particular happening. During that time, Riz came down with a fever, was restless, received visits from Hein, and other small events happened. However, she didn't have any dreams of John anymore. When she asked Hein, he told her that John was diligently working at the art gallery. It was somewhat anticlimactic. Riz returned to her normal life after her body recovered. One day, when she was reading an instruction book for ladies, given to her by Verma, in the study on the first floor, the entrance hall suddenly became noisy. lifting her head from her book. She looked over at that presence. It seemed like people were arguing. The voices were Verma and Hein. Riz stood up from her chair and exited the study. Perhaps it was because the personalities of the calm Hein and lively Verma contrasted each other that they got along well, and they interacted with each other more so than their other relatives. It was unusual for them to seriously argue. Going through a corridor decorated with house plants, Riz went to the entrance hall. There were portraits of family members on the walls of the corridor and lavender leaves used as air fresheners. The study was built in the left wing of the mansion, with a sitting room being on this side too. When she arrived at the entrance, Verma and Hein were there as she expected. She thought about greeting Hein, but even an outsider could tell there was a stormy atmosphere between the two. Even the servants and steward waiting at the walls were staring at them with nervous appearances. When Verma noticed Riz standing there, the corner of her eyes tightened. "Riz, go back to your room." Verma couldn't be opposed at times like these. Riz nodded and immediately obeyed. She returned to her room and sat on the couch by the window. As for the reason for the argument, she would ask Hein himself later. Verma was generally the cause. She asked a servant to bring a book for her to read. Riz concentrated on reading for a short while before someone opened Riz's door. A servant would never open her door without permission. Looking over, the person who appeared was her second older sister, Grace. She was a year older than Riz. Inwardly, Riz was puzzled. She didn't have much of a relationship with her two older sisters. And ever since Riz's fiancé was decided upon, Grace had been in a bad mood. She herself also had a night fiancé because he had been ordered to guard the prince who was studying abroad in another country. He was to return to the country 2 years later. The marriage had been postponed until then. As a result, Riz would be married first and she seemed to be angry at that. Grace came up to Riz and stopped with a hand placed on her hip. She was wearing a gorgeous, deep crimson dress. Its lace was conservative, but in exchange there was an ample use of embroidery on the skirt. Riz had a cream-colored dress. Because she hated moving, she chose one where the volume of the skirt was somewhat small. Grace had a figure that was very similar to Riz, but the color of their hair was the exact opposite. Grace had black hair like a night sky. Riz thought it was a beautiful color, but Grace seemed unhappy and was envious of Riz's silver hair. Among the 3 daughters, it was only Grace who didn't inherit Verma's beauty. The expression of having cute features applied more to her. That also might have been a reason that made Grace deliberately shun Riz. However, she was close to their eldest sister. Considering that point, it seemed it wasn't just a matter of appearances. In the end, she must not like Riz's personality. "You don't know anything, yet you're so carefree." The first thing Grace opened with was to criticize Riz. "You leave everything to other people and then just skim the cream off the top." "What are you talking about, sister?" Riz tried to stand up but she was stopped by Grace's intimidating eyes. Her only choice was to sit again. "The art gallery." Grace turned to the side and spat that out in a strong tone. Riz especially loved the profile of this sister of hers. Her long curly hair was also lovely and it made her think of the maidens drawn in fantastical paintings. Even her expressions were full of life. It was much more attractive than her own dead eyes. "Uncle said he was leaving the art gallery to you." "Pardon? Why is our uncle always spoiling you alone?" Due in part to being charmed by Grace's profile, Riz couldn't follow the conversation. Grace returned her face to Riz, who was taken aback, and clicked her tongue. "Stupid child. I'm saying our uncle thought it was sad you were shut up here and so he said he'd make you the owner of the art gallery." And then Mother exploded. "Is that what happened? Is it because this favoritism is natural that you aren't happy? You've been pampered from long ago by our uncle, after all." Grace raised her chin and sneered. "In any case, you're thinking it's because our big sister and I bullied you, right?" "No." That was how Riz replied, but that was probably half correct. It was because of her sister's strong wishes that it was decided for only Riz to live at their grandparents' house when she was young. Her sisters were extremely spooked when they saw Riz speaking to things that weren't seen by anyone, and then Verma became concerned about Riz who was ostracized. This made her sisters push her away even more. It was a vicious circle. Now, she could understand her sister's feelings. Riz had been an obstacle that monopolized Verma. It was their father eventually who decided on Riz recuperating at their grandparents' house. It wasn't that she was unloved, but as the head of the Milton house it was a matter of course to prioritize the tranquility of the healthy older daughters over the sickly one. By the art gallery, do you mean the one in the Aero district? Riz returned the conversation to the original topic. Her sister's abuse would continue if she was left alone. Yes, where else is there one? Other than that, what in the world is Uncle doing too? No way. Did Heinz seriously do something because of her request from before? She wanted him to give up on that ominous building. Even now she thought so, but there was the problem of that dream. It seemed like, while she was troubled over what to do, Hein moved first. I'm to be the art gallery's owner? Don't get conceited. It's not permanent. It's only during the time our uncle goes abroad. Uncle is going overseas again? From time to time Hein would cross over the seas and walk around searching for works of art. There were cases where he would return in about a week, but also others where they would not hear from him for half a year. Riz could read the situation now. Because she was soon to be married, the art gallery could not hand it over to her completely, but at least her wish could be granted for a few months. Was that not Hein's plan? If you're surprised, then be surprised. If you're happy, then be happy. Hey, why don't you react a little? You're not interesting at all. Grace frowned. I'm surprised. Where? That's the part about you that I hate. You're always unconcerned, like we haven't even entered your sight. I don't intend that though. Being unaware makes it even more nasty. I see. If she talked back then she'd only be bullied even more. Riz gave up. When she was young she often hid herself and cried, because it hurt to be ostracized by her sisters. However, now she was able to distinguish clearly how there were things in the world where nothing could be done. Human relationships were a prime example of that. Rather than putting in the effort to be liked by someone who hated her, she wanted to treasure the people who accepted her all the more. To be blunt, Riz thought it was stupid to spare time to those she had stormy relationships with. She would choose to live comfortably, whether or not that would narrow her horizons or limit her friendships. She had a life where she didn't know when she would die, and so she wanted to have meaningful days. Even though, due to this thought being the basis for everything, she thought of her own marriage as a burden. You really aren't cute. It seemed like Grace's expectations were dashed because Riz didn't show a single hurt look. Grace dropped a sigh. I can't settle down when you're in this mansion. Our big sister has married out too. If possible, I'd like to return to our grandparents' mansion. This was the truth. Idiot girl. Grace spoke coldly. You only want to return because you simply don't want to get married. Yes, isn't that a waste of a man on you? I'm not good with dazzling men. An exasperated look was sent to Riz. Do something about that personality. You can only make use of being called a beauty in the present. After you marry, his eyes will be drawn to many things. For a moment, Riz though that would be fine still. She didn't know if she could love a man who was too dazzling. Well, still, no matter how excellent your husband is, there is a bit of a problem with his house. Grace's expression changed and she smiled meaningfully. It looked like she wanted Riz to take a bite. What is the problem? Think on it normally. In the first place, there is no way a man with a promising future like Sir Emil would wish to get married to you when you won't inherit the Milton house. Right, but the other side is eager. Isn't this strange? Who was she angry towards? Grace spoke with a sharp voice. The mistress of the Corrosion house is the second wife. She is also a stage actress who climbed up. Even though she had no experience, she tried her hand at business and it seemed like she built up quite a large amount of debt. I see, so they're trying our assets. Exactly. You're just a source of money. Riz didn't know the amount of the debt, but it must have been pocket money to the Milton house. If not, then Verma wouldn't have chosen Emil. Grace herself might have realized their mother's thoughts. Did she come to reveal the true state of affairs to make Riz anxious? If you look at it in the long run, it will be Sir Emil who will lose out. Sister. Why? Because I can't imagine myself 5 years later. Grace had a puzzled expression that said she didn't understand the meaning. After they stared at each other, it seemed like she was able to understand. Grace looked down, clasped her hands, and pressed her lips into a fine line. It was an expression that was holding in anger. However, Grace didn't spit it out. Anyway, right now it's about the art gallery matter. Mother is greatly opposed to it. Riz was relieved when the topic changed. Mother won't approve of that, will she? That's right. A child like you, knowing nothing of the world, wouldn't be able to manage it. That was the same reason Riz thought Verma was overprotective. But I don't want you here. Grace talked quickly. So, just for this time, I'm going to help Uncle. Help, don't misunderstand, because I'm not on your side. I hate you so much I don't even want to see your face, is completely what Riz thought she wanted to say, but this conversation betrayed Riz's expectation. I don't understand what you're saying. Guess, I'm telling you to get out from the shade a little and toil under the sun. I don't like the sun. I'm telling you to go to the art gallery. To think you'd drive me out of the mansion at last with force. What did you say? That was a joke. Sister, on top of being hard to understand, your insults are cutthroat, but could you possibly be going soft for me right now? Are you insane? Have you been listening to me? Grace's face twisted with deep disgust, but the corner of her eyes were a faint red. Go outside and return to being a human. Don't just stay cooped up in the mansion staring at those depressing paintings. I am a human by nature. Besides, I think there are only paintings in the art gallery. Don't talk back, okay? Riz was surprised, much more so than when she heard about the art gallery. What's wrong, sister? What? A kind big sister is scary. Are you an imposter? I've told you already that I hate how you say those things with that blank look. For a kind person to treat you kindly is a matter of course, and so it gets taken in stride, but when a terrible person suddenly becomes kind, that difference from their normal attitude really gets you in the heart, doesn't it? I'm feeling that. Even though Riz was complimenting her, Grace growled lowly like a beast. She glared at Riz as hard as she could and then left the room with rough footsteps. Riz looked absently in the direction Grace left, feeling like a storm had passed. Even though she felt like she had been pretty abused, wasn't Grace trying to say that she was going to lend Riz a helping hand? Moreover, when she entered the room, she didn't make Riz stand. Grace always stopped her. Riz had thought this was so Grace could look down on her, but perhaps that wasn't the case and she was being considerate of Riz's body. Humans couldn't change immediately. In the end, Riz wanted to treasure the people she loved more over breaking her heart for people who disliked her, but maybe it was good to try working hard for about 30 minutes of a day. That was what Riz thought. It was unclear as to what method Grace used, but she seemed to have succeeded in pacifying Verma, who had been arguing with Hein in the entrance hall. Verma appeared in Riz's room with a sour expression after what seemed like an hour since Grace left. Riz, I need to speak to you. Okay, Mother. Riz sat beside Verma on a couch, her mother placed a warm hand on her knee. Strangely enough, when she was beside Verma, even the cold room became softer, as if a light were turned on. Riz stared at the beauty that was once praised as the flower of high society. Verma's hair was the same color as Riz, but her eyes were the bright blue of a summer sky. There is no mistaking that this was your plan. No, I mean just now, you saw that Hein came. Yes? He's still downstairs too. I wonder if you've heard about it from Hein. The matter about the owner of the art gallery. Art gallery? What are you talking about? In any case, Riz tried to feign ignorance. Verma's expression became even more stern, but Riz ignored that. You see, it's a sudden story, but that boy said he was going to be heading to Sora country for several months. That there was a massive auction market related to the fine arts being held over there. Oh, how wonderful. During his absence, he said he would like to entrust his art gallery to someone he could trust. Because it's a building he just purchased, it seems like he doesn't want to let it go right away. However, if no one is placed there, then someone might break in, right? Yes, that's right. So, Riz, I would like you to refuse by all means, but Hein said he would like you to accept the art gallery for a short while. Oh my, an inexperienced person like me managing the art gallery? I'll do it. Just to be safe. Riz placed both hands on her mouth and took a ladylike pose, but it was futile. Show a little more hesitation. Her cheeks were pinched by an angry Verma with both hands. You're a child I can't drop my guard with. Just who exactly do you take after? I wonder. After Riz tried to point at Verma in silence, she was pinched even tighter and it almost felt like her cheeks were going to be bent the other way. Her mother was strong. In the first place, when did you get Grace to be on your side? No. I'm also confused about that. She suddenly became soft on me. Verma furrowed her brows deeply and pressed a hand to her forehead. Why are my daughters all children who have one or two peculiarities? Perhaps Grace, in her own way, regrets how she came to bully you. She took her hand off her forehead and pierced Riz with her blue eyes. Riz, asking you to understand that girl's feelings would be too insensitive. However, if there are 10 people then there are 10 hearts. Even in a family, you cannot understand someone from 1 to 100. Yes, mother, that girl's feelings are more immature than yours. I'm truly grateful for how you let her insults pass, even when you're hit with them. But I'm also apologetic. It's all right. I understand that it's not like you aren't hurt by it. If you cautioned my big sister, mother, then she would hate me even more. So you just watched over us, right? No, Riz, that girl doesn't hate you. Honestly, Riz wondered about that. There were times Grace cared, but the time Grace hated her was longer. Wasn't that the case? Isn't my sister flustered after I came back to this mansion about how I might steal my sister's place again? Verma looked sad. You're right. Yes, that may be the case. But, Riz, that's not all. Verma held Riz's hand. It was I, your mother, who called you back to the capital because I wanted to find you a good partner. However, Grace also wanted to see you. When Riz reflexively said no way, Verma hung her head. That child is also flustered because, with your marriage being settled, she believes she's running out of time to fill up the chasm between you two. Verma's fingers pressed down harder around Riz's hand. Grace is the most contrary person in the Milton family. She's not jealous towards you, but towards your fiancé. Aren't you mistaken? When she was small she seriously pushed you away, but now that child boasts about you to everyone. My sister does. I believe it was an event that happened just half a year ago, before you returned here. Grace's friends were invited to a tea party. At that time, those ladies saw your portrait which decorated the corridor and they compared yours and Grace's appearance without ill will. Riz felt like there was sand stuffed into her mouth. Grace hated her own appearance and she especially hated being compared to Riz. If you're a young lady around that age then everyone will care, even a little, about their personal appearance, so that's precisely why I think that topic needs to be treated with care. And yet to talk about that lightly, in addition to compare, is an act that can only be said to have a lot of ill will. I think it's best to keep those worthless people away from my big sister. Riz, don't be upset without expression. Calm down. Verma showed a gentle look. Don't worry, that child wasn't hurt. Wasn't she just acting like she wasn't hurt? I thought so as well and was about to jump out from the shadow of the door, but... Shadow of the door? Mother, could you have possibly been peeping on my sister and her friends from some room? Of course, no. Anyway, putting aside your mother, Grace replied, the real thing is more beautiful than this picture. Easily. She also said you were the cleverest and the most beautiful of the Milton family. Riz caught her breath. Her sister said that? Was Emil's information told to her not out of harassment but as a warning? Her sister's kindness was too warped. Grace is contrary. You are a bundle of trouble pretending to be reserved. My oldest girl is a spendthrift, and my son has wanderlust, but you are all my treasures. Mother, I don't feel complimented. That wasn't supposed to be a compliment. But I still love you all. Verma asserted this. I understand, Mother. To summarize, the story you've been telling me with a neat expression was also told to you by Grace, where everything was bundled up as she liked. For a long time, I've bullied Riz, but I really regret that. So before she gets married, please give her freedom, Mother. Please grant the helpless and innocent Riz her selfish wish. Is what was said, and you were deeply moved and carried away by that. Afterwards, you noticed my sister's scheme, regretted it, and came to me, roused to set me up. Did everything match up? Dear child, is this the first thing you say after listening to your mother's words just now? What a waste of being deeply moved. Riz's cheeks were pinched again. It hurt even more than before. As Verma stood up like that, Riz also got up, losing to the pain. Listen well, Riz. I will not permit you to stay in the art gallery all day long. You will still be living in this mansion and you will also take your meals here. In the morning, as we have been doing, you will be training for marriage with me. Don't look away. If you think you feel even a little strange, then come back immediately. Also, you will be taking maids along with you. No exception. Mother, there is also a manager at the art gallery, so I will be fine. Verma ignored her. Now, Hein is waiting for you below. Verma continued to mutter complaints under her breath until they reached the entrance, such as how crazy it was to have an art gallery in a dangerous place like that, or how she should perhaps set fire to it. Riz thought on how there was no mistake their mother was the cause of the peculiarities of the three girls and eldest son. Riz left the house at once along with her uncle, Hein, who had been waiting in the entrance. Two maids kept close under Verma's instructions, but nothing could be done about that. Even though you're called the owner, John is responsible for all the management, reception, and organization, so you don't need to do anything, Riz. Hein said this mischievously as they climbed into the waiting carriage. The two maids were in a carriage behind them. You understand me well, uncle. When Riz expressed her thanks, he burst into laughter. Yes, for as long as time permits, you can shut yourself in the storehouse and stare at paintings as much as you want. That place doubles as an art studio, so you can make an effort in your studies, uncle. Thank you. Although she was still troubled over how she would separate her uncle from the art gallery that was surrounded by that suspicious fog, she was honestly grateful for this result. She hoped she could remove the cause of that sinister presence before Hein returned home. No, Riz, you don't have to be so meek. You probably heard this from my sister, but it's true, an auction market will open in Sora country. I see. John told me that though. John did? Riz was surprised. He is also well informed about foreign countries and has an eye for discovering buried talent. That's a reliable young man. Yes, Riz sunk into thought while making acknowledging noises as Hein talked on happily. Was this timing a coincidence? After the day Riz had her inexplicable dream, her health had collapsed a little. It was only yesterday that she was able to get up. As time passed, she started to think it had been nothing more than just a dream. But she hadn't found her painting of the fish yet. The servants had been asked to search throughout the mansion. If she met John directly, would the truth be made clear? Unlike last time, they went towards the art gallery without changing carriages. The one they were riding now wasn't a carriage used by the mansion. When she asked Hein why, he told her that an old carriage was purchased so that they didn't have to bother with changing them. Finding out that this was also John's suggestion made Riz strengthen her suspicion. After a while, the carriage arrived at the art gallery. There was an abnormal fog that filled the area, but Hein and the maids didn't seem to notice. A single man stood in front of the art gallery. It was John. Did you come to welcome us? Hein approached him with a smile and spoke. Yes, Mr. Hein. John also showed a smile and answered. He was also dressed completely in black today, but the shape of his collar and tie was slightly different. The 3 pocket watches had no change from before. Riz was a little irritated at him when he didn't look over even once. John and Hein walked towards the entrance of the art gallery beside each other. Riz and the others followed them. When they entered the lobby, John suddenly turned around. The eyes behind those glasses faced the maids who were standing in attendance at Riz's back. Following that, Riz turned around and saw that her maids seemed somewhat strange. Hein also seemed to notice that and was surprised. What's wrong? Did you two get sick from the carriage? No, not at all. My head hurts suddenly. John spoke gently to the ashamed maids. Is it not better to return to the mansion and rest? It is likely the art gallery's air. I believe the smell of pigment does not fit with their constitution. Ah, I see. Occasionally, there are people who feel sick from the smell of paint. Hein nodded with comprehension. But this is troubling. I cannot let these women return alone. Riz, you should also go back to the mansion. Please entrust the ladies' care to me. Today, John was throwing a lavish banquet of smiles. Hein blinked as if he was enthralled. The maids, who were holding their foreheads, also stared at John vacantly. There was no life in their eyes. This lady appears to love the art gallery very much. Do you not think it would be sad for her to return to the mansion after merely arriving? But John brought his face closer to the hesitating Hein. For my lady to arrive here means the matter of her being the owner was permitted, does it not? Yes, that's right. My sister, Verma. I didn't think this girl's mother would approve. Then I believe it would be best for my lady to accustom herself with the art gallery as soon as possible. Of course, I will assume responsibility and escort her home when it comes time. Hein hemmed and hawed, conflicted, and so John showed an even larger smile. Please be at ease. My lady will never be in any danger. Since I am here. Hein's expression softened at those words that had no guarantee anywhere. You're right. It's safe if you're here. Mr. Hein, you may escort the maids. I'll do that. Riz. I'll see you later. Riz, who had been dumbfounded by their conversation, came back to her senses. Uncle, wait. Riz, don't worry. You can trust him. This was strange no matter how she thought about it. Hein was obeying everything obediently. He had a gentle personality, but he wasn't naive enough to trust in another person to this extent. It was also unnatural for the health of the maids to suddenly collapse. Riz's room also smelled of pigments, but the maids were still all right. She couldn't be convinced that they couldn't stand it now at this time. Could they have been placed under a suggestion? She glared at John. However, he flawlessly ignored Riz's eyes, perhaps so that she wouldn't have needless questions. He quickly put Hein and the maids on the carriage and turned them away back to the mansion. It was a splendid skill. Riz saw them off and then turned stern eyes to John again. Was it your doing that made the maids suddenly feel sick? I wonder. Don't dodge the question. My uncle was also quite obedient. Leaving the management of the art gallery entirely to you, making me the owner, all of that was your work, right? Did you control my uncle's mind? Oh, what? That was simply a light suggestion. Rest assured there are no side effects, he answered with an unruffled expression. He wasn't shy about it at all. The problem isn't about whether there are side effects or not. Don't manipulate people's minds. If you honestly felt displeased about my actions, then should you not have complained before I placed them in the carriage? Riz grit her teeth in opposition. The reason she saw them off while suspecting that it was John's work was because she wanted to talk alone with him, about the dream and her painting of the fish. It would be best if she had just imagined everything. If that was nothing more than a dream, John was a normal human, and that her painting just went missing because of her own negligence. She had this faint hope, but now she was convinced John was a demon. Also, that what happened wasn't a dream and that it had occurred in reality. Looking again at the carriage Hein and the others were riding, Riz noticed something. It was the same carriage as the one she rode in her dream. Hein had said that John was the one who suggested purchasing an old carriage. Humans are vexing. It's tiring to need to put on a public face of being just for every trivial setting. John let out an annoyed sigh. Now then, my lady, let us go searching for distorted paintings. As if he switched over his mood, he spoke in a pleased voice and fixed the position of his glasses with a hand. Then he turned to walk to the passages. Riz didn't move and continued to stand still in her spot. John noticed that she wasn't following and returned with a puzzled look. What are you doing? You can't possibly want me to pick you up? No. They stared at each other for a short time. Then you want me to apologize for the matter of the suggestions earlier? I refuse. In truth, she had thought about that a little, but it was an absurd story to request a demon to respect a human's common sense. Riz held out a hand to hide how she was holding back a sigh. John looked down at it with suspicious eyes. Hand. It is nothing but a hand. What exactly is this? Was the expression he had. John, you're a demon? It is late to ask that. Are you still half asleep, my lady? I am clearly a demon. There was no hesitation. It made her seem like an idiot for doubting. You made a contract with me, and what about that? Give me your hand then. Are you going to cut it off? No. What was he saying with a straight face? If you're owned by me, then I'd like you to act in a way that's more like that. More like that? A gentleman would escort her. Maybe in his own way he was doing his best, but his actions and words were strange here and there. Her broad-minded uncle, Hein, seemed to overlook things to a certain extent, but if her overprotective mother, Verma, were to see this, then she could be banned from coming and going to the art gallery. I am the daughter of an Earl, so, when outside, I want you to treat me like that. I see, so a servant through and through. He didn't have to be a servant, she just wanted to him act like a normal gentleman. Is what she thought, but him being a servant might be more convenient. Since it didn't seem like his mood was harmed, she decided to leave this misunderstanding alone. John kneeled on the spot, took Riz's hand, and dropped a light kiss. There was no change in his expression, but she felt a presence as if he were saying, "How was that?" He didn't need to kneel, and she just wanted him to take her hand and walk, but pointing out his mistakes became tiring. Basically, she was too lazy. In any case, as a reward she scratched him under the chin. Riz was reminded of the hunting dog that was raised at her grandparents' house. It was clever and very attached to Riz. John rose up, fixed his collar with a fingertip, and then started walking. It seemed like the thought of taking her hand didn't occur to him. It would be fine for her to train him in time. Riz pitched that thought. This time she followed after John into the passages. However, she wanted to settle things first over searching for distorted paintings. "John, I want to go to the storehouse first, and I want to talk about the future." John, who was walking ahead of her, turned round and stopped. He crossed his arms like he was thinking a little. His appearance fit very well with the art gallery. "Very well. For the time being, my lady is this art gallery's owner." "Well, the majority of the work will be done by me though." He said one word too many. But could a demon manage an art gallery? "John, will you be all right? My uncle, Hein, won't be coming back for several months. If you don't sell a single painting in that time, then you'll definitely be thought of as suspicious." "There won't be any issues. I'll just put a suggestion on any of those nobles and have them buy." "Stop it. I do not think there's much difference between a suggestion and using the art of swindling though. Both result in selling things at high prices. Don't call it swindling." "Why?" "Suggestions, in a sense, are like compulsions. The other person has no choice but to accept. But in the case of being good at talking, you aren't taking over a person's consciousness. You're just making good use of words, putting them in a pleasant mood, and casually fanning their desire to buy. The responsibility is ultimately on the person themselves." "Do you mean a legitimate swindle that is as close to being illegal as possible? That full responsibility is on the other person, no matter what happens? I've told you to please stop calling it swindling." They entered the storehouse that was set in the middle of the passages while having this conversation. It was a larger room than she had imagined. There were dark brown shelves on the walls to the left and right with canvas and other materials put away on them. There was a large cabinet against the back wall, and there different sorts of pigments and brushes were lined up. In the center was a large work table, a round stool, and an easel to be used within a room. Various documents and tools were piled on top of the work table. A panel painting was placed on the easel, and Riz took a peek out of curiosity, but an incomprehensible abstract painting was drawn. No matter how favorable of a perspective she looked at it from, it was terrible. Not pursuing it any further, Riz sat down on the stool. John came beside her and leaned against the work table. "Customers do not pass through here. Your uncle basically used this only as a storehouse. He also didn't stay long in the art gallery except for when a patron came. Then, originally, you did most of the work, John?" "Yes. The person who was previously employed was a hindrance, and so I had him quit." So, like she thought, that was the real story. "It can't be that you killed them? Could you stop speaking about me as if I were a murderer?" He had a displeased expression. "Despite being a demon, I am not a beast, and so I will not indiscriminately kill people. Furthermore, I am presently hiding in the human world as an appraiser. Why would I go out of my way to take noticeable actions?" "Did you cast a suggestion on your predecessor, like on my uncle and the others?" "Precisely. That was more than inhuman enough of an action. Don't put a suggestion on good people." "John, are you telling me to beat them until they listen?" "No, do something with words." Swindling then." "Stop it with the swindling." She wanted to tell him off, but the demon seemed to have learned from their earlier exchange and quickly changed the topic. "I don't dislike managing the art gallery. I am confident that I can operate it better than you, so you may entrust this to me. Honestly, John was an intelligent and genteel young man just from his looks, yet his manner of speaking was devastatingly outrageous. My lady's duties is to look for distorted paintings for me. I know. Riz nodded with reluctance. John, do you know why the air around the art gallery is stagnant? I am the cause. What about it? Riz was dumbfounded at that unexpected answer. You're the cause? I buried accessories that were blasphemous in the surrounding grounds. Riz wanted to scream when she was given that explanation calmly. What had been the point of her being troubled up to now? Why would you do that? It should be obvious. It was to gather more distorted paintings. If Mr. Hine was stained with this miasma, he would find distorted paintings even easier. I understand. I will dispose of those accessories today. John said that helplessly after seeing Riz's face. He was an utterly outrageous demon. She adjusted the way she was sitting and then realized she forgot to confirm an important thing. It was because she kept on being dragged into John's pace. Do you know about my painting? The painting of the fish I was holding when I met you. That already belongs to me. You? I took it as a substitute of our contract. That painting became proof of our contract, isn't it? Don't answer so flippantly. I'm saying it is. So isn't that enough? It isn't because you just wanted it? You're persistent, my lady. Those chilly words were tossed at her. It was absolutely suspicious. He said he was involved with paintings for revenge, but didn't this demon also have the qualities of a collector? He was animated when it came to talking about paintings. Were all demons lovers of paintings? Or was he influenced by someone else? What kind of person was your previous contractor, John? An incurable good-for-nothing old man. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Maybe thinking she didn't hear him, John repeated a good-for-nothing old man once more. His outward appearance was terribly good. His speech and manners was also courteous and he was praised by everyone as being a sincere person, but he was outrageous. In private, he had a dirty mouth, was sly, and was distrustful. However, his knowledge concerning the fine arts was plentiful and his passion was also real. I understand so many things now. It resembled John's characteristics. His appearance was wonderful and he generally spoke courteously, but he would suddenly become sloppy. He uttered many things that lacked common sense, but he was well versed in paintings. There was no doubt he was greatly influenced by his previous contractor. This could also be said of my lady, but, for whatever reason, a human who wishes to contract a demon is not normal. That itself is something like a distorted painting. Those words that were released with indifference unexpectedly gouged deeply at Riz's heart. That may have been the case. Regardless of whether they valued their lives, or were doing it for a loved one, decent people wouldn't take a demon's hand. Any other questions? Putting a lid on her dark emotions, she looked at John. Will my uncle and the maids who had suggestions put on them really be all right? One of the maids in particular is serious and deeply religious. Will the suggestion have any effect on her consciousness? None. I guarantee this. The suggestions earlier were nothing more than a temporary distraction. John threw his gaze into the air as if he were choosing his words. What you're most concerned about must be the point is being put under a suggestion by a demon, itself a considerable betrayal to God. It's bothersome to explain, so I will tell you the conclusion only. First, there is also no problems there, but if, for example, their purity was to be scattered, then God's forgiveness will be given. It was a strange feeling to be told about God's way of love by a demon, but for now she nodded. Just in case, she would sprinkle holy water on them later and have them go to a church. The issue with the fog drifting around the art gallery was also solved, although it still seemed to be on the level of a verbal promise. But, for the time being, she was bound in a contractual relationship with John. She also didn't have to worry about Hein going mad from the fog. The last remaining problem was about herself. Riz proposed a contract because she didn't want to die, but she was someone who was to be married one of these days. Was it all right for her to make vows of love to God while being possessed by a demon? Would this not inconvenience her fiancé as well? It wasn't an engagement she desired, but her mother, Verma, was eagerly hoping for it. It would be hard to refuse without a very good reason. Riz didn't trust this demon. Her interests just happened to be in agreement. It must be the same for him too. She needed to cut off her relationship with this demon somehow before the day of her marriage. So then, John, I want to confirm things about the contract with you. Can we change the contents of the contract? Change? I told you to support me until I die, but I want to take that back. Is it okay to have the contract period be until you find the demon you want to take revenge on? I wanted a contract with you, John, to protect my own life. As compensation, I would help with your search for demons lurking in distorted paintings. Right? It hinted at being in equal positions to the end. A ruthless color appeared in his eyes behind his glasses. Throw away those overly optimistic thoughts. Did you forget my warnings? You have been involved with me and the contract has already been established. If you are trying to twist that, then you will not remain safe. Established, just by handing over the painting of the fish. Rather than handing over, it was more like it became his at some point in time. She didn't think that involved the contract. It was just John wanting to add it to his collection. You misunderstand. I carved my emblem into your ear. Do you not remember even that? Riz unconsciously pressed on her left ear. He had pulled on her earlobe in the dream. At that time, she felt a sharp pain and then heat. That was the contract? Then, John, what are you going to do after you find the demon you want revenge on? What he sought in Riz was her eyes that could see through to demons hiding in distorted paintings. They would become unnecessary when his goal was achieved. However, John had an exasperated look. I will clearly continue to collect distorted paintings. Why, you ask? Then why do humans eat? John, are you saying that, for you, collecting distorted paintings is as important as eating? Riz felt like she was going to be overwhelmed for the rest of her life. Could she get married without any problems? It's not just because you want to collect paintings you love over revenge, right? Who said you couldn't combine hobbies with profits? John said this coldly and then grabbed Riz's arm and pulled her up from the stool. Now, my lady, move. We are to examine the paintings in this art gallery. Wait a moment. Let me rest some more. It was probably because she was nervous until she came here that her chest hurt a little. However, John pulled Riz's hand and exited the storehouse room. This demon was a slave driver. At present, there are 238 paintings being displayed in this art gallery. That many? Rough sketches have also been included. Oil paintings count for the majority while there are less than 20 watercolor paintings. Because a single artist sends many pieces, the number is great. Mr. Hines said that over half are works of up-and-coming artists. But there are many works of master painters displayed as centerpieces. No masterpieces means no publicity. Yes, Mr. Hine looks dull, but surprisingly he appears to be capable. Perhaps, conversely, it is good to be seen as harmless. He may be suited to being a swindler. If only he didn't say these last words. Riz surreptitiously furrowed her brows. In the meantime, we still have yet to conclude our appraisal of the late hours of silence. We were interrupted by a low-class demon in the middle of it. Shall we begin with verifying it? All right. She gave up on a break. Riz walked beside him towards where the late hours of silence was adorned. What happened to the moment of liberation after all that? I have taken custody of it so that no other demon will conceal themselves there. I told the painter that I wanted the painting immediately and obtained permission to cancel its exhibition. In this regard, she could only turn a blind eye to a suggestion being put on the painter. The truth couldn't be told to them and it couldn't continue to be exhibited. Incidentally, my lady, why don't you obtain the degree of being an appraiser with this opportunity? Me? The title of being a painting restorer is limited to men, but the exam for an appraiser can be taken even as a woman. Of course, it will be a challenge. However, with my guidance, Master John, I place myself in your care. You jumped right on. I see. To acquire techniques, there was no other choice than to take on a religious vocation or be an apprentice at a studio somewhere. Originally, either degrees were things only obtained by monks. However, the world changed. At the end of numerous sacrifices brought on by war, the world of art bloomed. Even women began to learn the techniques of painting, although they weren't permitted to do religious paintings or portrait paintings. But for Riz, who would be sick in bed after just pushing herself a little too hard, entering a studio or training at a church would be difficult. Her dream, which she had been forced to cast away, had come back into her hands. Her heart was beating hard enough to feel pain. "Even if you look at me with such feverish eyes, my lady." "John, I'm so happy my vision is spinning." Riz felt dizzy and then collapsed. Riz had a happy dream. It was a dream where she was wholeheartedly painting a mural, not obsessing over technique. Riz moved her hand boldly. Red trees, blue trees, white trees. The leaves were multicolored like a rainbow. A young girl played a harp in this forest of colors. It was that kind of composition. Riz was called by someone and she turned around. Then she gave a heartfelt smile, with her dreams, to that person. Chapter 4, A Sincere Purple. It had been a week since she began going to and from the art gallery. On the first day, when Riz had collapsed, John seemed to understand something and became a very naggy demon. The run-down carriage used for picking her up and dropping her off also changed overnight. Its outward appearance was still old, but its insides were brand new. There were plentiful cushions and it was even equipped with a blanket. Tonics were also present. John's attendant act didn't stop with just that. From the carriage to the mansion or the short distance to the art gallery, she was lifted up and carried the entire way. There was no sweet atmosphere at all. It was all done indifferently, as if it were obligatory. Riz felt like dying the moment Verma saw her like that. At first, Verma was annoyed about how the maids and Hein returned to the mansion after leaving Riz behind. Then Riz came home in the evening, and she was in John's arms at that time too. Verma, when she came out to greet them, was clearly frowning. It appeared that she was worried. On the point of a young man touching her unmarried daughter. Naturally, she was wary of John, but when she learned of his identity she changed her attitude quickly. It wasn't that John cast a suggestion. He had a reliable social status that a naughty Socrates could believe in. The good-for-nothing old man John was contracted to before was the former bishop, Petron, of the Royal Seventh Church, and who was praised as a messenger of virtue. He was someone who dedicated his entire life to the protection of refugees and relief efforts of the poor. He was also someone who loved the fine arts. It was said that female appraisers becoming officially recognized were because of his work as well. Before the bishop was called by the heavens 2 years ago, he welcomed John as an adopted son. The bishop had been 86 years old and was apparently famous among some aristocrats. It was impossible for the adopted son of the virtuous bishop to do anything abominable to Riz. Verma seemed to accept it like that. If Riz was interested in wandering around other art galleries, then it would better for her to be docile beside the bishop's son. That may have been Verma's compromise. Now she was happy to send Riz off to the art gallery. The mentality of a bishop who welcomed a demon as his adopted son was a mystery. But with this Riz could understand the reason. John held the qualifications for both a painting restorer and an appraiser. For Hein to have decided on John as the temporary manager of the art gallery must also have been because there was no identity more solid than that. That Hein had departed for Sora country several days ago. Of course, Riz sprinkled plenty of holy water on him and had him go to a church before he left the country. Right now, Riz was wrestling with symbology in the art gallery's storehouse. The floor was covered in parchment and Riz's dress, as she sat in the middle of all that, was already covered with ink. John came back from showing clients around through the exhibition passages. One hand was carrying a silver tray with water and a small container on top. "My lady, time to take your medicine." "Yes, I know." "By the way, John, what's the meaning of this symbol?" Taking the parchment in hand, she held it up to face John. "It's similar to a star, but it also looks different." "Flames?" He placed the silver tray on the work table and then stood directly behind Riz, leaning down a little to peer at the parchment. "That is the crest of the saint, Sakate. It is not a star, but a trident of fire." "Saint Sakate, one of the fallen apostles who appear in the Bible?" "Yes." As John nodded, he speedily scooped up the medicine in the container that was on the silver tray and transferred it to a paper. After Saint Sakate became a disciple in the Holy of Holies, they were tested 3 times by the devil. They endured twice, but they ultimately succumbed to temptation the 3rd time. That is why the tips of the trident are covered in flames. "Now, your medicine." "Open your mouth." John grabbed her chin from behind and their eyes met as he looked down at her with a calm expression. "I don't like bitter things. Please do not act like a child." The powder was poured into her mouth and then water was immediately supplied. After she grudgingly finished off the water, he let her lick some honey with familiar movements. John began to clean up the documents which Riz had scattered on the ground while she squirmed at the honey's sweetness. But everything would be scattered again soon. Even though she didn't think there was much sense in organizing things, John was meticulous. Glancing at John as he piled up bundles of documents on the work table, Riz picked up a single massive reference book. She crawled to the wall and sat there, using the shelves as a backrest. Before looking over the pages, it was a book that explained symbols, but it was written in an old language used only by the clergy and so Riz couldn't read it right now. John, this is a symbol of a fish, right? What's the reason for drawing 7 scales? When she pointed to the corresponding passage, John, who was putting away brushes in the shelves on the opposite side, came over to her. It's not a fish. It represents the eyes of Vora, the demon of foresight. What sort of demon is that? Vora will prophesize exactly as their contracted human desires for 6 times. On the 7th time, Vora prophesizes their own desire and that they consume their contractor's soul. I have reminded you to ensure that you cover yourself with a blanket. Do not let your body get chilled. The reference book on her lap was stolen and a blanket was placed down instead. He returned the reference book to the shelves. During that time, Riz secretly pulled out another book and opened its pages. This was also a book on symbols. What's the meaning of 2 hooks crossing? It represents a tainted church. My lady, how many times must I tell you, feather pens are not hair ornaments. Is your head a brush stand? Now that he mentioned it, her feather pen had gone missing a while ago. She completely forgot that she stuck it in her hair to avoid losing it. I do not believe this. There is ink in your hair. I cannot abide by this slovenliness. He retrieved a cloth from the work table's drawers and scrubbed at Riz's hair. John, what is this symbol? A branch? A thunderbolt? Stop there. It is time for a break. Just a little more. No. For every hour you are to rest 15 minutes. You will be struck with dizziness if you do not. My body's in a good condition today. I said no. Now move over to that chaise lounge at once. Her book was stolen again and she was driven to the chaise lounge placed beside the work table. It was large enough for her to lie down comfortably and the fabric of the seats and backrest were a dark blue. John prepared this a few days ago. Leaving the words "do your best not to move," he left the storehouse carrying the silver tray with the medicine. Riz sighed. Her demon was also strict today. She got up and pulled out the first reference book that had been taken away. Carrying that back to the chaise lounge, she hid it underneath her blanket. Paintings of the Great Summer Festival were still being exhibited in the art gallery. Up to date, there had been 50 purchases. John handled all the visitor correspondences and purchasing procedures. Meanwhile, Riz stayed in the storehouse and studied. All the exhibited works had been examined. Besides the moment of liberation and the late hours of silence, there had been 5 other distorted paintings mixed in, but, unfortunately, they were all vacant houses. John bought those vacant houses using a pseudonym. Because of that, there were no problems with selling the paintings that were currently on display. John came back to the storehouse in little to no time. He held a new silver tray in one hand. This time it wasn't medicine, but tea and pastries. Riz tried to get up from the chaise but was stopped by his gaze. John, one of my mother's friends has been collecting paintings with mythological motifs recently. If I ask my mother, I'm sure I can be invited to a tea party with that lady. Why don't we go together? Please consider your physical endurance. In any case, you will collapse before we even arrive at the other's mansion. I will go to ascertain that painting, so you will stay here and be obedient. But, John, you can't find demons. I can confirm whether it is a distorted painting or not. Here, this is jasmine tea. Drink it. Riz accepted the held-out cup and reluctantly sipped at it. Ah, it's delicious today. Is it now? John, who placed the silver tray on the work table, looked back and the corner of his eyes softened. Ever since the day she collapsed, John has prepared tea every day, but it was horribly bitter at first. He didn't know how to brew tea properly at all. His expression itself hadn't changed when she told him honestly, this is unbelievably bad, but he must have felt humiliated. John began to research on how to brew tea. Finally, on the 7th day, His efforts bore fruit. He also appeared to undertake making pastries several days ago. The types of cups they had increased as well. He seemed to be the fastidious type. She told him she liked chocolate, which was the trend in foreign countries. So she wondered what would happen in the end. "John, you can clean up later. Sit beside me and continue explaining symbols." Riz brought out the reference book from under her blanket. "Cleaning comes first, because you cough when there is a lot of dust. Furthermore, 15 minutes hasn't passed yet. It's past. 2 minutes remain." John opened one of his pocket watches on purpose and checked the time. He was completely at home with being Riz's caretaker. She was troubled by whether or not it was all right to push a demon around like this, but John himself didn't seem to show any particular displeasure. Riz inwardly sighed in admiration. It almost made her want to employ him as a servant of the Milton family. She didn't think he would be this competent. It was completely unexpected, even though she had been on guard for unreasonable demands being spouted or unnatural phenomena being repeated. Occasionally, he uttered rude things exactly as a demon would, but his behavior was elegant and his work was quick. He probably learned the bare minimum of manners under his previous contractor. The most delightful thing of all though was how he provided knowledge without being modest. Was she getting won over by John? Maybe this was a step before falling into corruption. When she looked at John with these troubling thoughts, he also stopped working and showed a complicated expression. "John, there are many varieties of human women, aren't there? If there are ones who lose themselves in me and lapse into corruption, then there are also ones who converse calmly with me like you, my lady. It's not like I'm calm. You are though. Ordinarily, a person would not drink something a demon offered. Did you possibly put poison in this jasmine tea? If I did such a foolish thing and you collapsed, then it would fall to me to care for you." Riz was told that in an irritated tone. She was surprised and wanted to ask if it was a given he would care for her, but she refrained from pointing it out. And then, until the evening, she was instructed on art history, mythology, and symbology whenever John was free. Incidentally, the exhibits of the art gallery were basically free to view. There was a message board that told potential customers to ring a bell prepared in the passages. In normal cases, such a sloppy management wouldn't be used. It was the manager's job to be on guard so that paintings weren't stolen or played around with. However, there was a demon here. She was told that a mechanism had been set up so that he would know immediately if someone touched a painting. Because of that, he also spent a long time in the storehouse. Apparently, the next project was to display paintings with the autumn theme. These projects required consideration for the creation period, and so contracted artists had been contacted at least a year ago. Even in the case that a project was cancelled, the art gallery would take responsibility and collect the works. It seemed that John, during the year that Riz hadn't been here, had gone to the contracted artists and made preparations. The works themselves had already been delivered and currently invitation letters for esteemed clients were being created. It would be open to the general public later. Riz looked forward to the time she spent at the art gallery. Even though she would have been fine if she stayed a little longer, John was strict today. They ended at exactly 5 o'clock as well. "It's time. I shall escort you back." As usual, she returned to the mansion in a swaying carriage which was comfortable inside, although its appearance was worn out. Once she was escorted all the way to her room, John would leave, but today there was an unexpected visitor. Riz's fiancé, Emil, had come. The steward, who greeted Riz at the entrance, explained Lord Emil is chatting with the madam in the sitting room. Postponing changing, she went directly to the sitting room. For some reason, John also followed. The sitting room was on the first floor, close to the study. "Is this Sir Emil, my lady's fiancé?" John asked this on their way through the corridor. "Yes, he's too dazzling." "Dazzling?" "A sociable good-looking man who smiles a lot." "Oh dear." "He is the antithesis of my lady who has dead eyes." "Exactly." "Why did you choose such a man to be your fiancé?" "It was my mother's trick and there seemed to be other fiancé candidates. She probably wants my introversion to lighten up, even just a little, and chose only dazzling men." "I see. A useless endeavor." "I think my mother also realizes inwardly that it's futile, but sometimes parents look at their children through rose-colored glasses. There was also the reverse. Because, for some reason or other, Riz loved Verma and so she accepted this marriage. I see my lady as someone who would refuse a marriage that goes against her will though. I need to marry someday, so doing it now is the same thing. John didn't answer, but he had a difficult expression. When Riz and John entered the sitting room, Verma and Emil, who had been talking happily, turned round at the same time. Emil stood up quickly from his chair. He was as good-looking as always and the navy blue of his aristocratic clothes suited him well. He seemed to be slightly taller than John. When the two were beside each other it was like a light and a shadow. If she remembered correctly, there was a painter who had the nickname, Magician of the Sun and Moon. He drew light and shade portraits more enchanting than anything else and had high support from not just nobles but also the church. Riz also had a book of his pictures. It felt like John and Emil stepped out of a work from that prodigious painter. "Good evening, Sir Emil." Riz held her skirt lightly and curtsied. Emil walked over and showed a sweet smile. "Hello, Miss Riz. I wanted to see your face. Once I thought that I came here before I knew it." Somnambulism. Pardon me? Somnambulism is a condition where someone walks around while sleeping but they themselves do not remember this action. By the way, it wasn't a doctor who used the word somnambulism for the first time, it was a monk. These symptoms occurred a long time ago, but no one attached any importance to this. Syphilis and the Black Death pandemic was taken as a more serious problem. Riz. Verma, who had been smiling elegantly, rose from the couch with a changing complexion and glared at Riz. "I apologize, Sir Emil. This child seems to be very excited to meet you." "Yes, it seems so." Emil nodded while holding back chuckles. "Miss Riz always lets me hear interesting stories." John, who was standing a little behind Riz, suddenly opened his mouth. "My lady, the Black Death and syphilis had a great influence even in the world of art. Many paintings exist comparing the Black Death to a god of death. For your information, there is also a symbol for this pandemic." John. Verma, her complexion turning again, glared at John, and then she immediately gave a forced smile to Emil. "I sincerely apologize." "Please, I do not mind. Incidentally, this gentleman is—" "Oh my, silly me. Forgetting the introductions." "Sir Emil, this is John Smith. He is the sworn son of the former bishop, patron, of the Seventh Church. He is an excellent art appraiser and restorer and requested to manage the art gallery of my younger brother, who has gone overseas." "Is that so?" "John, this is one of the sons of the Croatian family, Sir Emil. He is the commander of the 3rd Military Squadron of the Order of Holy Lion Knights and Riz's fiancé." "I heard about you from my lady." John showed a smile. Riz felt a little uneasy at that expression. It was the look he had when he saw a distorted painting. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. It seems there will be opportunities for us to meet in the future as well." "Yes, Lord Emil." Even though the two had smiles they seemed to be searching for the other's real intentions. It was Emil who looked away first. He faced Riz again and gently took one hand. "It appears I've thought about you so much I've become a sleepwalking person. May I refer hospitals to you?" Riz wanted to say this, but Verma was looking at her with eyes filled with murder. It seemed like those were words she shouldn't say. Even Riz knew that he was saying something along the lines of a joke. However, there was a chance it could be true and, also, she felt resistant to having a normal interaction between a man and woman in front of John. Riz stealthily tried to pull her fingers out from Emil's hand, but then she suddenly noticed something. His complexion was poor. "Sir Emil, are you possibly unwell?" "No." For a moment he denied it, but then he showed a troubled look. "I haven't been sleeping much. In spite of myself, I've been having many bad dreams recently. Would you like a sachi? A bergamot and orange fragrance will induce a pleasant sleep. Moreover, oranges are supposed to represent a charm against evil spirits." "Oh, yes." "Good, Riz, keep going with that attitude and decent responses. I mean, please bring it here by all means." Riz was shoved persistently in the back by a perfectly smiling Verma and forcibly driven out of the sitting room. John too. "My lady, Madame Verma clearly chased you out of that room so that you wouldn't volley out any more defects." "That's what I think too. I feel like she doesn't intend for me to meet with Sir Emil much until the wedding ceremony. At any rate, she'd bring the sachet. John also followed Riz up to her personal room. Maybe it was because he was recognized by the others in the mansion as Riz's caretaker, but no one criticized her for being alone with him. Or perhaps John set up some sort of hidden trick, but even if she asked, she felt like he would feign ignorance. But he is an unusual man. It was when Riz was taking out a sachet from her dresser's drawer that John, watching her actions, tilted his head and murmured, "This unusual? There is a faint miasma around that man." Riz was shocked. "My lady, did you not inquire about his health because you noticed that as well?" "No. I just thought he looked unwell. But when you say miasma, what do you mean technically? Is it like the stagnation that had been spread around the art gallery?" John removed his glasses and rubbed lightly between his brows. "No." The eyes that looked at her were calm and clear. Even though he was a demon, he was intelligent and quietness suited him. For an instant Riz imagined what it would be like if he were her marriage partner. It might not be bad. He would probably allow her to stay in a room that smelled of pigments all day. She would study paintings and decipher symbols. During this, she'd ask to be taught and would learn art history. Whenever her health was good, they would go to art galleries managed by other art dealers or to auction markets. Riz shook off her fantasies. She was being ridiculous. "I can feel the mind of another person." Negative emotions such as jealousy and anger. Negative. Do you mean that someone has ill will towards Sir Emil? That appears to be the case. He said this in a tone with great interest while playing with the glasses he removed. The spite and jealousy of humans can be equal to a demon's curse. He seems to have brought a lot of resentment upon himself. I can't see that happening though. Riz was puzzled. Emil looked like a man who was good at socializing. Even if there was someone who had ill will towards him, it seemed like he would win them over with skillful conversation and turn them into his own friend. He also excelled at concealing his true feelings, and she could gather that he did this all without a slip. That was why Riz felt a little uncomfortable. Although he knew about the shade, he would go directly into the light out of his own will. He was able to love people with reason and be compassionate. "My lady, you are innocent." That sort of man is attractive to the opposite gender, but thoroughly hated by the same gender. Really? He knows his own beauty, but is never haughty. He knows to pay due respect to people and doesn't easily gossip behind their backs. He has the composure to laugh off most problems. He has an occupation others envy. His house is also not bad. He has wealth, ability, and youth. Conversely, my lady, I would like to ask if there could be anyone of the same gender who wouldn't be envious of such a blessed man. Riz changed Emil into a woman and thought about it. A woman who had beauty, intelligence, wealth, talent, and, even more, was healthy. Also, despite having a fiancé who was introverted, cooped up, and had dead eyes, she did not show any dissatisfaction and accepted them with a broad mind. Impossible. They'd only be able to feel hate. Precisely. She understood now. If she changed her point of view, there was a new discovery. He was so perfect that he became terribly suspicious. Being perfect seemed to be a flaw in reverse. This point might be the same with paintings. When a painting was too harmonious, it wouldn't really draw interest. Putting a deformation in on purpose and breaking that perfection was what gave expression to a painting. However, no matter how much Madame Vermeer wished to reform your introverted personality, I believe that man is not fit to be your husband. My lady, why did she not choose a man more suited for you? There were 5 candidates. I drew him. What do you mean? Riz sighed. First, she shoved the sachet into her chest and then pulled open the dresser's drawer again. She took out a single card, on which a picture was drawn. From there, it was about half the size of the Book of Hours. What is this card? John asked this with a serious face. Before, my mother showed 5 cards to me. She told me to choose the one I liked out of them. The drawings on the cards were a pear, a lime, a grape, an apricot, and an apple. I chose the lime. It was the lime card that she showed John. I didn't think this card would possibly represent my fiancé candidate. You mean to say the lime is a symbol of Sir Emil? Yes. Do you know why? John lightly bit the smooth edge of his glasses. He got the answer immediately. Lime. I see. If you read it in reverse it would be Emil. Am I correct? He wasn't fun at all. He could have acted a little troubled. What is with that expression? Nothing. John gave a small chuckle. Truly you are my lady. This card wasn't chosen because of a reason such as you wishing to eat a lime, right? It was just because I liked the lime the most out of the 5 pieces. You're mistaken. Did you not feel a sense of discomfort? Riz felt startled when he pointed that out. The reason she chose the lime was just because of a feeling somehow or other. Was that the sense of discomfort John spoke of? John flicked the painting Riz held when she kept silent. She scrambled when it felt like it was about to fall. John chuckled again, deep in his throat. This is also a distorted painting. Really? You seem to have chosen it unconsciously. Here, take a good look at this card. The two of them peered at the painting. Riz suddenly realized that their shoulders were nearly touching, but John probably didn't even think of this. It was always Riz who was aware of him. Ever since the time they met. My lady, you don't know? Wait. Shaking off her idle thoughts, she concentrated on the lime painting. There were 2 fruits, branches, leaves. It was all bordered with a vine pattern. Riz started intently at it. The part that caught her was the shadow of the branches. Yes, correct. Does it not resemble some sort of symbol? The answer sprung out right away. Crosshooks. There were thin shadows on the top part of the limes. An unintended symbol had been made there. I told you the meaning of that. A tainted church. Chills ran through her entire body. A distorted painting had been close to her. My lady must have unconsciously tried to distance this painting from Madame Verma so that divine punishment would not strike the madam. John, is it possible this painting is the cause of Sir Emil's poor health? No. I said it was another person's malice. However, in a sense, this painting may be hinting at his future. Was he being serious? Or was he simply being frivolous? She couldn't read him. Riz stared at the card without blinking. Could it be that you're afraid? I feel things like fear too. That emotion isn't needed. Even if it's not needed, I still feel it on its own. Little fool. I swore to serve you as if I loved you. Did I not? What is there to fear? Riz's head shot up and she looked at John. The person in front of your eyes here is a demon. I would understand if you said you feared me, but to be scared of nothing more than a distorted painting. John, the way you talk is very misleading. She felt pathetic for reacting to every single word of a demon. It happened the moment she sighed. A maid hesitantly opened the door to her room. Miss Riz, Lord Emil has arrived. Sir Emil? Riz returned the card to the drawer and approached the door. John also put on his glasses again and followed after her. Beside the maid stood a smiling Emil. Why did he come to her personal room? What happened to Verma in the sitting room? Did I interrupt? Emil asked this with a troubled look. No, please come in. John was here too. An unmarried woman wasn't supposed to pull someone of the opposite gender carelessly into her room, but it should be all right since they weren't alone together. The maid also seemed to understand and left the door open before she departed. You seem to be quite close to the gentleman there. Emil spoke in an admiring tone. She invited him to sit on the couch with a gesture, but he shook his head. The conversation continued while he stood beside a round table and poked at the egg-shaped works there with curiosity. Because he has abundant knowledge related to the arts, John has been of great assistance. Riz cautiously replied. She didn't hear the sound of jealousy or censure for infidelity in Emil's voice. In that case, why did he come here? Did he get urged on to try talking to her alone by Verma? That was a little hard to imagine. Is it possible you have something personal to discuss with me? Yes. There is something I would like you to hear. She didn't think they had an intimate enough relationship to discuss troubles, but did he not care about that? Riz held her tongue to keep from asking that. Even though he was the person she was to marry, she didn't know even one of his hobbies. She didn't try to learn about them either. She felt disgusted at her insincerity and, at the same time, she felt guilty. You see, Miss Riz, I heard that you are the owner of an art gallery and Mr. John there is managing it. Emil said that with another look of admiration. The reason as to why I made a visit here was, of course, because I wished to see my lovely fiancé's face. But mostly because I wished to borrow your wisdom. Riz gestured to the couch again with a hand. This time he obediently abided by her invitation. After seeing him sit down, Riz also sat down on a single chair. John didn't sit and stood beside Riz. I see. What is it you wished to discuss? I have a painting I would like you to appraise by all means. What sort of painting is it? Her slight guilt from before vanished and Riz leaned forward. Emil crossed his legs elegantly and smiled. It's an oil painting I received from a friend to celebrate my engagement. Somehow, after I decorated my mansion with that painting, strange events have come to pass. Riz swiftly exchanged glances with John. Could it be a distorted painting? At the beginning I thought it was mere coincidence. However, the appearance of the painting clearly changed. Changed? Yes. A beautiful Holy Mother transformed into a mummy. And it wasn't a case of rapid deterioration? No, it hasn't faded in color or become discolored from the sun. It's a different person. Could you please show me that painting? Riz rose from her chair and requested this earnestly. Emil's eyes widened, but then he immediately smiled. Yes, of course. Then let us go to your mansion at once, Sir Emil. She tried to leave the room with the force of her request, but her arm was grabbed by John. He looked down at her with reproof and then turned his head to Emil. In that case, Lord Emil, we would like to call upon you at another date. Emil furrowed his brows faintly. Riz was given a fresh feeling. This was the first time he showed a somewhat negative emotion. Will you be accompanying us as well? Naturally. I am a servant of my lady. She made a mistake in his various training. Maybe it was for the better that he didn't say he was a pet dog. Servant? You are simply working at the art gallery and not serving the Milton family, are you not? I do not think it is necessary for you to come. It was a reasonable opinion, but Riz was surprised anew at Emil's stubborn attitude. He had been unruffled when he was introduced to John in the sitting room. So what changed his mind? However, Lord Emil, I am qualified as an appraiser. If it is a problem concerning a painting, then I will be of service. You're surprisingly slow on the uptake. May I ask on what? Are you feigning ignorance on purpose or are you just straight-laced? Which one is he? Miss Riz. I think he's straight-laced. John's eyes behind his glasses cooled when Riz answered. Why are you asking my lady when I am right here? She felt nervous about whether or not he was going to say something rude. Courtesy was being peeled off little by little from John's attitude. You've got me. Emil raked a hand through his hair and glared at John. Riz had evaluated Emil as an amiable man whose true feelings were hard to grasp, but perhaps she needed to look at him in a new light. He was clearly against John accompanying them. My apologies, but I would ask of you to refrain this time. I am inviting my fiancée to my mansion for the first time, and so I don't want another man coming with her. Even though he was rejected in a strong tone, John might have become obstinate too because he didn't withdraw. The purpose is the painting's appraisal. No? You said the Holy Mother turned into a mummy. If you are showing such a frightening piece of work to my lady, then I really should accompany her. I believe you are aware of this, but my lady is delicate. A strong shock is also a burden on the body and she may collapse. Emil had an awkward expression as if he had been stabbed in a place that hurt. He dropped a large sigh and then casually raised both hands up. I surrender. I only wanted an opportunity to speak slowly with her. In other words, the story about the painting earlier was a lie then? No, that was true. But, although I am religious, I have no interest in stories about curses. However, the painting actually changed. Oh, it's obvious my friend switched the paintings behind my back. What was your friend's goal? It's simple. Harassment. Emil showed a wry smile. Even among the Order of Knights, I've had unprecedented promotions. In addition, I've obtained such a beautiful wife. It's natural to be envied, and so he set up an inauspicious prank under the guise of celebrating. I see. So that friend comes to your mansion often, Lord Emil, and friendship and jealous have become intertwined. Emil faltered a little at John's points. Riz understood his feelings, because John always spoke in an explicit manner. He wouldn't beat around the bush in a conversation, and so, until one got used to it, they would be at a loss. Yeah, he hates me, and yet he hangs around my mansion. What a strange man. The corner of Emil's lips pulled up with irony. He glanced at Riz. This is why I also wanted to get a light revenge. You intend to flaunt my lady at your friend? That's right. So, I'll be in trouble if you come along. I don't mind if it's another servant though. If you will allow others, then why not me? Are you going to make me say this as well? It annoys me to admit this, But you're a man with distinctive charm and you will still miss Riz's gaze. I can hardly allow that, right? It was a series of surprises. He was jealous of John. Did Emil have a surprisingly crafty side? Was this his bare self? She thought it would take time until he was frank, but her predictions were overturned one after another. Even someone like John could only step down after being told this clearly, and so he nodded and said, I understand. I didn't think my true feelings would end up being exposed. Miss Riz, do you dislike such a cowardly man now? Emil suddenly turned the conversation to Riz. There was a stiff atmosphere of him probing rather than being self-derisive. No. I find that the current Jew has a sense of humanity. Oh, is that so? Yes, that attitude of mercilessly crushing even a friend with a sharp tongue and cunning in order to protect your pride is wonderful. Wow, I don't feel like I was being complimented. Emil gave a crooked smile. Well, I suppose if I have my wife-to-be's approval then it's enough. Now then, Miss Riz, I apologize for the abruptness, but how does a date 4 days from now sound? Yes, I don't mind. After she acknowledged it, Riz hurriedly corrected her own words. Actually, can we change the painting appraisal to another date? Do you have an arrangement on that day? No. I was thinking I most definitely would like to meet you 4 days later. But may we do something else on that day? Something else? Why don't we head out together somewhere? Such as taking a stroll around the lake. Emil's eyes widened. John also looked at Riz with a strange expression. Sir Emil, earlier you said you wished for an opportunity to talk slowly together. I've thought the same as well. I'm surprised. He covered his mouth with a hand and had a troubled look. No, I really am. To think you'd say something like that. Is it a bother? Certainly not. Only, I did not think you were particularly pleased by the marriage with me. Riz lowered her eyes. He himself seemed to have guessed that she did not try to seriously look at the person called Emil until now. I realized I know nothing about the man that is to become my husband. I am neither an amiable woman nor am I skilled at being considerate. However, I want to understand the interests you have and the hobbies you devote yourself to. Riz stared straight at Emil. Marriage was inevitable and she didn't feel like sparing time for someone she didn't care about. But at least Emil placed her in his sight. He came to this mansion and tried to exchange words with her. Even though it was a marriage that began from obligation, if the time they spent together increased, love may sprout out of some sort of chance. If you don't want to follow any of this, then don't force yourself to accept. No, not at all. I will accompany you on a stroll with pleasure. Emil had a gentle smile. As to whether he felt it was a bother or if he did not, she couldn't grasp his true feelings from his expression. I will come for you around 2 o'clock. Saying that, Emil rose to his feet. I just remembered, if possible I would like the matter about the painting to be our secret. Even though I said it was harassment, he still is my friend and it would be awful if bad rumors were spread. I understand. My thanks to the Maiden of Stars' lenience. You don't have to see me off. I wouldn't want to stress your delicate body. Now then, until 4 days later. He cracked a joke and then, straightening his back, left the room. Upon confirming that the door was closed, Riz sighed deeply. She wondered if she would have been praised with "you did well" if Verma had been here, because this daughter, who did not know about love, got a promise to go out with her fiancé. In any case, I saw his surprising true nature. When Riz murmured this, John looked down at her with displeasure. To head out on purpose, are you sane? I am. You overestimate your own physical strength. What are you thinking when your breathing rises immediately and you aren't able to walk? I'm thinking about marriage. John's eyebrows drew together. He fiddled with the chain of the pocket watch that dangled from his vest in what seemed like an unconscious action. I thought paintings were more important than marriage. Riz smiled at those characteristic words. For some reason, her heart hurt. John, I am going to marry that person. She needed to accept that soon. Emil was a good person. She would surely grow to love him. That was what she absently thought. Come to think of it, she forgot to hand over the sachet. You're attracted to a man who takes such a superficial attitude? It's not that I'm attracted to him, but his shadiness has lessened a little. For you to prefer a man who flatters without sincerity, no matter how you look at that man, he has not fallen in love with you. Her wavering conscience was returned at John's remarks. You can be a married couple without being attracted to each other. That's how aristocrats are. What a boring world. It can't be that demons are all about pure love. Why would you think that? John's gaze gradually became chilly. What do you intend to do when it's time to take your medicine? I'll bring along other attendants. There isn't anyone who can care for you more than me. I will accompany you on this bothersome outing 4 days later. But Sir Emil forbid you from coming with us, John. He forbid me from going to his mansion. From appraising the painting. No. Riz was astonished when she was told that in a meaningful tone. That was true, but it also felt like this wasn't any different from sophism. She looked up at John while feeling confused. Why was he coming along when it was an outing that had nothing to do with paintings? A soft, gentle-like feeling was born for an instant, but then a voice of denial resounded in her head right away. He was just thinking that it would be annoying if she collapsed and her holy eyes became useless. John released the chain of his pocket watch from his fingers and then opened her drawer without permission. He took out the painting of the lime and dangled it to show it to Riz. I'm taking this because it is a distorted painting. Agreed. Go ahead. The moment she thought he was planning on adding it to his collection, he abruptly ripped that painting. Riz gaped at him. It wasn't a thickness or hardness that could be torn. Demons are amazing. That's what you're surprised by? After John looked at Riz with freezing eyes, he made the torn painting float into the air and then burned it. It looked like demons didn't just have superhuman strength, but they could also freely manipulate fire. That type of man will undoubtedly have mistresses after marriage. John returned to the topic while he watched the ash flutter down. Then inheritance disputes will occur and in the end you will be squeezed for all your assets and abandoned. John was like a sister-in-law. Even if it is an obligation, it is laughable to try and remain married for life to that. At last, he started calling Emil that. He seemed to hold enmity towards Emil, but she didn't understand the reason. Before, Emil was described as a man who was hated by those of the same gender, but did John feel the same as well? What was a demon envious of in a human? Their lineage was different, but if it was the beauty of their appearance then John won that. Maybe it was Emil for sociability. Emil also probably won in terms of his personality. However, knowledge related to the fine arts was absolutely with John. And it was quite an important point for Riz. Are you able to content yourself with a husband who has no interest in paintings? Will you be my husband then, John? She spilled that out without thinking. Riz came back to herself when she noticed his wide eyes. What did she just say? Impossible, right? You're a demon. She couldn't look at John's face. Because I am an aristocrat's daughter I must get married. It would be another case if I became a nun. But if I remained single in the mansion then it would hurt my family's name. But, as you also know John, my body isn't healthy and so I would acquiesce even if my husband had mistresses. The words jumped out of her mouth on their own volition. You will resign yourself to such a constrained way of life? It's due to this constrained environment that I've managed to live to now. If she had been born a commoner she would have lost her life long ago. She didn't have a body that could endure manual labor. Raising money for medicine would have been doubtful too. Abundant wealth and a status where she didn't have to work. It was because both were present that she could safely welcome a day like today. If she claimed that was unfair, there was no doubt God would be disgusted too. When unhappiness was born in the heart it was generally because a person was in a state where they couldn't see themselves or what was around them. Ridiculous. John didn't hide his displeasure and turned his head away from Riz. Riz stared at his profile with a strange feeling. If this man were really her husband, she might have looked forward to waking up every day. Her imaginations stirred her heart. Section 4 days later, a Riz who was decorated amply and enthusiastically by Vermeer's hands arrived at a tea house used by aristocrats together with Emil. This tea house was once used as a small theater. It was a building characterized by a steep white roof. The mainly red-stained glass windows set in the stucco walls were oval. It was said that 200 years had passed since its construction, but it didn't feel old. In the main hall, immediately after entry, there circular tables arranged at intervals. Its basis was a stand-up buffet. People didn't sit in chairs and enjoyed their tea while standing. If someone was tired, they could use the lounges on the upper floor. The main attraction wasn't eating and drinking, but the paintings exhibited on the wall. people were to appreciate that while drinking tea, this place was used as a salon where anyone who was in the upper class could participate. Riz heard the exhibits were replaced every 2 weeks. Today's seemed to feature landscape paintings. "You aren't tired, are you?" Emil asked her this with a worried look. Oddly, Riz and Emil were dressed in deep purple. If a stranger were to see them, they might have looked like an intimate married couple. "I'm fine." Riz glanced behind her as she answered. Both of their servants stood in attendance behind them. Riz had one maid and John. Emil also had one man and one woman of the same age, a young man who had the air of being a squire and a woman with red-brown hair. She returned her gaze to Emil. He looked troubled when she stared intently at him. Riz inwardly tilted her head and contemplated how he was a strange man. At the mansion, he came onto her without hesitation as if he were used to it. Yet right now he had the air of a sheltered son who didn't know about relationships with the opposite gender. He was escorting her but seemed strangely stiff. There was also another strange point. Even though John was nonchalantly accompanying them, he didn't seem to rebuke that in particular. "Ms. Riz, is something the matter? Are you not going to compliment me today?" "Pardon? What do you mean?" "I dressed up because this is my first outing with you, Sir Emil. And I learned from my mother elegant responses whenever a man compliments you for a strict 3 hours. Emil's mouth dropped open and then he snorted. He hid it by coughing. That makes me curious as to what sort of coaching that was. Try complimenting me." Riz placed the cup of herbal tea she was holding on a nearby round table. "Then you do not need jewels. Your very self is like a jewel. Unfortunately, the response for being compared to a jewel can only be used when our intimacy is slightly higher. Therefore, I will use a response that accommodates any compliment." "Oh my. Oh ho ho. If you see me as beautiful then it is surely because the flower of love has bloomed in the heart of the gentleman in front of me. Is that acceptable?" Riz even tried placing both hands on her cheeks, glancing upwards, which was a running fashion among ladies in love, and increasing the amount of her blinks. However, she didn't see the results that Verma insisted would happen. Emil was looking to the side, trying to contain his laughter, and the attendants, excluding John, stared at Riz as if they were doubting her sanity. John's eyes were colder than ever before. "I'm glad you are enjoying yourself." "No, I'm sorry. You have a sense of humor, don't you?" Emil said that with a face that held traces of laughter. She thought she had relieved a little tension, but a shadow suddenly dropped in those eyes. "A lady like you is wasted on a man like me." "Why?" "Because I am an insincere and unsalvageable man." He turned his head to the paintings on the wall like he was avoiding Riz's gaze. "I'm certain I'll make you unhappy. I only pray that it will be the most minimum of unhappiness." His voice was steeped in distress. Riz thought a little and then threw out questions. "Do you have an illegitimate child?" "No." "Do you only love men?" "No." "Do you have lovers?" "No." Emil's voice became stiff only at this last reply. Silence flowed. The elegant noise of gentlemen and ladies enjoying an appreciation of the paintings and conversation suddenly leapt to her ears. He turned to Riz after a while. His eyes looked like he had decided on something. "What if I were to say I was an incessant womanizer and didn't intend to stop even after marriage? In addition, my stepmother and her son are spendthrifts and, on top of that, egoistic. They're anticipating your dowry and, regardless of failing once, they will try to start a new business. My father has abandoned that wife and is surrounded by new mistresses." Emil's attendants nervously looked at Riz in light of those shocking statements. It was likely the truth was included in this story just now. It could be the case that the entire thing was the truth. She had been prepared but, honestly, any aristocrat had problems to that degree. "I don't mind. Truly. Even if I started living with you, I may bring home lovers to the mansion." "Even if I said that?" "Yes." It seemed like he hadn't thought Riz would accept that. Emil lost his words. "If you're talking about insincerity then I am the same. I never had the real feeling that I was to marry you. Even now. That's mutual, isn't it?" "No." "You sought conversations with me and yet I didn't try to get close at all. If we can still make it then I would like to spend time together. If you have a lover then I will try to accept her as well." "Why would you go to such lengths?" "There was no single reason. There were also feelings of wanting to reassure Verma. Even if love didn't sprout, she didn't hate Emil. Besides, there was selfishness, also resignation and hopes. Insecurities. If love is to sprout one day. Emil's breath caught when she told him that with feelings of a wish. He met eyes with Riz and his face twisted in pain. In that moment, "Oh my, Sir Emil." A bright voice resounded like it was breaking the tense air. The nearby gentlemen glanced back over their shoulders. A young lady appeared from behind them. Her floral pattern dress suited her well and she was a beautiful lady with a cheerful air. Like Riz's sister, Grace. She had glossy black hair. "How cruel." "Reneging on your promise with me to have a clandestine meeting with your fiancé." She placed a hand on the shoulder of Emil, who was surprised, while wearing a smile. For an instant there was danger in those eyes that caught Riz. The suspicion that she had been listening to their conversation, hidden in the shadow of those gentlemen earlier, crossed Riz's mind. "Katie, why are you here?" "I asked the servants at your mansion. It's not like I came alone. Look, Grajas is here too." The beautiful woman Emil called Katie fluttered her fingers, which were wrapped in a lace glove, like a butterfly. When she looked in the direction pointed by those fingers, there was a red-haired man in orange aristocratic clothes coming over with a languid gait. He was a young man the same age as Emil with a haughty and indolent air that was just like an aristocrat. His complexion was extremely bad. This also tended to be found in young aristocrats, but it may have been a drug addiction. "Grajas, even you." Emil had a bitter expression. "What's with that attitude? You're no fun. You won't even introduce your fiancé to us." Grajas looked around at Riz and the others while laughing carelessly. When he found the attendants of Emil, who looked exhausted, he snorted with disgust, and then, as if thinking of something, he wrapped an arm around the female attendant's shoulders and pulled her into him. The woman startled and then stiffened. "Hey, don't you think so, Colette?" "Grajas, there are people around." "Stop it." "Moreover, that girl isn't Colette, she's Loretta." Emil's face turned even more unpleasant. Right, Lola." It didn't feel like he remembered it at all. "So, that silver-haired woman over there is your fiancé, huh? What was it again, Linda?" "No, I told you before. It's Miss Riz." Rena then." Emil gave a heavy sigh and then turned his eyes to Riz. "I apologize, Miss Riz. He is Grajas by human. He's habitually irresponsible like this." "Grajas, don't trouble my attendant." "Release her." Grajas released his hand from Loretta, looking like he was forced. "Over here is Katie Clark. The two of them are my friends." Katie pinched her dress and curtsied to Riz. Grajas also placed a hand on his chest and gave an exaggerated bow. "Like the rumors. You're as beautiful as a doll." Katie smiled widely. It wasn't a compliment. Before leaving, Verma had taught her this. If she was told she was like a doll from someone who wasn't close, then it was the same as being insulted with "you are only lovely on the outside but you have nothing inside." And she should take care. It seemed like Verma had been told that from someone of the same gender before. There had been a deep-seated grudge in the tone of her voice when she was explaining. "For someone as beautiful as you, is there not anyone better than Sir Emil?" "There isn't." "You really intend to marry Sir Emil?" "Yes." "That's a problem." Here she glared lightly at Emil. It wasn't a true glare and had a coy atmosphere. "I was in a relationship with Sir Emil." "Katie, because of you I was told we were going to have to separate. However, unlike you with your one-day love will sprout, I am in love with him even now. Do you understand?" "Enough, Katie." Emil spoke in a harsh voice and stood in front of Katie. Riz was bewildered. Was this a drama? Before she knew it, the gentlemen and ladies around them were spectating them from a distance. The quarrels between a man and woman were one of the pastimes for aristocrats. This must have been an interesting show. "Emil, didn't you hate boring girls who are only interested in polishing their beauty like this the most?" "You're mistaken. Miss Riz isn't such a woman." "You're defending her?" "I'm not." "No, I am." "She's a splendid person." Katie flew off the handle at Emil, who looked distressed. "You've had a change of heart already?" "What part of this girl is good?" "She's a weak and boring girl who hasn't shown a single hint of jealousy even when I showed up." Riz's arm was suddenly grabbed. When she looked over her shoulder it was John, who had been looking on calmly. that gripped her wrist. "I would ask that you correct yourself. My lady is not a doll, she is the maiden of stars." "John, that correction isn't needed right now." She was looked down at in displeasure, but then his gaze immediately returned to Katie. "What's with you? Are you a servant? In that case, be silent. Why must I listen to your order?" "Oh, order?" Katie lost her nerve at John's cool rebuttal. It seemed she was at a loss towards such a brazen attendant. "Your evaluation is wrong. There is not a single speck of polishing her beauty in my lady's head." "How small is that exactly?" Riz's voice was ignored. John held Katie in his gaze and continued speaking. "She is more passionate than you would expect, just expressionless. I do not deny your point on her frailness, but she does not sell her weakness. Rather than remaining depressed, she chooses what she can do and what she cannot do. Taken together, it means she is a woman who has flaws but can also change those to charms. She is not merely a beautiful piece of work." Riz did feel like she was being treated as a painting, but for a moment she was dizzy. She was probably being praised a lot. "Is that lady killer there Miss Rena's lover?" Grages, who had been watching, interjected. "Not Rena, Riz. You're a brainless man and I'd ask you not to open your mouth." "John, stop it." Riz hurriedly chided him. John's disguise was being torn off more and more. "Sir Emil, do not involve my lady in trifling disputes. We shall excuse ourselves here for today. My lady's health does not appear to be good." He coldly tossed those words over at the paling Emil and strongly pulled Riz's arm. "We're returning home. I'm not feeling particularly bad." "You're unwell." It was a tone that brooked no argument. He started walking with Riz's arm still gripped and the maid also scrambled to follow. After they left behind Emil and the others in that place and exited the tea house, they got onto a carriage. The maid rode a separate carriage until they arrived at a familiar area. John, who was sitting beside her, didn't open his mouth. It was Riz who was unable to bear the silence. "John, it looks like it was as you said." "What was?" The instant he spoke the sound of horseshoes striking the flagstones and the outside noises became distant all at once. She couldn't even feel the vibrations of the seat. A comfortable and quiet space was created in the carriage. Riz wondered if John used some kind of power. It was times like these when she was jealous of a demon's abilities. "You said Sir Emil was a man who would have mistresses after marriage, right?" She ended up experiencing drama before the marriage. She didn't see Emil as the insincere man he said he was, but maybe it was different when it came to men and women. "My lady, your viewpoint is not bad, but do not let the answer in front of your eyes warp like a refraction of light." He removed his glasses and it was clear a stiffness was released from his body. Riz also breathed easier. "Knowing he is a good-for-nothing. Do you still intend to get married?" Riz suppressed the trembling in her heart at his question and nodded. "No." "Give up on that man." "I can't do that." "My lady, know your own value correctly. If you were a woman with no charm apart from those holy eyes, I would have killed you a long time ago." For an instant she was struck dumb at those unexpected words. It felt like she'd get her hopes up for something. No, it was impossible for him, a demon, to seriously be drawn to her. "But, I know prioritizing me at all times. It's because we have this contract that you're saying kind things, right, John?" This was better than being rejected. As she told herself this in her mind, his expression became severe. "I now want to kill you." "Why?" John looked at Riz with harsh eyes for a short while, but eventually a sigh leaked out. "Honestly, humans are irritating." "John, I'm tired. Wake me when we arrive." He threw out words that made Riz question which one of them was the master, dropped his glasses in her hand, and leaned against her shoulder. She wondered why she didn't push him away even though he was heavy. The answer couldn't be found. Chapter 5, The Sound of a Look. The next day a letter of polite apology arrived from Emil. Riz immediately replied with the following contents, that she didn't mind and he didn't need to apologize and that she'd like to go and see the painting of the Holy Mother they spoke about before. Emil didn't seem enthusiastic, but he appeared to feel guilt for involving Riz in his own love affairs. And so there was a reply that if she still wished to then she could come 5 days later. Riz obtained a promise to meet, aware she was being high-handed. Section. And then, 5 days later, it was a clear autumn day suitable for going out. As promised in the letter, Riz visited Emil's mansion. The place was in the western part of the capital, the Ainur district, where middle-class aristocrats, wealthy merchants, and businessmen lived. No one accompanied her. Today's objective was to ascertain the transformed painting. If this reached Verma's ears, she would have probably been forbidden from going out. The matter at the tea house was transmitted to Verma on the same day. It was the maid who was brought along to the tea house who told her. Because of that, it seemed like Verma's evaluation towards Emil dropped greatly, and she had presented the remaining 4 paintings, excluding the lime, in silence to Riz. But Riz didn't plan on redoing her fiancé selection. She wasn't in love, but Emil had many concerning points. For some reason, she strongly thought that she shouldn't throw him out here. It was an extreme lack of sense for an aristocrat's daughter to visit the mansion of someone of the opposite gender without attendance. But this was for the worst-case scenario, that if the work Emil possessed was a distorted painting and if there was a demon hiding there. She couldn't thoughtlessly bring along another person when she thought about this worst case. There was uneasiness. Even more so because she couldn't bring John. Emil was reluctant for John to come to his own mansion. If she forced him to agree, it felt like he'd be hurt and he would hide the work. In the art gallery, when she explained that she was going to check the painting, she had tried asking, "Do you have a familiar? If you do, then I'd like to borrow that," but was curtly refused. There were some humans who had sharp intuitions. The reason was that, in the case one of those people saw the familiar, Riz would be condemned to be under demonic possession. Judging from his displeased expression though, she also felt like he was just being ill-tempered. However, he seemed busy these past few days. After getting the words "I'll come for you when I feel like it," it didn't sound like she had been abandoned. Section. Welcome, Miss Riz. Emil appeared to personally greet her when she descended from the carriage. Looking at his face, Riz was shocked. He looked worse than the time they met a few days ago. This is an embarrassing and humble mansion, incomparable to the splendor of the Milton house. Not at all. Certainly, it might be somewhat inferior to the Milton family's mansion. Riz refrained from giving her impression. She had that much discretion at least. It was a 3-story brick mansion with steeples placed on both sides. A standard middle-class aristocrat's building. There was a garden in the front and a small greenhouse to the right. On the left was the stables and the servants' cabin. It didn't seem like the garden was maintained much. The flowers in the flower bed were left withered. Riz entered the entrance of the mansion while being led by Emil's hand. The number of servants that greeted them also appeared small. For a mansion of this size, didn't they need 5 more people for the bare minimum? The management of the house was the wife's duties, but it was the steward who actually educated the servants and gave them roles. Emil's stepmother seemed to be the second wife, and so she might not have obtained the trust of the steward yet. Riz peeked at the side of Emil's face. There were dark circles under his eyes and his cheeks were also a little thin. "You seem to have had a hard time. Are you well?" "I drank a little too much with my night colleagues last night." "You're a kind lady to be concerned about me." Her concern was dodged with a smile. It seemed like he had no intentions to answer honestly. She felt there was a distance between them even more than when they were at the tea house. His bad complexion wasn't because he drank too much. There was no smell of alcohol from him. It might have been that there really was a demon hiding in the painting and cursed him. Perhaps she shouldn't have planned to take it slow and she should have brought John along. Riz bit her lip while she proceeded through a corridor together with Emil in silence. There was also something Riz wanted to know, apart from checking on the painting. The point of why Emil wanted to show the painting only to her. During the time he asked for her consultation on his painting in her personal room, he acted like he was jealous of John even though he wasn't in love with her and tried to invite her to his own mansion. However, at the tea house his attitude underwent a complete change and he tried to put distance between them. Even in his letter, she could tell his desire to show her the painting was fainter than before. What was the reason for his change of mind? It was likely Emil would be on guard if John accompanied her. In order to sound out his motives it was best she met him alone. That was what Riz had decided. Had she been mistaken? "The painting is in the study and I will escort you there." "Ah, my stepmother and her son are absent, so you may be at ease." "Huh? If my stepmother and my younger stepbrother were here, I wouldn't be able to speak with you leisurely. Riz was puzzled because she thought they would greet his family first. She wasn't going to blame him since she also came here, keeping it secret from Verma. But did he also aim for a time when his relatives were absent? It was Emil who specified this date. A sense of discomfort and surprise spread through her chest like a fog. From Emil's personality, she didn't think he would try to force a relationship between a man and woman here. Riz didn't understand. What was he thinking? Her gaze ran through the corridor while she increased her caution. So far she hadn't felt a strange air, but she did think it was a plain corridor. On the wallpaper she could see faint square traces of sunburn. It appeared there were paintings adorning these walls before. They must have been removed recently. Over here. It happened just as they arrived in front of a reddish-brown study-looking door. A madam in a sandy satin dress appeared from a room further in the back. Emil, who had been about to open the study door, stiffened entirely and muttered, "Rachel." The madam approached Emil, all the while staring at him. After she came in front of them, she turned green eyes towards Riz. It was the face of a beautiful and extravagant woman in her 30s. Because Emil had called her by name, Riz didn't realize immediately that she was his stepmother, and so she was late in her greeting. Rachel snorted like she was looking down on her, and at that Riz returned to herself. "I see you're a girl with no manners. Can you not do a proper greeting?" "Rachel, enough. Didn't you have plans for the theater in the afternoon?" Emil broke in with a voice that had thorns. "I am your stepmother, and so I'd like to ask you not to call me by name." "Yes. I was about to head to the theater from here." However, Rachel raised the corner of her red lips and sensually touched her earring. "Because you were so interested in knowing my schedule several days ago, I wondered if there was something." "Oh? You're curious about me? Of course. Now then. This girl is Riz Milton, am I correct?" "Yes. I will introduce her officially one of these days, so please act as if you didn't see her today." "But that would be boring. Do you not think so?" Riz was troubled when Rachel sought her agreement. She could tell at a glance that Emil and Rachel's relationship was volatile. "Pardon my manners, Lady Rachel. As you said, I am Riz Milton. Please forgive my abrupt visit. I wished to meet Lord Emil so much that I pushed to come. A noble family's daughter is unexpectedly lacking in education." "I see. Even if you came under secrecy, you should have at least prepared a present." "No." "Rachel, what are you saying? It's best you stop affronting her." "Oh my, what was it that was an affront? It is she who has gone against etiquette. Furthermore, if she is to be your wife, then naturally she would be my daughter too." There was an edge to Rachel's smile. Rachel's words were harsh, but Riz was the one at fault. She pinched her dress and did a deep curtsy. "You're correct, Lady Rachel. Please scold me." "See, take a look. Even if there are no shortcomings with the rank, she is a feeble girl with no manners. We are the ones suffering a loss with this marriage. She should be thankful we reluctantly accepted this. Miss Riz, please enter the study first." Emil quickly opened the study door and pushed Riz inside. The door was closed right after that. For a while Riz heard talking voices, but they eventually ceased, and then the door opened again. Emil came in with an exhausted face. It seemed he drove away Rachel. "I apologize sincerely for my stepmother." "Not at all." She didn't feel any anger. On the contrary, she felt some pity for Emil. It was true this was a thoughtless visit, but, if it had to be said clearly, that feeling was on her side as the high-ranking aristocrat. Based on the Corrosion House, the visit of Emil's fiancée would not be regarded as a problem. It was Rachel's attitude that was lacking courtesy to the extreme, even if her words were the truth. At any rate, where is the painting that turned into a mummy? Riz changed the subject. Because the matters of families weren't a fun subject for her either. She looked around the entirety of the study. Because she had been focused on the corridor until Emil came in, she had barely looked around the interior. There was a large bookshelf against the left wall. Over at the back window was a massive oak desk. In the center were long couches and chairs for a single person. There were tables, easels, stools. At a glance, everything had a dignified atmosphere. "You may have noticed, but this room only looks superficially impressive." Emil smiled bitterly. Riz had thought that, even though it may have just been cleaned, there was a smell particular to rooms where people don't often go into. It was a damp smell of mold. This room wasn't used much. Among aristocrats there were some who lined up specialized books, which they hadn't read, on their bookshelves in order to maintain an appearance. It appeared that the Kuroshin family was like that. There was no bookshelf on the opposite wall. Decorative curtains were fastened to the left and right with tassels, and, in the center, 12 large paintings varying in size were adorned on the wall. The paintings were unified only by their gold-colored frames. Riz went in that direction. Emil came with her too and approached the wall of paintings. "It's this painting." The one Emil pointed at was a work that was at the center of all the paintings. Riz's breath caught. Indeed, it was a drawing of a mummy-like emaciated Holy Mother. The conversation resumed after she sat down on a couch and the shock passed. "Is your body all right?" Riz was worried over by Emil, who looked to be in a condition even worse than hers. Her heart was beating a little faster, but it was fine at this level. Emil asked a servant to prepare herbal tea. In a little while, a familiar woman carrying a silver tray with a cup on top appeared. If she remembered correctly, it was Colette. Lola. No, Loretta. Perhaps Loretta remembered the events at the tea house because she paled when she saw Riz. She placed the cup on the table in a hurry and left the room with unsteady steps that made her look as if she were about to fall down at any time. Emil stared at Loretta's back with an indefinable expression. Riz took a sip of the herbal tea and sighed in relief. It was delicious, but for some reason it made her long for John's tea. Having calmed down, she broached the subject. Was this painting really one of a beautiful Holy Mother? At first, her line of sight went to the group of works on the wall. In the center was the painting of a mummy that was similar yet not similar to a Holy Mother. Beside that was an oil painting of a musician. The composition was of a man playing a violin in front of a bonfire in a forest at night. "That I cannot prove. This is painful, but yes, I swear to God and upon my sword." Emil said that with a serious look. It could hardly be a lie then if a knight would swear upon his sword. However, because she hadn't seen its state at the beginning, it was honestly hard to believe. Even if he wasn't lying, he could be mistaken. "It's natural for you to doubt me, Miss Riz. But when I was gifted this painting there were my knight colleagues, Rachel, my stepmother, and the friend I mentioned before beside me." He recited the family names of the people who had been there. There was the Gilball house, the Aubenrain house, the Gurin house. They were all famous nobles that even Riz, who spent her days unrelated to high society, knew them. She adjusted her view of the Kuroshin family. No, more like Emil. He held social connections with the sons of houses that had status. It was proof that he himself was an excellent person. They also saw the painting at that time. "How about I introduce you to them in the near future?" There was no lie in Emil's expression. It also wasn't possible for all of them to coordinate their stories. So, seeing him speak with ample confidence up to now seemed to show that it was true beyond a doubt. "Exactly when were you gifted the painting?" "Let's see. I apologize, but I don't recall the date clearly. About a month ago, maybe." "When did the Holy Mother transform into a mummy?" "Relatively soon." "Soon?" "Yes, within a few days of it being on the wall." "Please tell me in more concrete details. How long of a period is soon?" Emil blinked, not seeming to grasp the question's point. "For example, did the Holy Mother change gradually through several days? Or was it normal in the morning, but became a mummy after one night?" "Ah, that's what you mean. This isn't exact, but it was about several hours." "Hours?" "Yes." "After this painting was put in the study, my friends and I moved to the lounge, the room my stepmother came out of earlier. Because it was a gathering of men. Well, we cut loose a little and drank alcohol. There are many knights who get out of control and are arrested at bars, isn't there? Even though they're on the enforcement side. Miss Riz, I'd appreciate if you spoke about that with some more discretion, but, well, you are correct." Emil gave a wry smile and rubbed the back of his neck. The door to the lounge was open. "Why?" "For a reason I hesitate to let reach a lady's ears." "It's fine." "Please tell me." "It's because everyone drank large quantities of alcohol." "So, I understand." "Because everyone was frequently going to the washroom. It was annoying to close the door each time and so it was left open." "You are very sharp." Riz was given a large sigh. From the lounge, the corridor is in full view. While we were enjoying the alcohol, the people who entered the study were my father, my stepmother, and my friends are, Loretta too. My father only went in to retrieve a cigar and Loretta went in to clean. My stepmother seemed to have been searching for my father. My friends went in to steal my father's cigars. Of course, I told them they could do that. How long was each person in the study? My father was there for a few minutes. Loretta was there for, at most, 10 minutes too. Since it's not a place that's really cleaned. My friends were also there for a few minutes. My stepmother, who went in last, screamed, and that was when we learned the Holy Mother had transformed. I believe you will ask this and so I will answer ahead of time, but no one was carrying anything suspicious. In other words, he meant that no one secretly switched the painting. It wasn't a size that could be hidden underneath clothes. And, because it was a panel painting, it was impossible to fold, bend, or roll up. I see. May I ask other questions? Huh? Yes, of course. Please go ahead. I'd like to meet the artist who drew this painting. Emil recrossed his legs with a troubled look. That would be difficult. Why? According to my friend, he was a traveling artist. After he completed the painting and received the reward, he disappeared off to somewhere. What is the artist's name? I heard he was a man named Brad. I have tried searching here and there at inns when I'm off duty, but he appears to have already left the capital. Emil told her this with regret. After the painting transformed, did you ask anyone to appraise it? I intended to ask, but my stepmother opposed that. Lady Rachel? She was obstinate and asked what would happen if other houses knew about this inauspicious painting. I see. In that case, why is it still decorated on the wall even now? He smiled. It was to show you today. I also thought about disposing of it, but I am a religious man and the thought crossed my mind that this may be bringing about a warning to my house. Riz moistened her mouth with the herbal tea. She didn't feel that it was out of place, but she was a little curious. Before, he had said he wasn't interested in curses. May I also show this to John? He is an appraiser and I can have him swear to never disclose this. Emil's smile disappeared and he was unwilling. No, I apologize, but I will refuse that. But, that I showed you this is my own way of settling things. As to whether or not you would still marry into a house where such an inauspicious event occurred. To break the engagement isn't something to be decided on by me alone. Yes, I know. However, there are other questionable rumors behind my family matters concerning the madam. Riz panicked when she accidentally said it clearly. However, Emil didn't find fault with her impoliteness. He gave a small laugh. Precisely. I believe you already know, but I am on bad terms with my stepmother. She could more than imagine that after seeing the exchange from earlier. It was said that Rachel had a son related to her by blood. Emil was the son of the previous wife. Moreover, he was an adult. She probably couldn't love him like her own child. But, Sir Emil, the other day you said the painting's transformation was a bad prank from your friend. Yes, that is what I thought. Riz returned her herbal tea to the table and stared at Emil. Emil answered without pause, as if these were lines he had decided on in advance. I said he switched it when he went to the washroom, behind the backs of my other friends and me. However, when I thought about it more carefully, no one who entered the study was carrying anything suspicious. Perhaps you question whether there was one more painting hidden in the room? No. When my stepmother found the painting that transformed into a mummy, she searched the study while crying out that it was clearly someone's horrible prank. It wasn't hidden anywhere, was it? Yes. The number of paintings decorating the wall also hadn't changed. We also removed the frame to check it. Emil put on a serious expression here. The friend who gifted the painting also insisted that it was absolutely different. He said that although he hated me, he wouldn't do such a disgusting prank. Therefore, I've come to think that it may really be a curse. Who was the friend who gave you the painting? A man called Grages, my childhood friend. You also saw his face once at the tea house. Riz was a little surprised. That listless man with an awful complexion? A man I don't wish for you to meet ever again. Why? He is an audacious person, and because I have a selfish desire that wishes to confine you and your beauty away somewhere. He smiled. It was a dazzling and shady face like the one she saw when she first met him. At times like these, Riz wondered if a woman accustomed to these tactics would enjoy this conversation. Riz couldn't even show an insincere smile. After keeping silent for a while, she resumed her questions. Thank you very much for speaking to me honestly. May I look at the painting one more time? Yes, of course. Emil stood up first and extended a hand to Riz. In the end, I believe I should not have shown you such an inauspicious painting. I'm fine. If the curse were to catch on to you, I wouldn't be able to contain myself. At the very least, if I could be the only one to be cursed and killed. There is no curse. Don't be worried. Riz took his hand and approached the wall. She felt his shoulders jerk faintly. What do you mean? Emil asked suspiciously. After Riz looked at the painting of the mummy, she turned to face Emil. She had already discovered the answer as to why the Holy Mother turned into a mummy. What she didn't know was the reason for setting it up as a curse. It's Loretta's work, right? Pardon? Rather, isn't it the plan of everyone here? All of a sudden the door to the study was slammed open. The people who appeared were Grages and Loretta. Regarding Loretta appearing, Riz had somewhat predicted that because the other woman hadn't shut the door completely when she brought the herbal tea. Riz hadn't known whether that was deliberate or not, since Loretta was honestly flustered when she saw Riz. However, in the case that it was an intentional action, then it was probably to eavesdrop. That was what Riz thought. It was unexpected for Grages to be there too though. Riz met eyes with Loretta. There was a clear sense of guilt resting in Loretta's eyes. She looked like she was about to cry. Hey, why would Loretta do such a stupid thing? I'm afraid I do not know the reason. However, she would have the best position to carry it out. I'm the one who presented that painting, so you should be suspecting me, not Loretta. Riz was glared at with strong eyes by Grages. They weren't the eyes of a man who was jealous of his friend and gifted a cursed painting. This is an authentic cursed painting. The greed of the Corrosion family's evil woman, Rachel, polluted the Holy Mother. Lord Grages, you wanted the setting. Lady Rachel's greed became a curse, didn't you? For an instant Grages was pressed into silence as if he was overwhelmed. What do you mean by setting? I can see the situation somehow or other now. Don't marry into a cursed house. In other words, this was a trick in order to have my side quietly refuse the marriage? If a curse was brought up, then even if the engagement was broken it would not become my harm. It's not a trick. I'm saying it's the curse of that stupid stepmother and her son. Emil stopped the red-faced Grages with a low voice. Grages, enough, stop it. Why? I haven't said anything wrong. Your father was deceived by the allure of that evil woman and his fortune was sucked up. You've been forced to clean everything up. Made to marry a woman you don't even love in order to rebuild the Corrosion house. Right? Grages guffawed. Any house is pretty much the same. Hey, you, Riz, was it? Or was it Rita? Whatever, if you don't want to be cursed then don't marry this man. Grages, I said enough. Emil's face twisted and he tried to drive Grages out from the study. That's true. Emil, who was holding on to Grages, turned round at Riz's murmur. Indeed, there is a curse. There is no mistake. Ms. Riz? Even Grages, who had been laughing, looked at Riz with doubt. But what's cursed isn't the painting of the Holy Mother. What? It's the painting hanging beside it, the musician. Riz pointed her finger at the painting that was adorned on the wall. The composition of a man playing a song in a night forest. It's a distorted painting. The instant she announced that, tick, a sound like the hand of a clock was heard. Emil and the others, whose eyes were wide, froze. It was as if time had stopped. Even the air seemed to have solidified. Riz slowly looked around. At the entrance of the study, a figure emerged from behind Loretta who was like a statue. John. Riz quietly called his name. My lady, you said there is a distorted painting here? Where did he hear that from? John approached her while smiling. As usual, he was dressed in all black and had 3 pocket watches. One of those was open and in his hand. John, did you stop time? That expression is not accurate. It's not possible to do something such as stop time around the world. But Sir Emil and the others are like statues. I've only placed this room temporarily into a divine serenity. A divine serenity. If I said it was a frozen space like inside a painting, would my lady then understand? A portrait depicts a living person, yet the person inside the painting is not alive. It is that state. Aside from small powers such as manipulating fire or placing suggestions, John, Your main abilities are being able to create a space like a painting and to manipulate dreams. Also, you can make that strange skeletal knight appear. Can you use as many abilities as there are pocket watches? Impressive of you to analyze my abilities in this situation. Well, you are correct though. He spoke as if he were exasperated, but his mouth was smiling. It wasn't that Riz wasn't shaken. She was simply so surprised she couldn't scream. I can only sustain this serene space for several minutes at most. Now then, my lady, before we examine the distorted painting, I will ask you to explain the mystery of the Holy Mother becoming a mummy. For you to ignore me and bravely enter a man's home alone, you must have solved that a long time ago. No? John approached the wall while saying that with prickling sarcasm. Did you listen to the entire conversation between me and Sir Emil? Yes. It was a very interesting conversation. It seemed a painting transformed within several hours. Honestly, where did he hear this from? It couldn't be that John could also hide in paintings, right? Riz observed the painting of the mummy carefully while thinking that it was a painting that was said to originally be a Holy Mother. However, what was reflected in Riz's eyes was a dark-colored painting of a mummy like it was wiped in mud. As she stared at it, John whispered into her ear from behind, "Quick, give me the reason for the transformation of the painting. If you cannot solve it, then I will punish you." It was a voice that didn't permit her to turn around and chilled her as if she were touched by a cold air. "If I do not act like a demon at times, then you will push your luck. Perhaps I should bite this pail back." The center of her back was pushed by a finger. Fear and confusion ran through her spine at the same time. "Tell me the answer." "The answer is, at first, I thought it was caused by the peeling of pigment instead of the painting being switched. The cause? That the special characteristic of tempera painting was used." Riz faintly thought that she was glad her voice wasn't trembling. The mummy painting was, according to the regulation of the Royal Fine Arts Agency, a number 30 size. Like a portrait, the mummy of the former Holy Mother was drawn in the center. The background was a drab red curtain. Sunken cheeks, patchy hair, small gold coins were buried in the middle of the jet black eye sockets. The mouth was slightly open, as if a sigh was leaking out. The teeth were also black. It was literally decayed teeth. Things like ants were crawling out from those black teeth. What is the special characteristic of tempera painting? It seemed like demons loved testing people. No, it was surely because this man was happy as long as it was a topic on painting. Tempera is a painting medium consisting of mixed pigment and egg yolk. It's hard to dissolve in water and it also barely deteriorates. Even though you can repeatedly apply paint, it is hard to do a thick coat. And so, rather, I thought this painting was painted thickly on purpose in order to have the pigment peel off. Give more details. If used correctly, tempera paintings can last longer than oil paintings. So, after the first layer was finished, a fixing solution mixed with drying oil would be painted on. Then, on top of that, a second layer of thick paint would be drawn. Like this, it would be the same situation as doing a watercolor painting on top of something oil-based or another paint. John didn't reply, but she felt him give a sign that urged her to continue. If you gave it an impact from the back or shaved it lightly, then the second layer, cracks would enter the pigment on the surface and it would peel off. In this case, even if someone had no aptitude for painting, it could be crafted easily if there were instructions. In particular, this room was moldy and damp. Boards would have been easy to bend. After the painting of the Holy Mother was adorned on the wall, there were many people who entered and exited the study. I thought that someone among them saw a suitable time to carry this out. When everyone saw it at the beginning, it was a beautiful colored Holy Mother. However, all of a sudden, it changed completely. Even just it for people who knew nothing. The witnesses would have felt that it was inauspicious, but that was not the case. Yes, there wasn't enough time for the people who entered the study. The longest was at the most 10 minutes. This painting is a number 30 size, so it'd be too much to shave down. Even if the people who entered the study cooperated and alternated with each other. Impossible, I think. If it was scraped, then pigment fragments would scatter everywhere. Riz shook her head. Replacing the painting was impossible too. It's a panel painting and so you can't roll it up. If you bend it, then it'd make noise. I was troubled over that. But then I understood there was an extremely simple way to do it. That was? John asked in amusement. You wouldn't need to scrape or hit the board at all. So simply, you just overlay a canvas on the panel painting. The painting of the mummy she was looking at right now had been drawn on the panel painting. On top of that, the canvas where a Holy Mother was drawn on was overlaid. That was all. Emil explained that they removed the frame to check in order to guide her to the fact that it wasn't replaced. However, they only checked after the painting had changed to a mummy. After everyone saw the painting of the Holy Mother, the person who entered the study removed the frame. They took off the canvas of the Holy Mother and restored it to being a panel painting of a mummy. A canvas can be folded or rolled. It was highly likely that Loretta was the one who carried it out, because it was said she entered the study to clean. Naturally then, she would be carrying cleaning tools. If she had brought out a large panel painting, then someone in the lounge would have noticed. But a rolled-up canvas could dodge eyes. Someone familiar with paintings would notice this level of trickery right away. But the people in this mansion, or rather those friends of his, do not appear knowledgeable in the fine arts. Riz nodded. Even just from seeing the fake bookshelves, she could tell that the Kuroshin family gathered paintings and books just for show. Canvas or panels, watercolors or oil. If someone knew those differences, this would have been revealed much sooner. That's why the someone who set this up, Sir Emil and others, thought they could deceive his friends. Me as well. No one should have had professional knowledge and could only appreciate art at best, and so after a while they would testify that there was a curse. However, it would be difficult to cheat the eyes of an appraiser. Thus, he denied me accompanying you. Yes, but the problem was why such a trick was done. For him to make these plans on purpose to have me annul the engagement. Riz didn't feel love for Emil, but this made her feel complicated. My lady, demons have sensitive noses. What does that mean? It means that men and women haven't changed since the olden days. John, speak plainly. Riz turned her gaze to him. That was my intention. A man and a woman. John smiled wryly. Even in deciphering paintings, the first portion to examine is the line of sight of a person's gaze. Now, in this place that has become still as death, as a painting, shall we examine the gazes of the people who have turned into subjects? Riz looked at Emil and Graja's faces. Grajas was looking at Emil with a worried expression, but Emil was looking in another direction, towards Loretta. She's also looking at Sir Emil. Even some as obtuse as my lady can understand the situation somewhat. Yes? He said one too many words. But, certainly, she understood now. This was a look of love. During these several days, where my lady worried endlessly, I also investigated the Kuroshin house. You were busy because of that? He raised an eyebrow in affirmation. Sir Emil himself is an excellent man, but it is difficult to say the Kuroshin house is secure. The madam, as the second wife, is quite the spendthrift, and from the start this was not an affluent family. She must have panicked over the decreasing fortune. It seemed exactly like what her sister, Grace, told her. The madam was deceived by the sweet words of an irresponsible friend and tried her hand at the shipbuilding industry. Despite not having knowledge, the sea is equivalent to an untouched treasure house, and you should wipe out the pirates and investigate the ocean's resources before everyone notices its value. But I believe someone as wise as you understands. She was coaxed with that sort of feeling. It was a massive failure though, he continued. The reckless plan to monopolize the blessings of the ocean evaporated like dew, and they ended up being saddled with a large amount of debt. The Kuroshin house hid their true state of affairs at all costs and accepted the engagement with you. I think my mother knew the situation a long time ago. Yes, I believe so. The Milton family decided that they wouldn't waver if the debt was just that extent. More importantly, they considered what they would obtain. The breadth of the Kuroshin houses, of Emil's personal connections. If the other side felt guilt, then the Milton house would appreciate that even more. The Milton house stood in a superior position. The Kuroshin family should have put a collar on their madam. No matter how bullish of a woman Rachel was, the unreserved manner of her speech couldn't match Verma. Verma was a woman capable of acting like a cute silly woman. Marriage was a game. It wasn't Riz's strong point. But if she became Emil's wife, then she would need to learn to be sociable. Eventually, She'd need to drill the contents and list of aristocracy into her head. The madam has likely noticed Sir Emil's secret love. I believe you can imagine, but he was probably threatened to have his cute lover sold somewhere if he didn't marry. This woman called Loretta is a former slave. The madam purchased her on a whim to serve herself, and so, Emil, Grages, and Loretta cooperated to make plans for this cursed painting. Maybe that Katie was also a collaborator. She took on the role of being Emil's lover. There was a curse, in Emil's heart and in Rachel's heart too. Now then, it is about time for this serenity to be broken. John said that and closed the lid of his pocket watch with a clack. Air breathed back into the closed-off space. When were you here? Emil blinked his eyes and raised his voice in surprise as he stared at John. I believe there are more important points over my appearance. What? No, wait. Where in the world did you appear from? You weren't here just now. So how? After having deceived my lady, what did you intend? Please do tell me. John stared at the flustered Emil and spoke. Emil wiped away his expression. What are you talking about? I am talking about love and curses. John tapped the frame of the mummy painting with the knuckle of a finger, as if he were knocking on it. Emil, you are drinking poison, aren't you? Maybe it had finally gotten annoying, but he even started calling Emil without titles. Does the plot go like this? A painting decorating the mansion was cursed by a greedy stepmother. In the end, the curse ate into you and you died, and then you and that woman called Loretta over there eloped intimately together. How is that? What are you saying? The truth. That man there, the one who gifted the painting, you have contracted syphilis. And so, if you are to die either way in the near future, you would tarnish your name to pitch in and help your close friend. This is what you thought, yes? Huh? Riz turned her eyes to Grages. Syphilis? That he looked unwell was because of that? You acted the role of a man jealous of your promising friend. However, you tried to bring it around to how the identity of the real curse was the madam's greed. It really is a human-like ideal fraud. Incidentally, Emil, who prepared that poison? Katie did. Ah, no. It seemed Emil spilled that unintentionally and he panicked. You should not drink anymore. A little more and it will be a lethal dose. That's impossible. She's helping us. This time it was Grages who spilled that. The two men looked at each other and shut their mouths tightly like scolded children. Stupid humans. That woman loves Emil. Thus, she would not wish to hand him over to that woman called Loretta over there no matter what. No, to the extent where she believes it would be better to kill Emil. John crossed his arms in exasperation. At the tea house, while that woman pretended to look down on my lady, she was actually focusing on that woman over there. Come to think of it, Emil, you had quite a stiff attitude towards my lady because your cute lover was beside you. John, stop being sarcastic. This isn't sarcasm. I am speaking the truth. Emil's face always had a sense of guilt, and him going out of his way to show you the cursed painting was to make you think you were not responsible for what would happen. Because you were more of a serious and splendid woman than he thought. Huh? I am saying Emil was becoming more and more pained at using you, my lady. As a result, he became a man who couldn't tell whether he was being insincere or sincere. Emil had an indescribable expression at John's words. Riz could tell that she herself had the complicated look. Right. He was this kind of demon. He spoke without any reservation in front of the people themselves. The best actor is that woman called Katie. Even while kindly offering to cooperate, she would kill the man she loves. Perhaps she wanted to laugh at the woman who would be left behind? No. Perhaps it is resentment at not being chosen. The malice shrouding the card may have been this. Well, it doesn't matter. John. This is the truth. The heartless demon turned his eyes to the wall of paintings. If my lady is unharmed and I have obtained paintings, then I couldn't care less whether others die or live. He stroked the frame of a painting, showing an expression that was much gentler than the one he had for humans. Riz remembered something important as she watched that action. John, the distorted painting. There was a distorted painting among the decorating paintings. The oil painting of the musician. There's a symbol of a tainted church, Saint Sakate, and the demon of foresight, Vorga. It was everything she learned from John. The moment she puffed out her chest, the color of John's face changed. My lady, if Vorga's symbol was there, why did you not say so sooner? I said it just now. Too slow. There is no need to search for it. A demon would obviously be hiding there, and it would decidedly be that one. It happened the instant John shouted. The canvas depicting the musician was ripped up by itself. Loretta, who had been dazed this entire time, screamed. Emil and Grages stood in front of her to protect her while showing shocked expressions. What leapt out of the painting was a lion with bright red fur. It soared through the air and landed on the table for a moment. There were 7 eyes on the face of the lion, and all 7 of those dark and stagnant eyes turned to Riz's direction. Riz couldn't move. The lion gave a resounding roar. Vorga jumped and tried to bite Riz. Those ferocious fangs were covered in drool. They came right before her. Riz couldn't even close her eyes. She was going to be attacked. Riz accepted that. But then, "Do not put your hand on what is mine, you low beast." John grabbed hold of the lion's head casually with one hand and slammed it to the floor. He stepped on its torso with a foot and then grasped its mane. Unbelievably, the neck was twisted off. The lion gave a final death scream, turned into black smoke, and then disappeared. It all happened in a flash. It's somewhat a shame to have crushed it. It was a demon of use. John tucked his disheveled hair behind his ear with an elegant motion. Riz admired that even while being shaken. Demons had supernatural strength. "Miss Riz, he is." She came back to herself at Emil's dry voice. They were all staring at John with pale faces. After a while of silence, Riz said this firmly. "It's okay, don't worry. He's my demon." "Demon? Miss Riz, are you serious?" "You're possessed by a demon?" Emil asked her this in a hoarse voice while protecting Loretta and Grages. "Yes." "John is no different to being my partner." Emil and the others were speechless. Riz also felt John's strong gaze. For some reason, her cheeks grew hot. "My lady, shall I kill them?" John asked this enticingly. Emil's face twisted and he placed a hand on his own chest. "If you're going to kill someone, then kill me alone. Let these 2 go." "Lord Emil, please wait. It's because I was greedy that so many people were involved and I sinfully dreamed about a future with you. I should take responsibility and die." Loretta cried out while trembling. When she did, this time it was Grages who raised his voice. "Kill me. Either way, it's my fate to die sooner or later. Come on, demon. I'll give you this body." The 3 of them insisted on themselves to be the sacrifice. "Then I guess I'll have you all die." They snapped their mouths shut at Riz's voice. John suddenly laughed. It wasn't legal, but occasionally, acts of fraud were necessary. And then 1 month later, Emil Koroshin's health worsened due to a curse and he had a safe unnatural death. Epilogue, The Fish of Dawn. It was a night full of stars. As if a silverfish was swimming. Riz came to a place called Dawn's Hill together with John. This place was outside the royal capital in the Eastern District. It was called that because the sunrise colored the entire gentle swell of the hill with light. It was also called the Lover's Hill because people could enjoy an entire night sky of stars. Riz and John weren't lovers and it was more correct to call their relationship a master and servant. But this was a secret time that wouldn't be written down in the diary she touched every evening. "Is it acceptable, my lady?" "What is?" "Letting Emil go like this?" John, who stood beside her, asked this while looking into the distance. There was a single carriage crossing a darkened hill at the end of his line of sight. "It's fine. Even though it was a marriage to your advantage, you gave up on it quite easily." "John, even someone as ignorant as I am about love knows that you shouldn't get in the way of other people's romance. It's very humiliating to be admonished by my lady." Even though he spoke horrible words, the eyes that turned to her were calm. Her heart suddenly stirred. Riz quickly turned her face away and stared at the fading carriage. Her former fiancé and his lover were riding inside that. They eloped hand in hand. To help a man who didn't choose you and took another woman's hand. "You're a simple soul, aren't you?" After a while John said this with exasperation. Riz and John lent their hand to fake Emil's death. No one would have accepted that Sir Emil died because of a curse with that painting alone. That was where John came in. He made other cursed paintings and caused unnatural phenomenons to make everyone tremble. After all, he was a real demon. He had complete mastery over miasma and nightmares. Emil's corpse was also prepared by John, but she wasn't going to ask where he procured that. After preparations were complete, A part of Emil and the others' memories were rewritten for them to think John was a human because she didn't know how long they'd keep John's true identity a secret. We received the paintings that decorated their study, so that's more than enough. Unfortunately, there was no distorted paintings among the other works though. Paintings over marriage. Naturally. But I did something awful to my mother. Verma had been looking forward to Riz's marriage. Upon Emil's death, she was considerably depressed. It's fine they eloped, but I do not think things will go well for them. Why? That man is an aristocrat. However, as long as he has abandoned his status, he must work as a commoner. I do not believe he can endure such a painful life. I think the same. You helped them while knowing that, my lady? John looked at Riz with puzzled eyes. Riz gave a slight smile. They may regret it someday. Why did I make such a stupid plan at that time? But it's human to throw yourself into an instance of love. For you as well, my lady? I spend my life on paintings. Then if you fell in love with an impossible person you would give up? Could she fall in love? Riz suddenly looked at John while being troubled over that. Words spilled out from her mouth without permission. I can't think of a reason to give up. He raised an eyebrow. This was the expression he had when he was in a good mood. Even if it was an unpermitted love, what do I need apart from my own permission? Even if that person was a different species? Do I look like I'd be daunted by a difference in species? John smiled. It was a gentle expression to the point where she wanted to suspect he was a fake. I see. Then it seems unnecessary to fake the death of my lady right now. Yes, rest assured. Huh? What did he mean? Riz tried to ask but then staggered. Instantaneously, John's face became her guardian. It's time for your medicine. No, do it later. More importantly, what did you just say? Tell me again. Your cheeks are red. You've stood out too long in the night wind and I shall escort you to the mansion. Wait, John. He paid no heed to Riz's fluster and took her hand to bring her close to the carriage that was waiting close at hand. You become feverish immediately. Do not come to the art gallery tomorrow and rest obediently at the mansion. I don't want to rest. We haven't found the demon you're looking for, John. There is time. Endless time. I'm not immortal like a demon. John stopped. My lady, you've been caught by me. Saying that, he removed one of the pocket watches that hung down from his jacket. Right as she wondered what John was doing, he wrapped the chain of the watch around Riz's finger with a pleased appearance. Was this to act as reins, or was it to act as a thread of fate? Riz turned her head to the sky, troubled. Above her head was an entire sky of stars. There really seemed to be a fish swimming in the night sky. Its tail swayed smoothly like the hem of a dress. In the first place, you are hopeless without me. She should have known. He was extremely misleading, but this demon had no secret intentions. It was useless to expect anything. Right, John, you're to serve me as if you loved me until I die. Because it was our contract. Our contract, huh? John seemed to be as happy as he was when he had a painting in front of him. Are you dissatisfied with the expression "as if I loved you"? No. Do you wish me to be your husband? No way. Oh? You don't have the courage to ask a demon for love? Does a demon have the courage to want love from a human? When Riz became desperate and retorted, John pulled lightly at the chain wrapped around her finger. No. Don't answer. Whether you want it or don't want it, John, you're my demon. Without a doubt. John laughed out loud. I will not let you be bored. John, if you go to sleep obediently, I'll tell you something good. Something good? What is it? Riz returned her gaze, which had been facing the sky, back to John. She felt a little strange. The sound of her heartbeats were quick. He whispered, an extremely enjoyable thing that will make my lady ecstatic. For example. John's face came close until his outline became blurry. Her heartbeat became quicker. That the famous picture, which everyone knows, is actually a puzzle. A breath grazed her lips. Or that there are a number of dreadful symbols carved inside the walls of the seventh church. Riz was unable to endure it and pressed her forehead into the demon's chest. There was no way she could refuse such an enjoyable thing. Don't you want me to tell you? His arms went around her back. It was the highest temptation that overshadowed even the gorgeous starry sky. Afterward. Hello. This is it, Amory. I hope everyone is doing well. This novel is filled with paintings, inhuman people, a master and servant relationship, and elements I love with all my heart. There is one story behind this volume. I was told how about an apple that's been bitten once about the painting Riz is holding from my editor on the composition of the cover, and I thought cute. Feeling dazzled, but then I saw Omichi's rough sketch and I was overjoyed, thinking gorgeous. Then I secretly vowed let's have a bitten apple appear inside this volume still. Hurrah to a wonderful idea and a wonderful cover. I had a lot of fun writing this. My acknowledgements. I am indebted to my editor. I received a lot of help and was able to finish writing. Thank you so much, Omichi. I'm really honored to have been able to work together with you. Thank you for the beautiful illustrations, and the monochrome ones are also really pretty. To everyone in the editorial department, those who were involved, the proofreaders, the designers, the salespeople, and the bookshops that displayed this book, I sincerely thank everyone who supported me from the bottom of my heart. My sincere gratitude to my family and friends as well. To the readers who picked up this book, there is nothing that would make me happier than if you enjoyed this book. I hope we can meet again. Itamari Tamaki. End of Volume 1.